If you ever feel like it's all so jover, just come over, hop into the stream at twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Live almost every day from sunny West LA. I'll cover daily news, so tune in now, see what I have to say.
Blast off, blast off. If you're unhinged, prepare to take a week off. Hasan, Hasan. I swear to God, Allah, please end this long pause. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get it, Hasan is streaming. If there's just one stun lock more, my hopes will go up on the shelf. You're just a debate perv, of course you hate yourself. Every thought to justify your own self-worth to someone else. Again, what do I always say? Lost in the sauce, you can't escape. How unhinged can one chatter get? Don't ban him, mods, they're our new pet. Show me the light and set me free from this black-pilled reality. Can I find hope? Can I debate for this top of the hour break? Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic evening, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Sound Pike, and this Dawson our broadcast coming to you live from kind of cold but still sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day, today's a wonderful day, today's a Monday. That's right, it's Monday. Kev Rhino, if you tell me one more fucking time that you got yeeted off my goddamn Twitch recap, I'm going to ban you. Okay? Right off the bat. I got it, man. I saw. You got... You're not on... oh, my God. Anyway. It's Monday, ladies and gentlemen. Boys, girls, and MBs. It's Monday, December 11th, 2023. And it is 11:19 a.m. I am... right on time, as a matter of fact. I'm right on time, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. I have to fix my fucking thing. I didn't even realize I have to fix this goddamn thing. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It is Monday. Oh. I was scared long hair Hasan was back for a second. What do you mean? No. The volume is fine. It's just the positioning of the microphone is not, because I had guests over last time and I didn't even fucking fix it. It is currently 68 degrees, it says, but it was like 50 the entire morning. So I'm going to go ahead and say it's beanie season. Okay. Will you address the go to Modi allegations? The fuck is that? Anyway, I don't know what that means. But yeah, we got a new set on the Fear End podcast. I hope you guys saw that. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I hope you guys liked the new set. Have you seen this demon posting a video where he goes to a blood diamond mine? Yeah, I have. It's my favorite video of all time. I love that. Anyway, where was I? Where the fuck was I? Hasan, I've been unable to watch the live stream about a month. Now being in trucking school, but now I have my CDL-A, and I'm ready to spread marks along America's highways and byways. Glad to be back. Hell yeah, brother. Glad to have you back. How many calories did you end up losing overall? 3,800. But you know what I lost more than that? My dignity. Here's part of the podcast about my personal news. So, honestly, I don't... Mid-job yesterday, King, hustle. Yeah, you try being fucking 245 pounds and 6'4", okay? and dodge these motherfucking balls. Ridiculous. Marsh forgot to censor the F slur at 5920 on the Fear app. Nice. Demonetization, baby. Here we come. So happy I finally got a Squeeze collab. Yeah, never again. So yesterday we did the dodgeball. We did the dodgeball thing. We dodged some balls. Some dodged better than others. Okay, I'll admit. Some dodged the balls better than others did. Some threw better than others did. And that's it. Hope you're ready for the memes. No, I'm ready for the memes. That's what it's for. We did the memes for that reason. So, I mean, we did the dodgeball for that reason, so we can get these memes. I saw the Vorlo thing, and like, while it is funny, I would like to see, like, I wish I had a better assessment of, like, my stats, like how many eliminations I had, how many hits, that kind of thing, how many throws. I know that there's got to be someone with that, like, stat autism in the chat that will fucking compile this. Because I got a shit ton of elims. I had a really good double elim at a certain point, too. I had a double elim. And then me and Dan Clancy, like all of the elims we had we did it together deliberately. So like, and highlights of the players as well. Yeah, I know. Like our tactic was, yeah, I got a decent amount of eliminations. I never had like a big pop off moment like Misgift did. We'll talk about all of that though in a second. I've literally never played dodgeball in my life. That was the first time I played. Did you work out before the event? No. The breakaway talent, best moment, probably Michael Reeves. Best out of nowhere pop-off was Michael Reeves. Like, I'm going to give you guys my assessment on the entire thing in a second. You know what? Actually, let's just start. Let's just do it. Because, I have one update. I have finally... Wait, hold on. Not this music. Hold on. I did it. Last night after this incursion, this dodging of balls incursion, I decided I'm going to do something crazy. First, we'll talk about all the dodgeball in a little bit. But I'll tell you this much. I'm back on it, baby. It's time. It's been a long time. I watched Rome. I watched all these other fucking shows for a while. But we're back. I've finally done it. I finally did the damn thing. I'm on One Pace. I swapped it over to One Pace and we're back on the Mugiwara adventures. That's right. And it's so much better. It's crazy to me that like for so long I just did this to myself where I was like, I'm not gonna watch One Piece. I'm not, because I want to make sure that I can like, I want to be able to watch it on the TV. And then I found a website that streams One Piece, as a matter of fact, so I could finally watch these goddamn episodes in a way that it's supposed to be watched. Okay, One Piece is a beautiful journey. It should not be a torturous experience. But it was a torturous experience. Even Dressrosa, where I was actually very excited about the Coliseum stuff, because I do fuck with the gladiator stuff heavy. Even that was legitimately hard to keep up with because, god damn it, dude, Toei, they fucking really just ham it up, ladies and gentlemen. It's crazy. But it's subs, for those of you who are wondering, and I have some opinions on the sub versus dub debacle as well, and I'll give it to you. Controversial shit to say. I think Frankie is better in the dub. Frankie's dub is superior. However, Doflamingo's sub, incredible. So much better. But the real controversial one is, I think Zoro's dub is also pretty good. Luffy's sub is better than the dub, for sure. I think Zoro's dub is pretty goddamn good. I'll tell you that. Doflamingo's dub is incredibly better. A lot of the laughs make more sense when it's Japanese. Laughter that would be normally incredibly annoying to me is not as annoying to me when it's actually sub mode. And that's it. You should refund the day before if you haven't played it. The studio shut down. Wait, really? I downloaded it. I didn't even get to play it. Okay. So yeah, let's blast off and I'll talk about dodging balls, baby. Let's do it. It's dodgeball time. Hope you guys like the new Fear and set. I see some of you appreciating it. We'll do a Twitch recap. I don't even know how to get to my Twitch recap. I don't think I got an email on my Twitch recap. You have to remember, I don't know how that shit works at all. I'm not a big Twitch watcher in general. Like, I've never gone to the Twitch homepage. I don't go to the Twitch homepage. I go to my dashboard. That's my most time spent. Okay. It should be in your Twitch notifications. I don't even know how to fucking get to my Twitch notifications. Anyway. Set looks like my high school bedroom. I like it. Good. Talking about my dodgeball losses. Twitch recaps. Gaza updates. Trump immunity. SCOTUS. Decision. Ivy League donors pulling out over Palestinian activism, Palestine activism, and more. All right. So first we're going to start out with dodgeball. Okay? First order of business. The set could be better if you replace the chair with another couch. I don't know how we're going to do that. We're working with like very limited room. By the way, you were right about Dan being surprisingly good at dodgeball for some reason. Yeah, I told you guys, Dan is like one of those like in shape ass dudes for his age. Like, I knew it. I knew he was going to be decent. He was great. There were times when he carried. He was a good tactician. He was a good strategist. The issue is we don't have like at a certain point, like a lot of people are like, oh, Willin, like someone in the chat said Willin Ludd smoked you. 100%. But there's only so much we can do. I've never played dodgeball in my entire life. I'm a massive target. At first, like the first game I was lasering, but at the end of the day, a lot of people don't realize if you're in a team where there's like a more balanced play where there's like multiple fucking people that can throw, for example. When there's multiple people that can throw and there's multiple people that can dodge, like if it's a more balanced team, then you don't have you can preserve your strength more. You know what I mean? And like obviously the teams are supposed to be like fun and balanced. Why'd you gotta hit Dan for his age? Because he's like 50 plus. Are you kidding me? Dan said he had walked or jogged 5 miles before that. I mean, look. Were the balls spongy or rubber? No, unfortunately they were rubber. Nice victim mentality for playing dodgeball. Guys, it's a fun game. Like, I don't know why. It's not that serious. I think you're the one who's taking it super seriously. I'm going to give you analysis on it in a joking fashion, but also like, yeah, we got our shit pushed in. I mean, there's not much we can do about it. The thing is, like, Will's team had a lot of fucking carries. Like, Mo was really good. The other random dude, like the other kick streamers were good. Sapnap was incredible. You know what I mean? Caroline played phenomenal. Like, there are a shit ton. See, like, people go, Will is the whole team. No, that's because you love Will, okay? That's insane to say when you got fucking Sapnap throwing slammers. Like, Will played phenomenally well. Of course he did. He's very good. He's a very athletic guy. Okay? But, like, if you're making an honest assessment, these teams had, like, a lot of really good players. Ludd played really well, but then so did Michael Reeves. So did Saikuno, as a matter of fact, which was surprising for me. The thing is, you're not going to be able to balance out the weight. If they're like the teams that have more players that can actually like throw well are going to be able to preserve their arms better. Over the course of like a 10 to 15 minute period, they're going to be able to keep doing it without getting gassed as much. Ray played well as well. Team YouTube did great. Lily had like a bunch of phenomenal catches, which was cool. The reason why Dan and I have this photo is because we very early on realized like we're not the best, right? Neither of us has like a solid throw. It's just we would do the best we can to just like go after people and like throw 2 balls at the same time or 3 balls at the same time. I've never heard dodgeball analyzed so deeply. You and a Twitch team would slay at a basketball creator tournament? I mean, it depends. If I'm being honest, like for example, when we were playing against YouTube, we lost to YouTube because of that Michael Reeves catch. We were winning, and then Michael Reeves had that phenomenal catch out of nowhere, and it was over. That Michael Reeves catch was so out of control. It absolutely destroyed. Did you give up balling up rage? No, absolutely not. I'm still down. I think a lot of people forget, and this is something that I've mentioned quite a bit. I'm not like a profoundly athletic person. I'm strong, and I'm good at certain things. But the things I'm good at because I've trained a lot. I've never had anything like I've never had a natural talent for anything in my entire life. So yeah, for my size, I can move a lot better than you would think because I'm, many people forget, like I'm fucking 245 pounds. But the place where I'm the most nimble is basketball. Statue. Michael Reeves didn't even realize he caught it.
nothing.
Emily's just standing there like a statue.
I can't believe he caught that. Like that's when it ended. That's like when the game changed dramatically. Cause like, look, it's 3-2. We have 4 players. They have 3. They have Michael Reeves and Ludd. Or no, not even Ludd. Ludd actually runs in immediately. They have 2 players. It's 4-2. It's 4-2. 4 against 2. It's Team Twitch has 3 wins. Team YouTube has 2 wins. Miskif fucking lasers Michael. Or Michael tosses one. It's a miss. Dan hits Michael. Miskif lasers Michael. Michael catches it. Ludwig immediately runs it into chaos while we're literally all going, holy shit. Dan hits Ludd. Michael hits Emily. I hit Michael again. He blocks. He hits me, and I don't know if he actually hit me there. Like I think I dodged it, but it doesn't matter. But that's when it was 4-2, and then there's Sage res their top frag and they sweep. No, I'm saying like that was when we lost. We were doing pretty well other than that. Miz talked about this. Said he caught it on accident. Yeah, Michael Reeves literally didn't know he caught it. He thought he was out. You could see it in his face. He said it. I talked to him afterwards. Like he literally did not realize he even caught it. Look. Look, he goes, oh, and then he's like, oh my God, I caught it. But yeah, I mean, it's for fun. It's supposed to be balanced. It's supposed to be for fun. And obviously the team that had like the most balanced team where like every player could contribute evenly, which plays a big role. One, like if you had, did you know that Will was the banned streamer beforehand? Brother, I drove in with Will. What do you think? I was faking it when I was doing commentary. Like what? I don't know if you know this, but you know, I am an entertainer. I might not be super entertaining at all the time, but you know, my goal is to be an entertainer. And part of that is misdirection. Yes, there was a lot of fun. I don't even know where this is from. Do you guys have the video? What the fuck was I doing on this? This is such a funny fucking moment. But yeah. You actually did kill it while doing commentary though? Yeah, well. I wonder how many limbs I had. I want to know. Cause me and Dan were fucking synced up. We were cooking him up a little bit. I had one double, which was good. But none of those are fucking cool enough. None of those are my limbs were always like catching someone off guard or having them fail to catch. Except for the one double limb in the beginning. And it's like it sucks. There's none of them are like good enough to post. You know what I mean? There was no like incredible moment like that. But yeah. Caroline was fucking awesome. Caroline was incredible at dodging. Like it was shocking. Why am I proud of this? Yeah, this wasn't even like a cool moment. This was me just mauling because I got fucking nailed in the leg. Another problem is that the commentators were shitting on you every time. So the consensus to everyone watching is that you're bad. Oh, they were? Yeah, I forget how much like commentary adds to that. I mean, yeah, I'm always going to be the fucking butt of the joke. Slime and Nick was hammering on you? My favorite two dodges were you and Caroline during the anthem. Yeah, they were making fun of everybody. I don't think they were just making fun of me. But yeah, you and Caroline during the national anthem. What? Oh, there, oh, saved us that star-spangled banner yet wave. For the you just had the most catchable balls, but it makes sense because throwing feels weird if you don't grow up doing it at all. They said you threw like a girl. Oh, that's what they were saying. Because I saw some comments like that. The first game, I threw some fucking heaters, but I was out after that. I don't have good throwing technique. Like, if you haven't played dodgeball, you did a pretty good job for your first time. That was the first time ever playing dodgeball. Height is definitely a unfortunate problem here too. I was thinking it would help if you stood sideways to make yourself a smaller target. Would you ever play it again? Sure. I enjoy doing physical stuff. I mean, I do get upset. We just have to do. We just have to play fucking basketball. That's what we need to do. Song is rolled by a dodgeball. Stop lying. Wait, what?
Fiona, I disagree with that. Fiona, you stay in. Yeah, why not?
What is this? Oh, this is from the.
Fiona, I disagree with that.
God, this is like, dude, I was so big back then. This is like the first time we did like physical shit after being indoors for years, dude. This was a crazy time. Look at this. June 27, 2021.
Fiona,
that was the first time I ever played dodgeball.
Stay in. Yeah, why not? Oh, wow. Oh, and Hasan goes down. A painful, powerful shot to the shoulder. He's back in the safety of the shade.
Can't believe y'all had a cage match in the middle of the tournament. You kids play dodgeball in Turkey? No. I was so out of breath back then. That was crazy. Okay, first of all, remember, every one of your favorite streamers is fucking dead now, okay, after yesterday. I woke up this morning at 7 a.m., and I went and I worked out, okay? Just like I worked out the day before, and I worked out the day before, okay? Squatted, did some fucking back workout. I actually kind of tweaked my left rotator cuff again, but not from dodgeball, but from before. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. It's a little bit of pain, but overall, you know, I'm fucking grinding. I'm grinding out here. David Goggins asked, well, yeah, someone's got to carry the boats. You know, who's going to carry the boats?
Stance takes an arrow to the knee.
Oh, God, you're old.
Jesus Christ.
Millennial, put him on Facebook. Yeah, that is horrible. Holy shit.
I'm trying my best, guys.
Yeah, that was tough.
When you throw the dodgeball, you should go grip on the ball like a loose hand job to get the fast throw. Not as accurate, but as speed.
That's really messed up.
Can I have a cheeseburger as next for Hasan?
Oh, Austin. Is that a dodge? Notice, I just kind of dropped it in there. You didn't have to sit on it.
Total assholes here.
You didn't have to sit on it.
We just turned on Hasan.
Oh, feeling like a bit of a Trololo performance for Team Chess Boxing. Okay. Wait, they hit stand.
Miskip was really good. Unsurprisingly, he's a typical fucking wrestler. He did his best, but there's not much. He did his best, but there's literally not. There's only so much you can do. When he was like the hard carry in that situation, and they targeted him aggressively from the jump. And when they targeted him so aggressively from the fucking jump, it's impossible to dodge as many. It's impossible to dodge so much. You know what I mean? You can only dodge so much. Like, Fear said, looking like the Nathan Fielder man zone, by the way. Okay, guys, I know you guys all had a day off from streaming, so you had all your fucking memes ready. But goddamn, stop sending me the same shit over and over again. But yeah. Probably the best picture of the event. No, not this one. The one where she's on her knees on the ground with her hands up like that is the best one. The SNL's getting canceled for making fun of the campus anti-Semitism brouhaha. No, but I do love the word brouhaha. It should be used more, I think. But yeah, Will played phenomenal. I can't believe Lud stole Will from me. That was really fucked up. Caroline played phenomenal. Everybody played really well. Stop sending me the Hamas joke, please. This was a really good meme as well. Look at this one. This one's funny. Team Twitch almost had it. I love my favorite Twitch guy mentality is like, yeah, everyone played really well. Everyone did a really good job. We had a great time. And someone has to go like, you suck though. Dude, you sucked. Yeah, dude, I didn't play well, okay? I was not good. NMP Law, I played great too. I'm coming to the next OTK game day. I also have never played football though, so I'll definitely get my ass handed to me on that front too. He's mad he wasn't invited. That's a good meme. Anyway. You're built for football? I mean, not fucking flag football. Flag football doesn't require you to, like, actually physically hit someone or take hits. So, no. And neither does dodgeball. I'm not built for any of these fucking sports, okay? Hasan can't move at all is not this is not correct. I will take offense to this. You're not... God, I hate fucking couch potatoes on stupid-ass fucking Twitch being like, Hasan can't move at all. Bitch, for 245 fucking pounds, I move way better than you would expect, okay? Bro, I played baseball high level. Your only issue is that you didn't grow up playing it. You look normal for not throwing since you were a kid. Yeah, I've never played baseball. I've never played dodgeball. I don't know how to throw fucking... Like, the only way I know how to throw a ball is shooting it. I've only played basketball. Anyway, which we will eventually do as well. You had serious potential for some heater throws. You just need to work on technique. Your group was so aggressive that a lot of them sank way early. You got to work on finesse, bro. Dude, That is one thing I will say. The only thing that I was the only pain I was feeling afterwards, I mean, beyond like being hit like a fucking Mack truck after, like, I got out of the Uber and I straight up was like, oh my fucking God. I thought I was perfectly fine, right? 5 hours playing dodgeball for like 3 hours uninterrupted. I thought everything is fine. I'm like, you know, I'm built for this. I play basketball for hours and hours and hours. You know, I work out a lot. And then I fucking sat down. I sat down and I could not get up. I was like, oh my God, I'm so tired. It hit me like a fucking Mack truck. But outside of that, the only thing I felt pain in still is like my forearm. Because I think I was just like gripping. Here's your best moment from yesterday.
Oh, that was good.
Okay. Did that feel...
There was hatred in that.
Yeah,
there
right?
was hatred.
He was mad at the ref on that one.
Miskip said, let me do it again. So what can you fall? Oh, that was good.
Okay.
That's it? Me looking thick? Were you happy with how Chad Vice went? I feel like it was S tier content. No, absolutely. It was awesome. But yeah, I'm happy about it overall. I'm happy about the dodgeball tournament overall. I think it was fun. I need to do more collaborations with people. Getting hit by a dodgeball feels like you're getting spanked very hard. No, not at all. These dodgeballs are not normal dodgeballs. They're smaller, and they like they're not rubber. They're made out of like sponge. I should have practiced. I should have practiced at least throwing. I think that was a big mistake for me. That way I could have had some better hits. Can we get another Chav Vice sooner from a year from now? I'm one of the 3 people who weren't able to ask their question. Yeah. Ludwig and I are actually working on... Oh, this is the best picture from the event, I think. Ludwig and I are working on something as far as basketball goes. Everybody chill out. Yeah, I'm going to watch the Nakey Jakey on Starfield. Bethesda's game design was outdated a decade ago. Phenomenal fucking video. But before we do that, Tamaces, do you have a playlist for us or what? Oh, also, here's the new Fear Ansett. Little sneak preview. Yeah, it was funny as fuck when Yasuo hit you a second time on the ground. The chat was memeing how it was required by his kick contract. Yeah, you got 3 elims in the first round, which was your team's average. You literally did the average. Hustle. Your fitness and basketball skills made a lot of difference. It was only the ab breaks that hit you the hardest. Oh my God. Fucking, I can't even dodge a ball and I can't even dodge a fucking ad break debate over here. What is happening? Are you happy with the new set? I think it looks much better. The new set, I think, looks much better on camera than I thought it would. So I'm kind of happy with it. At first, I wasn't. At first, I was not. I was like, oh, man, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I feel about the set. But honestly, it's pretty good. It's much better when you are subscribed at the top of the hour, for the record. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. It's great, but the lighting being top down could use work. Yeah. Some of y'all are fucking haters, man. Can my stands be fucking lovers again? What's happening? Every other goddamn streamer has like actual stands that hype them up. Okay? Every single one of my friends has communities that fucking hype them up. I'm the one guy who already has enough haters, dumbasses. Be fucking nice. Oh my God, immediately, oh, this is like trash days at home. I got it, man. Set kind of mid hustle. Thanks, dude. Never try. Never try. I'm fucking done. I'm done. I'm never trying ever again. Get what you put out. Dev behind controversial shooter the day before shuts down after a massive Steam launch. That's insane. We couldn't hear any audio from the videos on the latest episode, by the way. Wait, really? I wasn't even the one who fucking advocated to change the set. So, you know, maybe if I say that, people will be more understanding and will defend it if they know that it's like Will, Austin, and Cutie that wanted a new set, okay, and March. So you're not even shitting on me, you're shitting on them. So maybe you'll fucking say it was a great idea now, but dude, the set is awesome. I think it looks good. I think it looks good. It looks a lot better on camera than I thought it was. But yeah, I think it looks pretty good. Kaya was classic Kaya, trying to fucking be a part of it, trying to be a part of the content as always. You know, playing a very active role in the content creation process. But I'm happy with it. Maybe since it has the same vibe as Trash Days, Connor will come on over. It does have the same vibes as Trash Days. I didn't really realize that like the purple looks very similar to the Trash Taste set for sure. But I think this is nice. This is like this is a professional fucking set. That's what you guys wanted. That's what you got. You guys wanted a professional set. You got a professional set. You're still fucking complaining. How is everyone going to eat during the podcast now? We might not be able to. We'll see. The chairs definitely are not very comfortable. The couch is not even comfortable. How come you only have the comfy seat out of your co-host? Is not comfy. We will only have a situation where we have 5 people. We won't have like more than 5. I wish I could send y'all some set pieces. I'm an old, so I have some really awesome posters on from peak 90s. I was a nerdy ass goth kid, so I have a ton of amazing stuff I'd love to donate. Oh, you have my Twitch annual recap? Okay, I'll look at it. It's Kitschy. Thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Oh, they made a new Israel-Palestine middle ground video? Oh, my fucking Lord. This is going to kill me. It's going to shock me to my core. I will complain about this motherfucker. All right, we'll do the Twitch recap later. I think we should start with the playlist. We have a lot going on that we need to get to. It's Monday News Day. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do. All right? Yeah, this is good meme from Instagram. All right. This is huge. CNN reporter reacts to Jack Smith's Supreme Court request. Jack Smith, special prosecutor, has demanded that the Supreme Court respond to whether or not Trump has any immunity from criminal prosecution for the alleged crimes he committed while in office. This is the first time that the High Court will weigh in on the historic prosecution of the former president. Let's take a look.
Special counsel Jack Smith is asking the Supreme Court to decide whether Donald Trump has immunity from criminal prosecution for alleged crimes he committed while in office. CNN's Paula Reed and Joan Bistupic join me now. Paula.
Why the fuck would he have immunity at all? He's the president. And while we like to claim that we have a democratic process where every man is equal, that's not the case in the way that things are supposed to work. Especially, you know, like the president is kind of like a god, you know? It's just, you have to kind of be like a god. Or at least that's the mentality. And that's what we're looking at right now. Is he above the law? Yeah. No, is Animal Farm, some are created more equal than others? Yeah, all men are equal, except some are more equal than others, you know?
Explain what Jack Smith asked of the Supreme Court exactly.
This is huge. This is the first time the special counsel is going right to the Supreme Court, and he is asking them to decide the question of whether former President Trump is immune from criminal prosecution. Now, this is a question that Trump has been litigating. He lost at the district court level.
I do love this argument because it's basically like, oh, can the president come fuck my virgin wife on the day of our marriage? Can he do that? Is he allowed to do that? Will the president come fuck my virgin wife in the village on the day of my marriage with her? Maybe. I mean, he's got the right. It's his right. If he wants to do it, he can. You know, we haven't really advanced all that much. We think because we have like iPhones and you know, all of these like amenities and technology and shit that we're like above the idiotic former ways in which we operate. This is awesome. Historia Civilis did a Can Monarchs Commit Crimes 1648 to 1649 video. I thought Nixon kind of changed this. Not really. Did he go to jail? What did he change? Think about it. Yeah, exactly, dude. He was pardoned. That's what I mean. What do you think? It's a continuation of the same process.
He said he intended to appeal, but usually an appeal would at least first go to the Court of Appeals, and then, depending on what happens there, possibly go to the Supreme Court. But the special counsel here is saying, no, just you guys take this up now. Because, yes, this is an interesting constitutional question, but the special counsel is mindful of the calendar. This is all about timing. So here the special counsel is saying, look, we need you to decide this now.
Is this not giving carte blanche? US v. Nixon kind of said the president is not above the law. It would be a dangerous precedent for SCOTUS to basically overrule this. Yeah, like a super precedent, you know. I mean, good thing our Supreme Court of the United States currently has no super precedents that they that have overwhelming favor in the public for decades. Good thing that they've never actually turned around and you know, overruled stuff like that from an incredibly biased perspective. Miss Talk shit talked to you right after the tournament. Misgive Hate Watcher won. Most normal dude. At least he fucking identified himself as like a normal guy. Hello, I'm Misgive Hate Watcher 1. Well, time to move on to my other account, Misgive Hate Watcher 2. We already have rules about prosecuting presidents in office, so the answer is no, he has no immunity. My friend, I don't know how to describe this to you, but like all of this stuff is fake. I don't know how else to talk about it. Like, constitutional law, for the most part, is an entire fucking field that is dedicated to like normalizing reactionary, psychopathic ideas under the auspices of like some kind of intelligent analysis, some kind of critical thinking. The entire purpose of like of strict textualists and their like legal constitutional analysis is a way for those guys to be able to just like drink cocktails with the liberal intelligentsia and act like they simply have an intellectual disagreement, and not one that is just a reactionary, incredibly biased, conservative agenda that they're advancing. That's where this comes from. It's silly. It's made up. It's made up. Here, I'll use smaller words for you. Right-wing Supreme Court justices and their analysis of the Constitution is not a real interpretation, is not a real disagreement. It's simply them pointing to the, trying to find something in the text that goes, no, the founding fathers would agree with me. Okay? But it's not actually something that the founding fathers would agree with them on. It's just simply stating whatever the biased conservative argument they have, and then looking for a supposedly intellectual and operating in an intellectual framework, a framework that didn't necessarily exist all that long ago. Okay, it is, yeah, a good word would be a veneer, I guess, but that's a big word too. I like to say the intellectual patina, but it's not. They're just looking at it and going, I don't think women should have bodily autonomy. I can't just straight up say that, so I have to make it seem like that. You are correct. For example, the Rahimi case coming up in SCOTUS term asked the question of whether someone convicted of domestic violence can purchase a firearm. There's nothing in the nation's history or tradition that allows such a person to get a firearm, yet we know exactly how the case is going to go. Exactly. And there are so many circumstances where the heavily right-wing, supermajority right-wing Supreme Court has no real interpretation, no real strict originalist argument to make, or no strict like textualist argument to make. And we already know exactly which way they're going to decide. And we have to sit around and play this song and dance as though like, no, you don't understand. They're really brilliant. They've read a lot of books. They read a lot of books on the law, and they have this well-defined worldview, and that's why they are deciding in this way. You simply do not understand. Okay? You simply do not understand. These 9 appointed lifetime position Supreme Court justices are too brilliant, and you can't comprehend it. They're simply, you mean to tell me that they're simply operating on their own personal individual biases? Like, you're telling me that they're just literally going, I'm right wing, what's the right wing position on this? Boom, that's it. No way. No fucking way. No shot. Get out of here. Except that is precisely what's going on. Everything else is just bullshit. There are, of course, the supposed moderate conservative factions within the Supreme Court that, for example, care about the institution and maintaining the institution's sanctity, okay? And those guys are sometimes going to throw a bone in the other direction. Even Brett Kavanaugh from time to time might throw you a bone and have you shocked and go, oh, well, you see, these guys maybe aren't doing that. Maybe they are actually legitimately assessing all of these situations. This is bullshit. It's just another way to keep up that facade. That's it. Roe v. Wade should have made everybody understand the truth. Okay? It should have made every single person realize, like, oh, these guys are fucking clown asses. One of the most favored Supreme Court justices, like a legendary Supreme Court justice in contemporary American history, is Antonin Scalia. Should never allow an Italian on the Supreme Court or in a position of power, is what I say always. And Antonin Scalia of course, is not an exception to the rule. He's just a continuation of said rule. Antonin Scalia has had some of my favorite opinions. He has opined, like when he said torture is permissible, by citing the television show 24 as his reasoning as to why torture is actually permissible, because in the television show 24, the hero tortures a terrorist to figure out if a nuke is going to wipe out America or not. And that's why we should keep torturing terrorists. That's a real thing he wrote. Doesn't end there. Antonin Scalia was, of course, obviously anti-gay marriage and said incredibly reactionary things like the homosexual agenda. That was one of my first instances in college when I was learning constitutional law, when I found out that Antonin Scalia made the slippery slope argument against gay marriage, saying, well, what's to stop man from marrying dog? If man can marry man, then what if man marry dog? When he said that, I was like, oh, this is all bullshit. That was literally, I think I was like sophomore, maybe junior in college. I don't remember when I took the constitutional law class, but I was like, that's when it lasered me. Like in my brain, I still remember that moment. I had a dyslexic constitutional law professor who couldn't write, but whatever. He was fine. When I found that out, I was like, oh, this is bullshit. This is all bullshit. So Antonin Scalia is a well-respected legal scholar, right? In the eyes of the bold, brave, beautiful, smart, liberal thinkers. I mean, he's well-respected. Anyway. Famously took Clarence under his wing. They were besties. Didn't Scalia die on one of those hunting trips? Yes, he did. Same argument stands for abortion. The right-wing justices said that abortion is a fundamental right, was not deeply rooted in his nation's history and tradition. Meanwhile, there's literal evidence that Ben Franklin wrote about books. Yep, I've talked about all this. Benjamin Franklin wrote a math book, or like a all-intensive, like all-purpose book, in which he talked about at-home remedies for abortion, like how to fucking do an abortion at home. That's how fucking little they gave a shit, okay? How to do an abortion. That's how little abortion was like a thing. People were like, yeah, fuck yeah, of course you're going to have an abortion. What do you mean? So the idea that like these guys legitimately were following through on what our forefathers or founding fathers actually wanted to do is really stupid, because not to pull an Austin show, but the Constitution is a living, breathing fucking document. If that wasn't the case, then there would be no amendments to the Constitution or no way to amend the Constitution. It's so stupid. The very reason why the Supreme Court exists defeats, in the most reductive terms, the arguments that these fucking right-wingers make about it. There would be no reason to, there would be nothing. There would be no reason for a Supreme Court to exist at all. Yeah, judicial review literally exists for this reason. But of course, the United States of America is ostensibly a secular nation, even though it's not really. And the one fundamental thing that you have to remind yourself all the time is that America's religion is capitalism. Okay? And yes, our Bible is the Constitution, 100%. The way we treat the Constitution is like akin to the fucking Bible. Law tip: mere factual innocence is no reason not to carry out a death sentence properly reached. Tony Scalia. Also, he cited the Bible in a dissent once law. Yeah. I love that. I fucking love that because, like, it's just our Supreme Court justices love executing black and brown people with intellectual disabilities. Like, that's their favored pastime. They will never stop that. That's part of the job. They're like literally, oh, I get to fucking fly around with a rich billionaire that I'm partnered up with by the Federalist Society. Sure, fine. How many black people do I get to kill? How many Down syndrome black people do I get to fucking execute? Like, straight up. So consistently. You think I'm crazy, you hit a but like it quite literally is a one of the most principled, consistent positions of the fucking Supreme Court of the United States. Is to always side with the state in its endless endeavor to engage in capital punishment on intellectually disabled black and brown people in prison. I'm so surprised that these things you say about conservatives don't get clipped out of context and people aren't trying to say you think those things. They do. Sometimes they do. All right, let's continue.
So that this case can go on as planned in March. In fact, they're also saying that, look, even if you don't want to take this question up, if you don't want to skip the Court of Appeals, can you at least tell the Court of Appeals to do this quickly? Because, Dana, if a question like this goes through the normal channels, it can take months, possibly well over a year to decide this, which could push that trial until after the election.
Joan, how likely is it, based on your experience in covering the court, that they will say yes to short-circuiting the process?
Well, what Jack Smith has done with his team is to point up a very important precedent, taking us all back to the summer of 1974 and the Watergate era and the tapes case. And what Jack Smith is saying here is that this court was able to handle that kind of urgent question back in 1974, heard arguments. I think they got the petition in the summer, June, July. They heard arguments roughly July 9th, if I'm remembering right, and they issued an opinion on July 24th. This was all in a matter of days, and we know what the consequence there was. The court said unanimously that Richard Nixon did not have absolute privilege to withhold those tapes. This kind of question is exactly of that magnitude now. And what they're saying is, today is what, the 11th? They're saying if get the response from the other side, from the Trump team by December 18th, and we will waive a longer response period ourselves to get this all on the calendar as soon as possible. And the justices actually could do it. They have space in their calendar to do this. It's not, we don't have the kind of term we had 2 years ago. They don't have yet a big abortion case pending. They could pick one up this Wednesday, actually, the abortion medication case. But what Jack Smith has tried to do here is say, whatever else you have, this is so important. It involves obviously things stemming from January 6th, the imminence of the trial coming, and the need for the Supreme Court to step in and resolve this immunity question is so important.
Yeah, what you just said is, well, all of what you both said is very important, but the precedent, the fact that Jack Smith is pointing to Watergate.
Yeah.
And not only is that critical for president, it also reminds all of us how, to use your word, huge this is and would be when it comes to the
HasanAbi says, here's how I see this going. SCOTUS distinguishes this from Nixon and holds that the president is immune from any federal prosecution for actions during their time in office. It's distinguished from Nixon because Nixon only applies to civil proceedings. Very worrying. But that doesn't... I mean, that means the president can do federal crimes while in office, which is insane. Which, I mean, I guess technically the president does do federal crimes while he's in office. Let's be fucking real. They already do that. But it's like wild to just be like, no, it's totally valid. You can do it, King. You have the go-ahead. I don't know.
The ability or inability to prosecute a former president and whether or not he would be immune.
What do you think, Elliot?
No, look, they can do it, and the Supreme Court can grant this. And as Paul had said, they have the clock on their minds here. And look, everybody knew that this was eventually going to make it to the Supreme Court in one way or another. Now, the normal course of action would be to go to the appeals court. That could take months and months, and they'd ultimately draft a decision there, and then which would be appealed to the Supreme Court. Parties are allowed to go straight to the Supreme Court. This is an important constitutional question. It's never been resolved, and that has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It is just a...
I mean, I feel like Jack Smith's a pretty smart guy and plays by the book. So I feel like if he didn't have at least some semblance of confidence that this would not, that like he probably looks at the Supreme Court, recognizes that it's a very political decision here. I assume he thinks that at a time when the Supreme Court is historically unpopular, more unpopular than ever, right? I think. Actually, I would have to look this up. I'm not entirely sure, but I think the Supreme Court is. I know the Supreme Court was very unpopular immediately after the Roe v. Wade decision, but I would suspect that, considering what the Supreme Court's decisions have looked like over the course of the past couple of months, where like every now and then they throw a bone in the other direction. They're certainly scared of the way they're being viewed, right? They already handed like somewhat of a dub to the Democratic Party by acting out the 35-year, 40-year agenda of the Federalist Society against the will of the majority, the overwhelming majority opinion that the last two Supreme Court justices that were appointed straight up, or the last three Supreme Court justices that were appointed straight up said they would never overturn because it's a super president. On the record, they said this. And then what did they do? They immediately overturned it. So that was a major blow to the confidence that people have within this institution, which they should. They should not be confident in this institution. I don't believe that this is a real institution that cares about the humanity of people or not Ketanji Brown Jackson. I'm talking about the three Trump appointees. They did not give Republicans a dub. Politically speaking, that decision was deeply unpopular. That position was that decision was so unimaginably unpopular that it led Joe Biden in a relatively hollow defeat in the midterms when it was supposed to be a devastating red tide. It's also changed the dynamic of the American voting demographics. Joe Brandon is killing it with white voters now. Just eviscerating the remaining college-educated Republican voting bloc. Just completely fucking destroying it for the Republican Party. Now, of course, Joe Biden is also very old and deeply unpopular due to how old he is. Let's be real. It's mostly because of how old he is. Okay? However, like I said, views of the Supreme Court, according to this Gallup poll from September 29th, is near record lows. 41% approve the Supreme Court jobs performance, close to 40% record low. 49 have trust and confidence in the Supreme Court, near 47 historical low. 39% say the High Court is too conservative. 42% say it's about right, and 17% say it's too liberal. I hate this country. The fact that it still says 42% still say it's about right is mind-numbing to me. God, America is such a conservative, reactionary shithole. Holy fuck. It really makes you think when you look at, like, Israel and their public polling, and, like, you think to yourself, how could they be so right-wing? And then you realize, oh, shit, we are just like Israel for real. Israel is just like us, as a matter of fact. When you have a nation state that does not address its former scars, and you increasingly go right wing, you know, it's gonna continue being that way. We're going to get more and more right-wing. The public's opinion is going to be more and more right-wing. HasanAbi says, I think Jack Smith is backed into a corner. Trump will raise this regardless, and it would go through all the appeals process and would gradually get to SCOTUS. That would push the trial away past January 2025 for sure. I think this is the only way Jack Smith makes sure that these trials possibly end before the election. Trump knows the only way he gets out of this is if he pardons himself. This just speeds up the process. I mean, this would be a ginormous dub handed off to the Trump presidential campaign. Not letting this play out in the courts when there's a mountain of evidence as to the shit that Donald Trump did, by simply just going, yeah, no, he has immunity in this time frame, so he can do whatever fucking federal crimes he wants to, when there is so much evidence. Like an unimaginable amount of evidence. When all of that is said and done, and the Supreme Court, which is incredibly biased in favor of Donald Trump, goes, yeah, no, he is the God King, actually. When you're the president, they let you do it. It's just crazy. I think the Supreme Court kicks this can so that this does play out in the courts.
Complex question. It has to go to the Supreme Court. Who knows what they're going to do with it? They may, as Paul said, they may kick it back down to the appeals court and either say expedite it, or simply just answer first this question of immunity. There's other claims that Trump's team is raising, but the immunity one, is he immune from prosecution, is really the big one that has to be resolved pretty soon.
The reality is these are majority conservative justices, several appointed by Trump. I mean, the reality is they could say, yeah, he has immunity. You can't move forward with his case.
They could, but even before you get there, the very question of whether the Supreme Court takes this kind of case on is itself an open question. The court has been, since 2019, far more frequently granting these emergency requests to go straight to them. Now, that may be a function of the justices who are on the court, or something's changed in their heads. We don't know because we're never in that room. But they've been doing it more frequently. They might do it now, and we just have to wait and see pretty quickly how they're going to resolve it.
Yeah, and just reading through the filing that just came in this afternoon, the special counsel is arguing nothing could be more vital to our democracy than that a president who abuses the electoral system to remain in office is held accountable for criminal conduct. I know that
I like to place this under, like, this is even too offensive for liberals category, right? Like, because liberals put up with a lot of shit. They put up with a lot of shit. They don't really care if the country is, like, more reactionary. Ultimately, they care about it because they make the mental calculus that, like, will we have another Democratic reign in which, you know, we get to hurt the Republicans a little bit. We don't really care. They're very cynical about a lot of things. But this is, in many instances, a bridge too far until the media, of course, until the decisions come, and then the media has to play the role of normalizing this decision because that's their job. That's their role. Their role is to look at all of the fucking psychotic shit that you experience, try to push against it, and then once the decision, when it's all said and done, and the decision takes place, then they normalize it by being like, well, you know, maybe it's just fine. They have to spin it. But until that moment comes, they are going to say that this is completely offensive and unacceptable because it destroys the norms that you are supposedly defending. Ban me from this moron's chat. No, you're going to stay.
This is just coming out, Kristen, but are you hearing anything from the Trump camp?
They haven't responded yet, but I do think that we should pay attention to, as Elliot said, looking at the timeline. And that's really what it is about for the Trump people as well. When I talk to them about when this trial is going to happen, they do believe that the March trial is going to happen before the election, that of course being the special counsel's investigation into his overturning or attempting to overturn the 2020 election. But they do still think there is some wiggle room because of the fact that this was going to the appeals court, because of the fact that they believe that they can delay it. I mean, they are going to try and do every single thing they possibly can to push this past the election because they think that Donald Trump can win the election and he's not sitting in trial every single day.
Yeah, I wonder why they think that. Oh, man.
So that is very interesting in this to me, the fact that they have clearly kind of called them on their game and said, okay, you're waiting here, you push this to the appeals court, now we're just going to get it over with. So that takes one element out. One of the things that actually Trump and his team were relying on, having this be a lengthy process.
And there's a little bit of gamesmanship there because the Trump team could have appealed to a three-judge panel of the Court of Appeals. If they didn't get a decision they liked there, they could have then appealed it to the full Court of Appeals. And then if they didn't like the decision there, they could have then taken it to the Supreme Court. Even under the best of circumstances for the Trump team, that could have taken months. And I think, like you said, it's calling the bluff. Yeah. Now, again, the Supreme Court doesn't have to agree to it, as we know, but this was a very aggressive step by the prosecutors to move this case along.
It's huge because really the Trump legal strategy boils down to delay, delay, delay. And there was a hope that this constitutional question, which has never been decided before, would take a little while to get through the appellate process, possibly even go en banc, then go to the Supreme Court. And they hope that it could at least delay this trial, which has a ripple effect on other criminal trials, until after the election. So it's clear the special counsel is like, nope, we're going to try this option. This is aggressive. This is the first time they've gone to the Supreme Court. Now the question is whether the Supreme Court wants to do this, if they want to completely reject the request or meet them halfway and maybe just say to the appellate court, look, we all know time is of the essence here. There is a public interest. Let's move it along. Let's not sit on this one for a year.
How long? So just timeline-wise, when can we expect to hear from the Supreme Court?
I mean, it's the Supreme Court. They kind of do what they do when they want to do it. So I would expect that they.
It's really cool that they also. It's really cool that they also literally are just like very openly corrupt, and they just put out like a press briefer talking about their ethics and their code of conduct. And it was just basically like nothing is changing. We are going to get wined and dined by whatever billionaire we want to. Suck my dick. And that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Will, no, my body does not feel like a bag of broken glass. I would say that, I mean, I do have some issues for sure, but I still worked out this morning. You know, I sucked it up and I took some Advil and I worked through it. But going back to the issue at hand, it's cool. It's cool that they're not even trying to make it seem like they're impartial or not compromised. They're very compromised and they're very open about it, and it doesn't really matter as long as you have enough money.
They too are probably mindful of the timeline here, so I would expect we'll hear from this soon, but they don't have a deadline.
Yeah. And it's just a reminder, right, of the collision between these legal cases and the fact that Trump is running for president, and we're in the lead up to the Iowa caucuses, right? And just today, he was going to testify and then pulled out last minute in New York.
Pulls out last minute, doesn't show up. You know, looks like, okay, this case is wrapping up, but that doesn't mean his legal problems are wrapping up. They're really just ramping up, and that's happening at the same time that his campaign is ramping up. When you look at the schedule for January with both the Iowa caucuses as well as New Hampshire primary, and he's going to be on the road a lot.
They keep showing this over and over again, which is like, hey guys, by the way, once January starts, you know, you got the debate, the CNN debate, the Iowa debate on CNN. And then the Iowa caucuses start on the 15th of January. By the way, 2024, it's Jover. I mean, we're going right dick first into this shit, okay? And then you have the New Hampshire debate on the 18th where Chris Christie's going to make big moves, big money moves, okay? We're pulling for him. We're pulling for Chris. And then the CNN New Hampshire debate is on the 21st of January, and then the New Hampshire GOP primary is on the 23rd. Yeah, is beginning. The end. The beginning of the end.
Lot more. He has to be in many of these states. We know that he is looking at New Hampshire. He sees the field there. They are not feeling as confident as they feel in Iowa. So he has to be traveling. Well, when they're trying to plan, it's actually been very difficult, according to the people around him, because they can't plan that far ahead. Even if they think that they know the dates of the hearing in March that's going to be here in D.C., they don't think they're set in stone because of these various legal maneuverings that his lawyers are doing to try and get those dates delayed.
And, you know, I think a lot of folks don't realize that these are two completely different government systems that exist independently of each other. And yes, we have these elections every 4 years, but it's not, many judges regard it as not their responsibility to time their proceedings to accommodate other things in government like elections and so on. And they take a long time to get to trial sometimes.
And we've seen that argument. We've seen that argument that judges shouldn't have to worry about the election, but that's exactly what Donald Trump wants to do. He wants to tie the politics to the legal to say, look, they're taking this up because they want to rule against me, and he's going to use that politically.
And you guys just had that graphic up with just the month of January and how busy it is with different campaign events. The idea of adding potentially oral arguments at the Supreme Court, even in the middle of January, on this central issue that would really decide whether he goes to trial before or after the election. Again, a massive development.
It absolutely is. Thank you for helping us better understand what this means. Thank you. Paula Reed, Kristen Holmes, Elliot Williams.
At the latest now on Donald Trump on the campaign trail over the weekend, defending comments he made about wanting to be a dictator on his first day in office, if he's reelected. Chief Washington correspondent John Carl tracking the campaign. Good morning, John.
Good morning, George. Now, some of his supporters say he is just joking, but Donald Trump is outright embracing the warnings that a second Trump presidential term could turn America into a dictatorship, and he's using those warnings to rally his supporters as he calls for retribution against his enemies. Over the weekend, Donald Trump once again said he wants to be a dictator, but only on his first day in office.
You know why I wanted to be a dictator? Because I want a wall, right? I want a wall.
That's it, dude. I mean, why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he say it?
And I want to drill, drill, drill.
He's like, come on, I want to do all the good things. That's why, let me be it.
Some of Trump's Republican supporters have dismissed the comments as a joke, but Trump went on to promise to use the power of the presidency to go after his political opponents, including threatening prosecution, saying it is justified because he now faces multiple indictments.
They've opened up a Pandora's box, and I only can say to Joe is, be very careful what you wish for.
As Trump allies outline specific plans for retribution in a second Trump term, one Trump ally recently saying journalists will be targeted too, the Trump campaign has pushed back, saying no proposal should be considered official unless it comes directly from Trump or his campaign. As Trump builds his campaign around calls for retribution and revenge, former Republican Congresswoman...
I do think that is... I guess it's one angle that he could take. When you think about it, like, he no longer has the outsider layup, right? In the past, he could have just claimed that he's an outsider, right? Like in 2016, he was the guy who was uncorrupted by politics. Okay? And that was pretty good. He went up against Hillary Clinton, who was the most corrupt figurehead, right? Of like American elitism and institutional rot. Donald Trump, on the other hand, can't do that this time around because he was the president. He was the president for 4 years. And we all know what that looked like, so much so that the American population decided, oh, yeah, we don't want that. We actually don't want that. We want something else. We will vote for a carcass. We will put a carcass, a hollowed out shell of a man by the name of Joe Brandon in the interest of stability. That's what they said. Now, obviously, there were some factors that, for some reason, everybody always fucking acts like was not a big deal. This is my designated HasanAbi Piker analysis that I brought up at that time, and I've talked about it over and over again. And I've seen some people say that this was not that significant. This was not a big mover or a shaker, but I've talked about how Donald Trump got COVID right before the election. Something that we've memory hold for some weird reason. Okay? That was a major reminder for every single person that, like, COVID can fucking kill you. COVID can actually ruin you. And that, you know, Donald Trump is not taking the necessary precautions for the American public. That swayed a lot of voters last second, in my opinion. It definitely gave a major layup to Brandon. It was a big Hail Mary. Why am I bringing that Hail Mary up? Because the election wasn't that far. Like, Brandon won in the margins. So any amount of, like, massaging the numbers in either direction was going to contribute dramatically. Remember the other day you said everyone has a delusion? This is yours. See, look. I think that played a big role in reassessing how big of a deal COVID was at a time when people were not really thinking about COVID that much. Or they were thinking about it, they were living through it, but it really just, like, made the media cycle hyper-focus on it. Why are you calling him Brandon? Is that funny? Yes, it is. So, for me, I think that played a role, and the only reason why I'm mentioning that is because in the absence of that Hail Mary, who knows? Who knows how the election would have looked? Obviously, it was still slated in Joe Biden's favor, but it could have been even closer than that. Okay? I'm not saying that's the single most important thing that happened. I'm simply stating that the election could have even been closer. And it's supposed to be a blowout, right? You have the stability candidate. He's supposed to blow Donald Trump's back out. Now, we've moved far beyond COVID at this point. In the minds of the American consciousness, we've moved beyond COVID. Like, for the average American, COVID doesn't matter. COVID is still around, but people don't care about it, right? They don't think about it. The media doesn't even cover it at all. And even if they do, more and more of the normal crowd has a negative reaction to that sort of coverage at all. People don't want to think about COVID. This is something that I have actually factored into my analysis when talking about Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis' bona fides are that he was like a anti-COVID governor, kept Florida open, kept commerce flowing. That was a big deal. But that is all he had. Beyond that, he's just Trump. He's proto-Trump with not enough riz. So when he tries to remind people of COVID, everybody goes, ooh, boo, shut up, don't talk about that. We don't want to even think about that. Sure, we get it. You fucking kept it open. You kept Florida open. That's fine. Shut the fuck up now. I don't even want to think about that. Which is why you see him mention that less and less. Because the only association that people have with COVID, no matter how well they made off, for example, is negative feelings. They remember it with, not such fond opinions. So anyone that reminds them of that, whether it be to say, look at how how great my COVID policy was, or look at how shitty my COVID policy was, people just remember, oh, COVID was shitty. So that's something important to make note of here. So now that you have no COVID equation, and Trump has the almost Joe Biden style approach to the issue of the economy, where he can just say, remember when you had real negative wages for like a year and a half? And he's not going to use those terms, but he'll just say, remember, look at how bad things are. Look at how bad the economy is. He can just keep hammering that over and over again in the same way that Joe Biden could do that with Trump's COVID economy. So, yeah, like he will say, don't you remember $2 gas, but Chuz don't remember COVID when he talks about that? Yeah, exactly. But even when he does that, he's never going to bring up COVID in general. He'll stray away from that. So ultimately, Joe Biden's chances were going to be bad regardless, at a time when the Democratic Party is actually following through on some of the more popular agenda items. Except, given how the economy takes a while to recover and an even longer time frame for people to recognize that recovery, it was always going to be difficult for a one-term president to take advantage of the agenda items that actually help the economy recover. Because right now, the reality is the economy is recovering. There's a lot of back and forth on Twitter on this. People go, oh, why are you talking about graphs and stats? Why are you talking about this and that? People are still suffering. It's like, yeah, people were suffering in 2019. People were suffering in 2016. People will always continue suffering. The economy wasn't great across the board for the majority of Americans. But if you're looking at the feelings that people have on the economy, that takes a while. It takes a while for people to look at and go, you know what? Actually, my situation is much better. So, overall, Trump has a lot of opportunity here to hammer Biden on Bidenomics. It sucks. Situation is dire. It's because the Democrats are corrupt and all they do is care about gay people or whatever. Okay? Biden, on the other hand, whose administration has done relatively decent things on the management of workers' rights and things of that nature, and even like a decent, even has done a decent social democratic adjacent domestic policy with bills that pump some money back into manufacturing, for example, like the IRA. Okay? In comparison to its contemporary counterparts, okay, is a very, very unpopular figure. Okay? Yeah, union busting, really great workers' policies. Chatter. I don't know how many times I have to remind people of this. I don't know where a lot of this information is coming from, but Joe Biden's NLRB is better than every other prior Democratic president since, like, I would say, since the beginning of NLRB in general. It is ridiculous. Not even fucking Carter. No, Carter is the start of, like, the evisceration. Carter is the start of the neoliberal evisceration of, it's not the beginning of the labor protections, but the acceleration, I would say. You're setting the bar on the ground, under the ground. Yes, I am, because when I put my electoralist hat on, I look at the situation and assess it not on simply what I think should be done, because I talk about that almost all the time, every single fucking day, but I talk about it from the perspective of like what the Democratic Party's performance is in comparison to prior Democratic Party presidents in at least recent history. Okay? Big Diesel says it's the best NLRB in the history of its existence. Chatters have no clue because they have never probably ever worked in a union workspace. I've been a union steward for 10 years. Trust me, life was awful for workers under Trump. Exactly. So the real problem here is that it's obvious. It's obvious to me that right now, especially with like the gutting of civil liberties for Americans and how like the Republican Party has to take ownership over that, and with like decent workplace protections being offered, and with like with a shit ton of money flowing into American manufacturing, could be better, but you know, pretty good in comparison to prior governments. The American population is not necessarily upset with the Democratic Party. Okay? They're not. That's why a Democrat, a faceless Democrat, performs 18 points better than Joe Biden. The problem is Joe Biden and Joe Biden alone. The problem isn't even the fucking Democratic Party right now. Because people look at him and go, dude, you're dying on camera. And that's impossible. That is impossible to avoid. It's harder to avoid than the top of the hour ad break. The reality is, every time you see him, he looks like shit. Every time you see him, he looks old as fuck. Now, the problem is the generic Democrat doesn't exist. As soon as you pick an actual Democrat, those numbers go down. Yes, I agree with that. American people have historically loved progressive, social democratic ballot measures, more popular than literally fucking a Democratic Party candidate or a Republican Party candidate consistently, no matter what deep red state you go to, and they fucking despise the Democratic Party's leadership or the members that they are presented with. And, you know, they hate the Republican Party too, depending on which state you're going to. But overall, they love the policies. They hate the people associated with the policies. Okay? Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. That's a policy that you would hate. Unless you were a subscriber, in which case you won't hate it because you won't see the ads. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. It's going to take years for people to forget that shit that used to cost like $5 in 2019 cost like $8 or $9. Wages have not increased that much. No amount of grass will make people ignore that. I think it's out of touch to suggest that the economy is doing okay. No, the economy is objectively doing okay in comparison to how it was in 2019. That's the problem. In 2019, the economy wasn't doing okay either. Hello? If you're comparing it to 2019 versus now, it's doing the same. The issue, however, is that in 2019, it wasn't good either. That's why you're a fucking leftist. That's why you literally wanted Bernie Sanders to be president, right? Do you understand? That's the issue. People only have this like short-term, I think it's out of touch, absolutely. No, it's not. This is not an out-of-touch take. You guys are wrong. If you think that the economy is like doing worse overall than 2019, you're making a stupid argument. You're making the incorrect argument. The correct argument is to say the economy doing poorly is the standard. So going back to 2019 doesn't change that fucking reality. Do you get it? And the reason why you are still feeling like it's doing even worse than 2019 is because it takes a while for you to start recognizing that it's getting better. It takes a long time. Let's look at this Matt Brunick piece, because Matt Brunick is like the guy from the People's Policy Project. He's the guy. He's the leftist numbers guy, right? Let's read this article. He says, I've been closely monitoring the recent discourse on the goodness of the economy, 1, 2, and I think I've fully mapped it out and understand why it keeps breaking down. What is being presented as an argument about one question is actually about an argument about 3 different questions. The economy versus the economic system. Wait, that's the same article that he linked to. Okay. 1, is the economy good? 2, did Joe Biden do a good job with the economy given political constraints? And 3, why do people say the economy is bad when asked by survey takers? Okay? Each of these questions is interesting when analyzed separately, but when you mush them together without realizing you are doing that, you end up in a rhetorical quagmire that causes frustration and confusion. My interest in the debate, see, like, this is what I mean. Look, this is what I mean. You just said Biden added double the amount of jobs he was projected to add last month. Brother, what was unemployment at in 2016? The stock market doing well, or unemployment numbers looking the way they do, or our GDP does not reflect the opinions of the broadest majority of workers in the United States of America at all. That's the real economic issues that they are experiencing. Overall, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Shit's still fucked up. You got hella people doing Uber and like multiple jobs. It doesn't matter. Those numbers are to massage the narrative ultimately, but it completely loses sight of the way people feel about the situation, and a lot of like New York Times adjacent article heads fail to recognize that for some reason. And I think a lot of people, even in this community, are making the analysis from the opposite direction when they make the analysis from the opposite direction to the New York Times guys by looking at 2019 and looking at now and going, no, shit is actually fucking much, much worse. You are forgetting that as far as economic growth or your wages going up or unemployment numbers, like even when unemployment is down, it doesn't matter. Your shit still sucks. Right? Anyway, and that's because the system is broken fundamentally. I think a lot of people forget that reality for some reason. Here's a TikTok about the vibecession.
It's the vibecession.
Okay, let's get back to this. Each of these questions is interesting when analyzed separately, but when you mush them together without realizing you are doing that, you end up in a rhetorical quagmire that causes frustration and confusion. My interest in the debate is mostly on the question of number 1, i.e., whether the economy is good. When I was introduced to this discourse, this seemed to be what people were arguing about, with the consensus sentiment from liberal thought leaders being that the economy is not only good, but it's extremely good, and that any viewpoint to the contrary is bad faith, borderline insane, or factually bankrupt. I found this peculiar because whether the economy is good or bad is, at minimum, a highly contestable question that turns as much on your ideological views about what makes an economy good as it does on various factual indicators. If we take a snapshot of the current economy and ask whether it is good or bad, certainly anyone with a conventional leftist views on economics would say that it's bad. The welfare state is bad, unionization is low, public ownership is low, inequality is high. My point precisely. The negative assessment is not based on some pie-in-the-sky baseline for a good economy either. We hugely trail many of our developed nation peers on those metrics, nor is this baseline being opportunistically selected. The left spent 5 years lining up behind a Bernie Sanders campaign that had it at its core premise that an economy that looks like what we have right now is really awful. This is exactly what my framework is as well, just like Matt Brunick is saying here, which is that my baseline is that 2016 sucked dog shit for many fucking workers. And you have these blinders on, or I guess these like rose-colored glasses on when you look back at 2016 thinking that it's much better, but it's not. It's not. If we look only at the recent changes in the economy, what we see is a very mixed bag. On the one hand, the recovery from the COVID recession has increased employment and compressed the wage schedule, both good things. This is true. On the other hand, the rollback of the COVID welfare state has seen free school meals eliminated, cash benefits for the poorest kids eliminated, 10 million people kicked off Medicaid, and the return of our completely dysfunctional unemployment benefit system, all bad things. The question of how exactly to combine these conflicting developments to generate a net assessment of recent changes presents the usual incommensurability problems and therefore heated debate. My simple attempt to net this all out by looking at recent developments in disposable income is presented in a graph below. This disposable income concept includes labor market and welfare state developments in it, but it does not fully settle the debate either. Here's the percent of individuals whose real disposable income increased or decreased from prior years. Okay? Since 2020 onwards, you have what, 55% or almost 60% of individuals whose net, whose real disposable income has decreased. This, by the way, is reflected in the K-shaped recovery that you saw in the midst of COVID, even with all of the money pumps that people got in the form of unemployment insurance, additional unemployment insurance, and many other ways of taking off some of the financial burdens, like the freeze on student loan debt. Lol, so this is the political version of girl math. You think that, like, factoring in the American welfare state is girl math? It's just girl, like, when you look at every other OECD nation and you look to their, you look at their confidence in the government, you look at their social mobility, all factors that you have to consider, like neoliberal economists consider when looking at the American economy, okay? And the fact that, Lamau, no, like, that's how they're doing it. No, they're not doing, even the fucking, even the right wing or conservative or capitalist, pro-capitalist guys, they're not even doing girl math. They just have a different metric of success, one that actually makes it seem like the situation is fine, no matter how dire it seems for many others. I think it's perfectly valid to make this assessment off of putting in labor market, welfare state developments, and adding in social safety nets and like what goes away from that social safety net, because ultimately that shit does factor into your calculation in the real world, just like student loan debt relief, or rather a payment pause factors into your disposable income. If you were paying $200, $300 a month to your student loan refinancer or whatever, and you no longer had to pay that for 2 years, you all of a sudden have $200 extra in your fucking pocket to spend on other shit. Make sense? As I have proliferated this argument over the past few weeks, what I have found that people respond by changing the subject to questions 2 and 3. So they acknowledge that obviously social democrats must think the current economy is bad and must think that these recent welfare cuts were bad, but then say that either that these things are not Biden's fault or that survey respondents who say the economy is bad are doing so for other reasons. These latter two questions are of much less interest to me, in large part because there's no real good way to argue about them. These two questions: did Joe Biden do a good job with the economy given political constraints, and why do people say the economy is bad when asked by survey takers? I've told you, I've given an answer for both of these before. Joe Biden has done a decent job with the economy given political constraints. This much is true, but it's not enough. Because what needs to happen is a seismic shift. That's precisely the reason why a lot of people wanted to vote for Bernie Sanders. And a lot of Bernie Sanders supporters who then became like Elizabeth Warren supporters or whatever, don't recognize that and have become like Democratic Party loyalists for some fucking weird reason without ever like really making an internal assessment of what changed in their mentality. If you were an advocate for social democratic principles in 2016, you came to the situation with the assessment that like the current metrics of success that we had at the time were not actually showcasing the situation on the ground. Okay? But this is a major answer to question number 3. Why do people say that their perspective is that the economy is shitty? Because if things cost more and you are not getting as much government assistance and now you have to pay for more things, okay? And on top of that, your wages have increased, but not by a lot, or at least increased recently, but was decreasing dramatically in comparison to the inflation for like 2 fucking years out of the 4, then yeah, no shit. Of course you could be like, no, I remember when it sucked really bad, and now it sucks a little bit less. Looking at it and going, oh, people don't understand inflation. People don't understand that like prices don't go down. They always go up. That's inflation. If prices went down, that would be deflation. We would be in a recession. That's significantly fucking worse or whatever, is also a stupid assessment on the matter. Yeah, I mean, it plays a role in explaining why people are always upset about the economy, okay? But it's still, it doesn't matter, okay? I'm making the most money I have ever in my life, and I'm worse off compared to when I was making half my salary. Yes.
So just every price is...
All right. The way I see how the economy is doing is not looking at the graph, but how often people around me complain about shit like fast food being so much more expensive and not being able to go out and eat and not being able to afford rent. Everything else seems like make-believe. Yes, but you're substituting anecdotal evidence for data in that situation. And there's a better way to explain the data without relying on anecdotal evidence. Okay? That's my issue here. A lot of people do the same shit. A lot of people do the same shit that they used to criticize by pointing to the fucking dollar menu or anecdotal evidence. And then the conversation just gets off of his fucking heels when the real situation is, when the real question you should ask is, don't you think that we were advocating for a better social safety net and a better fucking structure of governance in 2016 for a particular reason, even though in comparison to like inflation and real wage growth, especially if you add on additional social safety, additional social spending, things look much worse right now, way more dire. Anyway. Yeah. Also, the raise people are getting have lagged behind inflation and not as a driver of inflation. Yeah, that's the funniest part, is when dumb motherfuckers online will go, oh, I thought you said you wanted the Big Mac to cost more so that workers could get paid more. But now y'all are showing your asses that you don't care. And it's like, hey, you fucking moron. Big Mac costs more. People don't get paid more. And the people that now kind of get paid more are getting paid more now, but inflation happened already. Your assessment is broken. The idea that like inflation happens as a consequence because it's completely fucking married to wage growth is an idiotic assessment by everyone's fucking standards. It's ridiculous. It makes me so mad when I see stupid fucking perspectives like that look good on a meme, but it's like completely removed from reality. Anyway, the genius of a government with so many veto points is that it's impossible to assign blame or credit to anyone for almost anything because no single person or government body is sufficient cause of most government actions. In practice, what this means is that partisans credit the president for everything that passes even though he cannot unilaterally pass anything, but do not blame him for anything that fails to pass because, after all, he cannot unilaterally pass anything. As to what motivates survey response, it's clear enough that a lot of survey responding is expressive in the sense that people don't attempt to answer the question that is presented to them, but instead consciously or subconsciously use the question as a proxy for things like, do you like the president? Or how do you feel about the state of the country? Or similar. The funniest example of this I've seen that shortly after Biden was elected, the percentage The percent of Democratic survey respondents said they felt financially comfortable buying a new refrigerator massively shot up. A couple of years ago, it became popular to dismiss polling that showed people like progressive ideas by saying it was unreliable. But weirdly, those talking points that position presented as the alternative other polling that worded questions about these ideas differently in order to generate more negative responses. Now it seems people are finally coming around to the more natural conclusion that topical polling is itself meaningless, not just when it shows support for public health insurance. So his idea is that, you know, people are too stupid to understand, or not even too stupid, but people don't think about it from an educated perspective of like whether the economy is fucking better off or not. And it's just vibes based, and the vibes are not even about like paying for a hamburger, but you can certainly point to paying for hamburger as a reason, as a problem. I'm sorry, brother, but it's a hard disagree for me. Fudge rounds are now $5, and I now weigh 275 pounds. The economy's killing me. By the way, don't ever let people tell you that fast food prices are not an important indicator of how the economy is doing. Even economists, like neoliberal economists, look at fast food prices as a good indicator of how the economy is doing. So the idea that like people act like that's so silly. Those I fucking yeah, no, there is like the idea that fast food prices are not like important or valid is silly. I think it's a little infantilizing to presume the greater population is too dumb to get it. Wouldn't it be more indicative that the ways in which we measure economic health aren't concretely tied to material well-being? Yes. Yeah, for the record, I loved this Matt Bruning conversation because this is exactly the same question I've asked as well to those who have made this point. You pretend to argue about question 1, and then you lose on question 1, you pivot to question 3. I can't tell if that's because you are dishonest or stupid, he says. I mean, just objectively, if you were to describe a snapshot of the current U.S. economy to me, I'd tell you it's bad. Welfare state, unions, public ownership, inequality, poverty are all way off where they ought to be. It's sad because Matt's a smart guy, but he's also a troll. The U.S. economy is bad because of stuff that's been true for decades is obviously not a serious answer to an argument over why people are so much more miserable today than in 2019 when conditions were similar or worse. Matt, you're literally just trolling. Is the economy good as compared to all possible economies over any period of time? Is an absurd question no one is asking, except as a device to arrive at the answer. No, it's not how real people think about this. That's bullshit. Analyzing is the economy good by applying your own framework for analyzing the economy, in my case, a social democratic framework, is not absurd. And it apparently is so destructive to what you are doing that you pretend I'm doing something totally different. Based on your framework for what makes an economy good, do you think that the economy is good? Question mark. Don't pivot to how people are lying to survey takers and how Biden did the best he can. I want an applying of Stansel's ideology on the economy. To which Will says, yes, was that not clear the first 3,000 times? To which Matt responds, so you've repudiated your prior belief that the economy needs big structural change to be good. Which is a great question to ask someone who defended Elizabeth Warren. Why were you an Elizabeth Warren supporter then? It makes no sense. Why didn't you support Joe Biden unconditionally from the jump? There's no need to vote for Elizabeth Warren. There's no need to vote for Bernie Sanders. If you think that, the economy is good and it will continue being good under Democratic leadership, why would you ever push for a change? Also, Biden and Trump's economies are essentially identical, and they're both good by Stansel's ideology, which I must assume is fiscally conservative neoliberalism. So it then shouldn't matter who is president or in Congress as far as the economy goes. Yes, this is what I was getting at in the last tweet. Stansel has decided that he can say 2023 looks good, a lot like 2019, to prove that the economy was good. But actually, Stansel's position in 2019 is that the economy was bad and we need big structural change to make it good. Matt, basing your entire rebuttal around imputations of my views from the fact that I like Elizabeth Warren is not doing a good job of proving that you're not a Bernie dead ender whose brain was melted by your guy losing 2 consecutive primaries, which is a ridiculous fucking counter because Elizabeth Warren lost even harder than Bernie Sanders. But it also kind of shows the position that Will has, which is the position that a lot of Elizabeth Warren defenders had. They don't really care if the Democratic Party continues winning. They don't really care if, no matter who's at helm. Aesthetically, they want to deviate away sometimes, right? But ultimately, they're fine. Why are so many people saying Hasan burp on command for us? I do not have this capacity. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chatter. Because of Hoscord? I make the same point in my piece about every Bernie supporter as well. The premise of both campaigns circa 2019 was that an economy that looks like what we had in 2019, which is similar to what we have now, is awful. And they were right. Didn't you actually believe the 2019 economy was bad? Like, isn't that the reason you supported Warren? Same reason why I supported Bernie? Or did you think that it was good and disagree with Warren and Bernie on that point, but supported them for other reasons, foreign policy? I don't know. No, I didn't think the 2019 economy was particularly bad. It's way better, though. Anyway. Do you think the economy today is better than it was here? Anything other than yes is a lie. Also arguing that the economy is rigged, that has underlying issues, and the same as saying it was bad is childish. I don't understand how neoliberal pundits are this dumb and have hundreds of thousands of followers. Wait, what do you mean? Their goal is to contextualize what you are experiencing in a way that makes you feel like you're smart. Everybody does this to a certain degree. Wouldn't it be more accurate to say that our economy sucks in general under Biden? It was just less sucky than before. On metrics that are on metrics that capitalists look at, yes, Joe Biden has seemingly under his watchful reign. If you look at unemployment as like a sole factor, if you look at only things like that, then yeah, Joe Biden is killing it, dude. And you guys are peasants for not recognizing it. Okay? Problem is, many people don't look at it from those metrics, understandably, because they look at the money that they have in their pocket at the end of a fucking month. And from that front, it takes a while to even assume or recognize the recovery. It takes a long-ass time to get there. This is why we often talk about how Democrats will come in and actually apply neoliberal principles, or not neoliberal principles, but like do a little bit of social safety nets and like balance the budget or whatever. And then Republicans will come back in and take advantage of that. Every single time. Democrats come in and, engage in the ratcheting effect, keep a lot of the social provisions in place or social regressions in place, refuse to fucking push on that front, fix up the economy a little bit, and sometimes even make permanent a lot of the inflationary or a lot of the awful policy measures of like not or reducing the tax burden of the top earners in this country. And then it takes a while for people to recognize the recovery of the Democratic Party. What is this? David Sirota, depressing as fuck. He's been vague posting about people trying to protect genocidal language. What? I doubt it.
session over? And if so, what did we learn from it? And why is there still a gap between vibes and hard data? If you looked at just hard data, you'd think that the economy is booming. Retail sales are up, GDP is flying, and the labor market is strong. But the vibes are sending a different signal, a confusing one, in which people think their financial situation is good, but the economy is getting worse at the same time. Can you be generally happy with your personal financial position and still think the economy is going in the tank? For a broad section of Americans, apparently so. Can the good time...
Bro. You are never going to convince motherfuckers that the economy is doing wonderful when healthcare costs are fucking unimaginably high, which is part of what factors into your real wages going up. You don't actually see it in your fucking pocket. Okay? Rent is out of control. Healthcare is out of control. Grocery prices are certainly higher, but that's not the major consideration here. A lot of people hyper-focus on the fucking grocery prices and go, oh, dude, like, this is $90 now. Like, oh, look at my grocery bag. It's so expensive. No, the real fucking issue is shit that you cannot, shit that there's no diversity for. Like, you have to be stuck with these big purchases, big ticket items, okay? Health insurance is unimaginably expensive. When your company is paying for that percentage of your health insurance being unimaginably expensive, it looks like your fucking real wages have gone up because that's a part of your benefits package. But you didn't see that in your fucking pocket. If you look at, buddy, what the fuck are you replacing groceries with? There are cheaper alternatives. There's significantly more cheaper alternatives to food items that you're purchasing, and the price increase, the inflation increase on groceries and food items is marginal in comparison to what I'm talking about. It's still high, but it is marginal in comparison to what I'm talking about. And the real reason why people don't understand, like, well, real wages are going up is because, yeah, a part of your compensation is your benefits. And your benefits package directly, seemingly goes up because healthcare prices are higher, insurance prices are higher, and your company is paying for that. So when your company's paying for that insurance price, you don't even fucking think about that because that never comes into your pocket. You never think about that. That's a major flaw in our analysis. My job has not raised our wages since 2019. They're switching our insurance to some shady pre-bill company next year and essentially giving us a pay cut. Yep. There are a lot of deviations in there are a lot of deviations in like or there's a lot of diversity in like what kind of fucking brand that you can get. There's also like you go from brand names to store-bought prices. You can shift around in a way that you can't with your housing, or in a way that you can't shop around with your fucking in a way that you can't shop around with your healthcare. It's not like people are shopping for Gucci eggs. You can't find alternatives for the basics. Brother, you are failing to understand. One of the most important factors here is that healthcare inflation, healthcare costs, okay, and insurance costs that contribute to your supposed real wage increase, okay, that is not a thing that you even see. Normally, if it actually factored in to your dollary dues that you see at the end of the day, then inflation on food costs would not be all that significant for you because technically now you have more money. So you can buy the same exact shit. It's more expensive, but now you're making more money. That's how it's supposed to work. And it looks like you're making more money on the graph, but part of the reason why it doesn't look like you're actually making more money, despite what the graph says, is because all of those real wages and that increase from the real wages are directly going to your fucking rent, which is skyrocketed, and more importantly, your goddamn healthcare costs, okay? Your insurance costs, which you never even see. You never even see that increase. It shows up in the graph, because that's a part of the benefits package that you're getting. But it's not the same as you seeing that increase in your salary. You want to know why? Because your company's paying for it. They're reporting it. Your salary is not $100,000 a year. Your salary is $100,000 a year plus benefits. Okay? And those benefits are being factored into your like overall your boss's those benefits actually factor into your wages. Okay? Your total wage package. Your cost to your company to hire you and retain you. It's a much different number. That number is the reason why a lot of our our supposed wage increases is. That's where that comes from. When people go, "Oh, dude, what are you talking about? Everyone's wages are up. What the fuck do you mean?" And it's like, no, it's not. It's not up. Or at least people don't see it as up. And they shouldn't see it as up. Because you're not doing better. You're not doing better at all in your real experiences because inflation on consumer goods has gone up and your wages have gone up on paper, but they haven't actually gone up. Your compensation package is more costly to your bosses because they're paying more for fucking healthcare, which is completely unhinged.
Times last, can inflation keep on dropping? People are anxious about that. So what's the real story? Last year, market analysts were slow to understand the importance of vibes. People were feeling bad and we weren't paying attention. So what would we think about the economy right now if we got the vibe analysis right this time? Here's what Justin Wolfers thinks. Vibes drove inflation and now they're speeding disinflation. He's right and the signs are everywhere. Household financial expectations.
Bro, my wages didn't go up. Some people did, not everyone. Now inflation. If you're a full-time salaried employee at your company, technically your total compensation went up, even if you didn't recognize it. You want to know why? Unless your company changed insurance, which many companies have done, by the way, which is even worse overall. Yes, your total compensation went up because your company's not paying more for your health care. But you don't see that in your fucking pocket. That's the issue. Do you understand? So on paper, it looks like your total compensation went up. What do you mean? What the fuck? What are you talking about? What are people complaining about?
Have improved substantially since 2022. There's a reason Jerome Powell's rational inattention. Expectations matter. Business inflation expectations have significantly decreased to 2.5%. The boom is in the vibes, and some hard data is good. Real wages, rising news sentiment, Taylor Swiftonomics. Driving the positive vibes for sure, and these vibes have real value, but we tend to ignore them. The Federal Reserve is more vibe policy than monetary policy. The sentiment drove the environment, and the data didn't really do that much. Even if there's so many things to improve, like student loan debt repayments starting back.
100% correct. Our bargain raise this year was 3%, but that was eaten up by the increase in our health costs and increase in pension contributions. That coupled with the rising cost of everything, we're basically gotten a pay cut. Exactly. Okay. Under the most reductive terms, this is a very simple way to understand the situation. Okay. Let's say inflation is up by 8%. And you, that year, got a 3% increase. Okay? Got a 3% increase in your salary. You just got a 5% pay cut. Okay? Your salary decreased. Do you understand that? Now, to understand something even a little bit less reductive than that, and yet still reductive, is that your 3% increase in your total compensation overall, if a lot of it is going into your benefits, okay, then you got doubly fucked because your take-home pay is maybe marginally higher, but everything else costs so much higher, and a lot of at least your cost to the company is getting eaten up by your healthcare.
The government potentially shutting down again in September, and rising energy costs. If we can avoid a recession because the vibes are strong, what else can we do based on vibes alone?
But think about all the amazing benefits. Well, the irony is those benefits are not changing. They're not different than the year prior. They're the same. They're still dog shit. The problem is it's just going up because it is an inelastic demand good. It's an inelastic demand service. You'll die without fucking healthcare, so you have to have it. So they can get away with being the middleman in the absence of any kind of regulatory body doing their fucking job. They can get away with being the middleman that just keeps inflating your costs over and over and over again. Anyway, what is this one?
This is insane now, is it? Everything's crazy. I'm not talking about inflation. I understand inflation. I understand stuff gets more expensive over time. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about every product and every service just having the highest possible price so that company can make the most money. And there's just no concept of value anymore. There's no concept of whether the product is actually worth any of that massive price you're asking for. It's not supposed to work like this. It can't be that every product is expensive. Some products are better than others. It used to be, if you buy a really fancy sandwich, that's...
Yeah, benefits are worse. The employer share is going up. My premiums went from $300 a month to over $400 a month, but because of what you said, I was told I got a raise last year. Do you think that was a raise? No, that wasn't a fucking raise. You're like, the money remaining at the end of the day in your fucking pocket at the end of the month is dog shit. It's worse. That's it. Economics can be very complicated or very simple, depending on how you look at it. This is not anecdotal, by the way. I'm trying to help you assess and help you understand and put into words the anecdotes that you are experiencing and the anecdotes that you are seeing with actual data.
That sandwich is more expensive. Now every sandwich is expensive. Doesn't make any sense. I saw an Instagram ad earlier. It was for this like heated pillow. And I was like, oh, that's cute. Maybe I'll get that for my wife for Christmas. I looked it up. £100. £100 for the heated pillow. What are you on? That's not worth that. Like, who do you think you are? Are you not a bit embarrassed doing this? You know? And people will come along with the annoying economic argument they always make, which is like, well, things are worth what people are willing to pay for them. But that doesn't work when everything is expensive. Because you have to buy some things. No customer is voluntarily choosing or opting into these crazy prices. Just everything's at the max. But there's no concept of value. You know? Some of these products are...
Okay, this is not a great example as Megaphonics claimed it was going to be. Yeah, like the average Econ 101 Andy is going to say, yeah, your purchasing power is higher. That's what that means. Of course, no one is opting in to pay the highest amount of the highest dollar amount possible for goods. It's just that companies always, in the interest of the first part of what he said was correct, which is that companies always want to improve their profit margins. So yes, if people have more fucking disposable, or if people have more money to spend, then companies raise their prices, even though they don't have to. They don't have to. It's not because like even demand is eating up the supply or anything like that. It's just you can make more money by just simply raising the prices. Because now there's more people willing to pay. That's it.
Way over their skis.
This concept is called greedflation. People like to act as though... What is this? The grok shit? Okay, well, I'll look at it in a second. People think that inflation happens, or at least in our textbooks, it is taught that inflation will happen for a number of different reasons, but one of them is when the manufacturing price point goes up, whether because a commodity necessary for production and its value goes up or its price goes up due to scarcity or due to like externalities, right? Scarcity, that is real scarcity. I say scarcity. Anyway, shut the fuck up. But the reality of the matter is that prices don't necessarily have to go up because people are buying more shit. Prices can simply just go up. Especially when we have a tremendous amount of corporate consolidation. So when you have a lot of corporate consolidation, there isn't any real competition in the marketplace, and the marketplace falls in line in every vector. This is a concept called price leadership. It is technically different than price fixing. Price fixing is when the three CEOs that own everything get together and smoke cigars in a shadowy deal, and they say, we're going to raise the prices for eggs, you see? That's illegal and wrong and very bad. Okay? That's called price fixing. But if there's an oligopoly, a couple different CEOs, a couple different corporations that own, I don't know, agricultural production or an entire sector, let's say, in food, maybe Oreos and cookies, right? And it's not done in a shadowy back room, but like Oreo increases its prices and engages in shrinkflation and then turns around and actually like lowers the amount of Oreos you get when you purchase it, right? And then the other competing brands see that and they also change their prices across the board. This can be done much easily when there's only 3 fucking brands that own all the cookies. That's called price leadership. One example of which you can see directly in your own real-time, real-world experiences within the oligopoly structure of airplanes and airliners. I'll give you an example of price leadership in that situation. One commercial airliner company decides to make you pay for your baggage. Okay? Saat 2'de. Evet. Evet. One company does that. Right? Then all the other companies follow suit. When they do that, that's called price leadership. That's how it works. It's not done in a shadowy deal in the same way that like the OPEC cartel works. OPEC Plus does this. They get together and they limit the supply of oil, knowing full well that it will increase the price. This, on the other hand, is perfectly valid, perfectly legal, and very easy to do when you have only 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 maximum companies, like major players in a marketplace, that dominate the damn near entirety of said marketplace. iPhone removed the headphone jack. Everyone else did after. They even called it the courage to price lead. Yes. One form of collusion is explicitly illegal, but price leadership, on the other hand, is not illegal. Never forget, price leadership is not price fixing. Don't ever say that. However, that is what greedflation is. That is what it's caused by. We had a lot of supply chain issues in the United States of America where a lot of people lost the opportunity to spend their money on shit like gas, for example, because they didn't really go anywhere, and they had more disposable income as a consequence of like a lot of the welfare state happening to kick in. because America is the consumer engine of the world. So we had to give money to Americans to sit at home. And the more you sat at home, the more money you had because you were spending less. You were spending on less shit. In that time frame, even after the supply chain issues were fixed, car manufacturers, or not car manufacturers, but like auto dealerships, for example, learned a very valuable lesson. People have more money to buy cars. People have more money to buy cars, and it doesn't even matter if there are less cars, because now we have less inventory, but we can make more money with less inventory by simply raising the prices. They didn't do this, especially in 2022, for example, where the auto dealership industry made gangbusters with their profits. They didn't do that because they had to, because something was more expensive in the manufacturing process or anything. Their markups existed. They didn't actually refresh their inventories or fill their inventories because it didn't matter. People were willing to pay.
You know, you are not worth that meal deal. Get in your lane. This isn't the diamond business. But everything you buy, it's just like, oh yeah, that's just £40. And it's not even good. And I don't know how it ends. Surely this is a short-term way to operate. We cannot be in a situation where everyone is profiteering now.
You should clarify to chatters that price leadership works because for a certain sector, a single firm has the majority of the market share, e.g. Nestle, Coca-Cola Corporation, so smaller firms wouldn't get a windfall from keeping their prices low. As they cannot ramp up production, they are directly incentivized to raise their prices along with the leader. This works with no communication between the firms. Yes. And the more corporate consolidation occurs, the more the top industry leaders actually literally do that. They don't even compete with one another. They just follow suit. They follow the leader. Whoever has the courage to engage in shrinkflation. Here, I'll give you another example. A lot of people think like the economy operates at these like super reasonable goddamn boundaries. Okay? Why the fuck did everybody gut the tech sector? Why did so many tech companies, regardless of the fake money that they were getting, did they gut the tech sector because of the interest rates going up? That certainly had an impact on the tech sector. But the major reason why so many layoffs occurred was because they were just following other companies that were laying off. So the expectation from their shareholders was make these guys lay off people, find people to lay off immediately. It's kind of funny. Obviously, Meta had good reason to, I guess, lay off certain parts of their company. But plenty of places didn't. Twitter is another good reason. Twitter is another company that like didn't need to lay off their gut their entire workplace and work the H-1B visa recipients to the goddamn core and put the website on its on a skeleton. They did not do this due to rational acts. These are not rational actors. They are on the whims of whoever the fuck is engaging rational. They're not rational actors. These are not rational whims. They're operating on radical principles. What are you talking about? They absolutely needed to lay off their employees. Lamont, all the advertisers pulled out. What are you talking about? Advertisers pulled out after. Elon Musk came in and the first thing he did was literally rip the moderation cord off. Take Twitter off of its wheels. What the fuck are you talking about? That came before advertisers went away. Anyway. Ultimately, this is not like a rational situation. This is a Noam Chomsky bit, but like if we had a supply and demand structure and we had such a principle as the rational actor, okay, because the supply demand only works if, you know, all parties are rational in their decisions, okay, then there would be no need for a multi-billion-dollar industry that does public relations and marketing. The entire purpose behind public relations and marketing is to ensure that you do not make rational decisions. That's how it works.
Woman Liz Cheney is calling him a threat to American democracy.
Tech sector shrunk last year, 300,000 employees fired. Yes. And a lot of those companies that fired their employees didn't actually have to fire their employees and simply fucking followed suit because either A, their shareholders were demanding a reduction in the size of the labor force, or B, they just did it because everyone else was doing it. It sounds really stupid when you look at it, but there are plenty of companies who did not have to do that at all. And they did it because everyone else was doing it. You need to understand that. Now, of course, you could say, well, this is really stupid. Like, what do you mean? The companies are still, they're still operating. They're still working. And it's like, yeah, because a lot of those jobs are bullshit to begin with, okay? It's just the truth. Most jobs are bullshit jobs. You have to look at the impact that it has on the economy overall to have those jobs versus to not have those jobs.
Who must be stopped.
There's a lot that has to be done to begin to rebuild the Republican Party, potentially to build a new conservative party. But in my view, that has to wait until after the 2024 election because our focus has got to be on defeating Donald Trump.
President Biden has also seized on Trump's comments for his campaign, telling a group of supporters over the weekend, quote, the greatest threat Trump poses is to the country's democracy.
And
George.
John, in the face of all this, Donald Trump continues to be strong in the polls.
He does. There's a Wall Street Journal poll that just came out that had him with a 4-point lead over Joe Biden. That's within the poll's margin of error. But Nikki Haley in that same poll had a 17-point lead over Joe Biden. But George, also this morning, a poll in Iowa, Donald Trump over 50% winning in that crucial first primary caucus state.
Not even close. John Carl, thanks very much.
Hi, everyone.
Well, as for the presidential race, a new poll is out this morning from the Des Moines Register, NBC News, and Mediacom, and it is shedding light on the Iowa caucus.
Funny angle on your job is that you're a repurposed town yeller. I wouldn't say that, and this is not to say that like my work is meaningful or anything like that, but no, there's a difference. I've worked a bullshit job. I think that I wouldn't factor what I'm doing to be a bullshit job because I get paid off of like how many hours I put in at the end of the day. It's very different than what I mean with a bullshit job. Like, for example, someone who works in an Amazon distribution facility is engaging in, of course, backbreaking labor, very different than what I'm doing. My job is cushy as fuck, right? There's no way to like cheat that system, or without that person needs to be replaced by another person who will do that. But a lot of white collar office work, unironically, is, 2 to 3 hours of like real work every day that you get paid 8 hours for. And many of the stuff that you're doing, you could basically offset into, depending on how much security or insecurity the labor force has, the remaining white collar workers have, could be offset to the rest of the white collar labor force. That's why a lot of these companies can very easily fucking rip through with their layoffs through a shit ton of their workforce and not really suffer a tremendous, not really suffer the worst consequences and like completely collapse their business. Okay? And then slowly start the rehiring process and take the benefits of reducing that labor force in a practice called the elimination of redundancy. If 8 people are doing work if 8 people are doing work and then they fucking fire half of the people and then the remaining 4 people are scared shitless and have much more insecurity because they just saw 4 of their co-workers, like they saw half the labor force get ripped, all of a sudden, now they have more workload. All of a sudden, they have more workload because they're taking on the fucking remaining work that was given to them. They're going to be way more willing to do that work. But yeah, this is the bullshit job term is actually from David Graeber, yes. Many of you are currently doing a bullshit job at your company right now while watching me. And that's fair. You should do that. Fuck them. They're literally they are underpaying you for what your ass on that seat means to them by design. Okay? Even if you fucking sit there on Twitch all day, when you crunch a couple goddamn numbers at the end of the day, okay, that 2 hour of work that you're doing where you get compensated for 8 hours is still beneficial to the company. That's called profits. Technological improvements have rendered it so. Okay?
The first contest in the nation, which is now just 5 weeks away. NBC's national political correspondent Steve Kornacki's here to break it down. Good morning. Okay, so 5 weeks to go. What does this Iowa poll show?
Yeah, let's take a look. And again, we do this with the Des Moines Register. They are known for having the most accurate poll in Iowa, and they find Donald Trump just over a month to go with an outright majority on the Republican side, 51% support for the former president. Very distant second, DeSantis. Haley at
That's crazy that Haley is so close to Ron DeSantis. That's sad as fuck. What a sad state of affairs for little Rhonda.
16%. And I think if it's discouraging to see this for DeSantis and for Haley, what may be even more discouraging is the trend, because we last polled Iowa in October.
Are they going to try and pull a fucking Barack Obama gives a phone call to just get every single one of these guys to lend support to whoever they consider as the top contender here? They can't even get that across because, like, now you got Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis neck and neck.
Trump is up 8 points since that last poll. DeSantis only 3. And you think about the month DeSantis has had in Iowa, he got the governor's endorsement. He got a key.
Yeah, this is the best. This is so funny that like just look at this fucking graph, dude. Look at the goddamn national polls of the Republican primaries, dude. It's just so fucking bad. And this is where people go, oh, shit, Haley's actually better on camera than Ron DeSantis is. Okay? Like, this shows devastating failure for Ron DeSantis, the promised new leader of the Republican Party. Okay? Every moment that he has been on camera has slowly withered away his support. The exact inverse of what happened to Donald Trump. Donald Trump, not as prominent, not as on camera as much. Donald Trump starts doing his fucking rallies. Boom. Slow but sure increase in support for Donald motherfucking Trump. Ron DeSantis, every time he appears in public, people are like, oh, gross, stop. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, God, stop. What is happening? So much so that they got a woman. They got a woman as his replacement. Like, the Republican Party's like reasonable voting bloc, the moderates that want to preserve the institutional Republican Party, are literally going, yeah, you know what? Maybe a woman is better. An Indian woman, mind you. Of course, unlike Ramaswamy, she doesn't present as an Indian woman for sure. She is, you know, Most people probably assume that she is a white woman, but still a woman nonetheless. Think about that. Think about that. This is Ramaswamy bump erasure? Okay, Ramaswamy's bump is fucking bullshit. Anyway.
Evangelical endorsement.
There have been debates.
He was in the debate. He had the debate with Gavin Newsom on Fox, and it has not turned into measurable momentum for him in this race.
Well, let's talk about Nikki Haley, because in other states we've seen momentum. Here she seems flat. What do you see?
Yeah, she moved up here in our last poll, and you could see no gain since. The problem for Haley is basically this. You're looking at how independents are breaking in Iowa. Now, independents are a relatively small part of the Iowa caucus electorate, but you can see Haley does much better with the independents. Trump, for that matter, does much worse with the independents than with overall Republican voters. And the story with Haley in Iowa polling and elsewhere, she does her best with non-Republicans, with independents, with Democrats who get to vote in a primary somewhere, and with Republicans who don't like Donald Trump. But together, that is far, far from a majority of the Republican
Seems
Party.
like she's hoping for New Hampshire and then some momentum in her home state of South Carolina. Well, I mean, it's 5 weeks to go. There can be late deciders. How calcified are people's opinions here?
Yeah, we always have to leave over that possibility that there could be a late surge for somebody. But I do think this is worth noting. Is your mind made up? And look at this, 70%, 7 out of 10 Trump supporters say, that's it, mind's made up, they're locked in. Look at DeSantis, look at Haley. They're locked in vote, not even half of what Trump's is. Huge enthusiasm gap there.
All right, Steve Kornacki with the latest poll. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on our streaming channel, Today All Day. To watch, head to today.com/allday or click the link right here.
When you buy a home in the U.S., there is a basic promise that home values will go up over time. And that is what you're seeing on this chart. Let's adjust it for inflation. Okay, jerkier, but still basically goes up.
Sorry. Had to get my food real quick. I know it blew out your fucking eardrums. It blew out your eardrums back out. Let's take a look at Box.com. Why buying a house in the U.S. is so hard right now.
The story goes like this. Money by itself loses value over time. That's inflation. But if you own your home in the U.S., you own an asset that is appreciating in value. Buying it probably required you to save a bunch of money and also borrow a lot of money, which you need to pay back over time, as opposed to renting your home, which basically just requires rent. But now you own it. It could be collateral if you ever need money, like to start a business or to send your kids to college. One day you might sell it for more than you bought it, but also stability, peace of mind.
So that you may maintain your place in society.
You get it. If we look at the middle 60% of the U.S. population in terms of wealth, the middle class, the bulk of the wealth held by that group is made up of the homes they live in. It's a big part of why we think of homeownership as the ticket.
Bro, this is literally this is verbatim, bar for bar, what I say all the goddamn time. Top of the hour, there's a big ass ad break. It's 3 minutes long. Middle of the hour, there's a 1 minute ad break. Bar for bar, dude. If you no longer want to see those fucking ads, all you need to do is subscribe. I say this all the goddamn time, you know? All the goddamn time. That's just how it works. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3 minute ad break now. Okay, no, bar for bar, this is what I'm saying, which is what I've said time and time again, which is a big part of the reason why housing market issues cannot get realistically solved under democratic organization is due to this reality that Americans, it's not just like, you know, fucking BlackRock or whatever, purchasing up all the houses or whatever. It's because Americans associate their wealth, understandably, with their housing prices. And there's a shit ton of homeowners, small homeowners, who literally are just so deeply fucking tied to their home prices constantly going up, because that's their only metric of like wealth. The value of their property goes up. The amount of money they can take out against that property goes up. One day they could sell it, you know. That's how this works.
Get to financial stability in the U.S., to securing and then building your own wealth. But the barriers to buying a home in the U.S. are getting higher. So how much higher exactly? And if you can't buy a home, what does that mean for your future?
This guy said, $400,000 for a home is fucking insane. This guy's response is, you talking to a man in like a $3 million home? No, you're talking to a man in a $400,000 home that paid $3 million for his $400,000 home because of exactly the same housing market considerations that occurred that made it impossible to fucking afford for the average Joe. Okay? That's it. The house that I'm inside of is not a fucking $3 million chateau. The only thing that makes it that way is because I'm in Los Angeles, the heart of Los Angeles, in West Hollywood specifically. And it's virtually impossible to get a reasonable house because housing is not determined by like the actual size of it or the amount of labor that went into it or the commodities used to make the house. It is determined by the scarcity of land.
So first, let's go back to the median U.S. housing price over the past 50 years, up to 2022. And now add income onto it. Yeah.
Median wages have not kept pace with the increase in the cost of housing.
This is Michelle Dickerson. She studies
why it's become so hard for lower income and middle income people to become and remain middle class now.
Let's go back about 50 years and look at a couple whose household income is exactly the national U.S. median at that time. In 1972 money, about $10,000. Imagine, right? They want to buy a house. The median U.S. home price at that time was about $29,000. That is about 3 times their income.
Before the 1980s, it was possible for a young person to graduate from high school, find a job that was a full-time, 40-hour-a-week job with benefits that paid them.
That would mean the housing in Los Angeles would mean 100,000, or if that 100,000 is like what you need to make to survive in LA, $300,000. Can you imagine?
Enough for them to be able to buy a home.
Now let's go 50 years forward and run those numbers for 2022. Median income, median home price. This house is more than 6 times this household's income. So that is what we're looking at when.
Yeah, do that not for the entire country. Do that for highly dense urban area and let those numbers blow your fucking mind, dog. Remember, this is for the entirety of the United States of America, dog. That's like, you're factoring in places like Arkansas at that point, which is fucking devastating, by the way. It's fucking insane. Okay? It's insane that, like, even in a place like bumfuck nowhere, Arkansas and shit, this is like, prices are going up. West Virginia, like, psychotic places.
When we go back to that chart of income and housing prices, again, adjusted for inflation, and compare this gap to this gap. Now, as for the home prices themselves, let's zoom in to make that data easier to see, bring it up to date. You can see that the prices are starting to go down a little bit in 2023, but part of why they got so high in the first place is a lack of supply. This chart shows what's called the homeowner vacancy rate over about 70 years. It's the percent of homes in the US that are actually for sale, and it's currently the lowest since we started collecting data. And that is partly the result of restrictive zoning laws, locally set rules all across the US that regulate things like where homes can and can't be built, how many units a building can have in it, and how densely housing can be built. It leads to fewer homes getting built, which
it's definitely not the only reason, or the biggest reason even. It's also what kind of housing you're building. They already mentioned what the problem is. Like, one of the major issues is homes are seen as an investment vehicle. The only investment vehicle that has stability. Zoning laws are definitely a part of the problem. Except there are places where you see zoning laws get gutted, which I'm in favor of gutting, for the record. And yet, you don't actually see the housing prices go down. Why is that the case? Because the type of housing that's being built is not necessarily, Hasan is in favor of deregulation. Yeah, I've said that before. I am. Yes, there are certain aspects of deregulation that is good. Like, for example, not being allowed to build buildings. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you out of your fucking mind? Yeah, zoning laws are dog shit when it comes to high densely packed urban fucking areas. What are you talking about? It's ridiculous. But it should also maybe cause you a little bit of cynicism when you see your favorite, like, orange-pilled urban, your armchair urbanist account that you follow from the Netherlands advocating for the same position as, like, fucking Larry Elder. Okay? I'm not even shitting on Not Just Bikes. Not Just Bikes, I don't know what his perspective is. There are a lot of people like that. I like Not Just Bikes. I'm not even fucking attacking him at all. If you make more housing, but the housing that you're making is high, it is like luxury condominiums that are not adjusted to, like, the average price point of the area and what they can afford, with the goal of, like, inevitably gentrifying the neighborhood and having more people show up at the neighborhood and making, like, a long-term plan of being able to maybe at some point fill it up. You're not fixing the problem in the short term. You're positioning yourself, especially when there are plenty of tax benefits that come as a consequence of, like, not being building and then not being able to fill your entire inventory that you've created. You're not building to solve a problem. And in some instances, your building might even cause more problems than it set out to solve. You're wrong here. Regulation is good. The problem is who and what the regulations favor. With no regulations, developers will build in favor of maximum profit. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. No, that's precisely my point. No, of course I'm a big fan of fucking regulations. I'm simply talking about like the silly, like some of the zoning regulations are silly as fuck, and is there simply to preserve the housing market, like the existing housing market, and the profit margins in the existing housing market. Okay? All that NIMBY shit sucks. Like whenever you're building affordable housing, for example, or you're building like a homeless shelter or something, and people go, oh, no way, we're not letting that happen. Another thing that has to be, and the reason why I don't shit on not just bikes, by the way, is this reason. Another thing that has to be solved is public transit. You know what I mean? You can't fucking simply go, all right, no more parking structures inside of buildings as a consequence of zoning regulations, and then not have adequate public transit. The fuck are people going to do? Walk to work? There's no sidewalks. So this is not a simple fix. There is no simple fix.
Leads to fewer homes to buy. As for the homes that are
average house income for people in California for 2023 is $103,000. Median house cost in California in the LA metropolitan area is $756,000.
Are for sale,
So
that's what we're looking
7X.
at here. This chart splits all homes on the market in the U.S. into tiers by price. So these are the lower cost homes and these are the higher cost homes, and it tracks over time what percentage of the market each tier represents. You can see that over the past few years, homes that cost less than $200,000 have made up less and less of what's available, and homes above $500,000 or even $1 million are representing a greater and greater share of what's for sale. So housing in the U.S. is scarce and it's expensive, but we're actually missing a really important piece of the story here. We'll talk about that after this quick message.
Student loans can really make you sweat. Only 1 in 3 students understand the financial terms of their loans, and nearly half of them interest rate payments with a new.
Are you fucking kidding me? They put an ad in there? They put an ad in a 9-minute Vox video that literally hides itself as though it is not an ad at all, but it is actually. It's not an ad at all. It's simply more of an explainer. That's crazy.
Secret.com/moneymoves.
Okay, let's revisit the two parts of a home purchase. First, you pay some percentage of the cost of the home up front, maybe 5%, maybe 20%, the down payment. The rest of the money you will need to borrow. This is the mortgage. You'll pay that back in monthly payments. But the size of those payments can vary a lot depending on the interest rate of the loan. This chart shows the average interest rate of a common type of mortgage over the past 50 years. In the long term, it's mostly been going down. A lower mortgage interest rate means lower monthly payments. So, while this chart of housing prices told a story of it getting harder to buy a house over time, the interest rate chart seems to tell a different story of very high and burdensome interest rates at one point and mostly lower and lower interest rates over time. So now the story is slightly more complicated. And if we look at them on the same timeline, they seem to kind of go in opposite directions until.
Yeah, bro, that's literally just the exact same thing that we just talked about with why everything under a capitalist structure is dog shit. Year over year over year. Motherfuckers are like, no regulation or no improvements on the housing crisis because it's impossible. It's impossible to fix it. Why did these lines mean in 2008? Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Does anyone know what happened there?
They don't. Let's just look at the recent
not
past.
2008.
In 2020, a pandemic was happening and lots of people suddenly wanted to move and home prices started to shoot up. In 2022, as the US government tried to slow down inflation, interest rates began to shoot up. And now they're both still pretty high. Not only that, because a lot of current homeowners have mortgage interest rates down in this range, the 3, 4, 5% zone, it means that since selling their home might mean having to buy a new one at an interest rate up here.
Chat, I'm not gonna lie, that's me right there. Like literally right there. You know, August of 2021. That shit is right me. That shit is me for real, dog. What is happening? What's happening, Mom? Oh my God, okay.
Fewer people are selling their homes. It helps keep that homeowner vacancy rate low, and it keeps home prices high. And by the way, all of these barriers to home buying are exacerbated for people of color who are more likely to be denied mortgage loans, regardless of income. The website Zillow looks at several of the factors we've talked about, including home prices, income, mortgage rates, and it calculates the monthly burden on the average new homeowner. According to them, that burden is close to the highest on record. There are lots more factors at play here, but overall, especially if you're a young person in the US, it is natural to feel discouraged by the housing market. And the question then becomes, can you still somehow have this without this? Can you find some kind of financial stability even if you continue to rent where you live? Well, let's start with the obvious. This is not even always going up. Just for one example, this is the 2008 housing crisis, which was a disaster for home values. Now, they've obviously gone way back up, but we can look at other kinds of investment over that time period too. Here's a common stock market index. It also went down and then up. Now, that is
Dog, come on. You can't just like show this graph, and they go, come on. It's not so bad. Sometimes there's economic collapse. There's no way he's going to turn around and be like, you should just buy stocks, right? Like, there's no fucking way.
Start with the obvious. This is not even always going up. Just for one example, this is the 2008 housing crisis, which was a disaster for home values.
Like, which is a dip, by the way, but like.
Now, they've obviously gone way back up, but we can look at other kinds of investment over that time period too. Here's a common stock market index. It also went down and then up. Now, that is an extremely imprecise comparison between two very different ways to invest, but you could also chart several kinds of investments this way, and they would all go up sometimes, down sometimes, hopefully up in the long term. But in the short term, you do not ever know what is coming next. A home is a pretty unique kind of purchase. It's a necessity that you buy at great cost. But if you look at it as a long-term investment, it's not actually that special.
If you want the stable investment, you go out and invest in a nice, government bond mutual fund. You don't have to worry about that. It is most likely, going to go up. And if it doesn't go up this month, over time it will.
One thing charts like this show is that the conditions for buying a home change. Recently, they've been kind of bad. They might not always be. But if you're looking for long-term investments to grow your wealth, even if you rent your home, a house is not your only option.
This is the worst video I've ever seen in my entire life. What the fuck is going on? I thought I said it as a joke. Dog, he literally looked at a ginormous problem caused by the fact that we see homes as an investment vehicle. Openly admitted that it's like shelter, but it's also an investment. Like, okay, but if you don't have that shelter, then the investment part doesn't matter. If it's unaffordable, then you don't have the shelter. What are you saying? And then they go, just, hey, at the end of the day, just think about it like it's an investment. And, maybe you can't make this big ticket investment, but you can make other investments. It's like, dude, this is not about investments. Buying government bonds doesn't put a fucking roof over your head. What are you saying? I can't wait to fucking, I can't wait to purchase money, mutual funds, okay, which is going to inevitably, turn into a roof over my head? How does that work? That is, of course, if you even have the money. Many people don't, because of, ironically, the problem that he just presented. The problem he presented is literally why people don't even have money. Because housing prices are going up and rents are skyrocketing. Oh my God. If you cannot afford a house, you have to pay someone else's mortgage. How the fuck are you going to buy government bonds? That's exactly the point. Yeah, just rent law so you can pay someone else's mortgage. And then some. Like, I'll give you an example. All right. Let's say a house costs $4 million, $5 million. Okay, not my house. Let's say the mortgage on that, if you got like a low interest rate, and depending on what your down payment is, let's say the mortgage on that is fucking $15,000, $20,000, right? That's a monthly payment. That's a big ass fucking payment. A $5 million house. Do you know how much the rent is in that marketplace? If your fucking payment is $20,000 a month on your mortgage, that monthly rent is 40 grand in the market. 40 minimum. At least double. Why is that the case? Because you're not just fucking paying someone's mortgage. You're paying for their mortgage plus their other consumption. What the fuck is 40 grand rent? Yeah, the property that I'm hypothetically bringing up is a $5 million property. Chose the worst example? How is it the worst example? Okay, you fucking have an apartment. The numbers are lower. Your mortgage payments are lower, but the rent is still going to be double the amount of your fucking mortgage payments that you're paying. Yeah, property taxes, etc., homeowners fees, etc., all of that factors in to rent. Rent is still double the amount after all of that shit. Maybe not double. That's not especially true in big markets. Rents are much lower than mortgage payments. That's a fucking absolute copium-inducing mentality that people have. That's not true. That's not true at all. Why do people say that? That's literally not true. Yeah, dude. Landlords are actually fucking doing this out of the goodness of their heart. That's why rent is actually significantly, the mom and pop landlord actually gives you a home for free. Basically. The house I rented in LA was $4,500 a month, but it was a $1.8 million house. No way my mortgage would be below $4,500. It all depends. It all depends on when they bought it. Their mortgage payments are either paid off or their mortgage payments are significantly lower than you think because they bought it at a fucking time when it was much cheaper. Yeah, motherfuckers buy their houses 30 years ago, then they rent it out, and you're like, well, it's all paid off. So that's just free money at that point. The tax on newly purchased property will have a higher mileage than a property bought 10 years ago. That too, of course. Bro, I'm telling you, that's why I give you the fucking $5 million house example. Even in my own circumstance, I pay significantly less in my mortgage than I would in rent. Obviously, I put a shit ton in the down payment, but I pay an unimaginably lower amount as opposed to if I wanted to rent this house in the regular market pricing. Y'all are crazy. So you're comparing current rent rates to historical home prices? Not really a fair comparison. Should compare rent payment to what the mortgage would be now. I mean, people are sitting on their fucking properties. So I don't know why we're doing that in general. You buy your house 30, 40 fucking years ago, you pay it off fully. Even if you look, yeah, some of those places are not going to be adjusted to the mortgage, yes. But if you are going out right now and buying an apartment, your mortgage payment, as long as you have enough capital, upfront capital to put a down payment, your mortgage payment absolutely, which is a tremendous amount of money. You could just turn around and say, well, you put a down payment. The fuck do you mean? It's not the same. Most people just don't have enough capital for down payments. And that's why they're in a permanent renter structure. But if mortgage prices in general, if mortgage prices actually were more expensive than rent, then landlords would not do landlording. The fuck are you talking about? Then it wouldn't be a way to generate passive income. What are we talking about? Where's the fucking incentive to own houses then? Like, do people unironically think landlords are losing money? Like, what's happening? What? Listen, motherfucker, I understand your point. Before you paying 40 grand in rent is absolutely branded behavior. I'm using big ass numbers, but it's the same for little ass numbers as well. They are in the short term, yes. They have deep pockets and are banking on appreciation. Yeah, that's the other part. Even if some landlords, depending on how many properties they have, depending on what their properties look like, can bank on appreciation for sure. Okay, maybe they even have more favorable loans ultimately. But the looking at the housing market and how it is increased year over year, the home values have increased year over year as the government has a genuine interest in keeping that price increase as stable as possible, because the inverse of that spells doom for the average fucking home-owning voter that votes both for the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, because that is their number one vehicle for intergenerational wealth. That is their singular most important investment, because homes are not seen simply as shelter, but an investment vehicle in this country and in many other capitalist countries as well, because that's how private property works. With all of that considered, yes, you can still take out more money, for example. You can take out more, you can refinance your loan, you can take out more money against the capital that you have, and you can still make this a profitable endeavor, even if your mortgage prices overall for a particular apartment and the rent is damn near identical. The difference between you and a fucking landlord or you and a homeowner is that they simply had the upfront capital. Whether it was a consequence of intergenerational wealth or savvy financial decisions, that part does not matter. What matters is they had the first upfront capital. They could drop it. So then the rest of the time, they could just pay the mortgage, which, paired up with property taxes, is absolutely still going to be cheaper than paying the rent. Renting remains cheaper than buying in Austin, LA, etc. Share of properties where it's cheaper to rent than own. 95% of the properties is cheaper to rent than to own. That's well above the national 81%, just slightly above the national. Wait, what the fuck? Home sales nationally declined 22% year over year in April. The average sales of the price of Metro fell But mortgage rates have nearly doubled. Yeah, because I think you're looking at. Wait, is this because is it because of interest rates? Is that what it is? So in the short term, have you ever been a landlord? You wouldn't understand the sacrifices landlords have to house people. Bought a 3-bedroom house in 2019. I'm paying less than 1-bedroom apartment. Here it's usually $1,700 for just 1 bedroom. Yeah, the reason for why, if you look at this snapshot now, the reason for why it is more expensive to own a home rather than rent a home, which doesn't factor in the reality that you could take out mortgages now when you have that fucking, when you have a property. It doesn't factor in the fact that the property value is appreciating and therefore your net worth is appreciating, which you don't have when you actually are just renting a house. In the long term, renting is always going to be infinitely more expensive than ownership. I feel like it's an abject lie. At current market rates, it is financially better to rent in many places because rent is not caught up with the higher mortgage rates yet. Makes more sense to invest your down payment than to buy a property. Well, I mean, don't worry, Cliff. Wow, nobody's fucking buying anything, and everyone has to rent regardless. It's not up to the savvy consumer to make this decision. Decision has been made for them due to their dire economic circumstances to begin with. Rent and invest is funny because, you know, we're talking about a bunch of people that don't even have an opportunity to invest or stuck in a permanent renter market. Right now, if you look at mortgages on Zillow for like your apartment, it might be that your mortgage is more expensive. Then you have the property tax as well. But in the long run, that is never the case. I have an 805 credit score and I'm a renter. I probably have 50K net worth. If I owned a home tomorrow, my net worth would be 10x. And I would have a world of opportunity from just that machination, but can barely save any money for a COLA uptick. Mortgage rates have nearly doubled while rent is down 1.8% year over year, according to Zillow's April rent report. In the city of Austin, the average monthly rent is $1,873. The intrigue before the pandemic era housing boom and steep interest rate hikes, many Austinites were able to lock in mortgages or condos on starter homes. Bottom line, this analysis underscores our increasingly unaffordable housing market. That site assumes 5% down payment. Wait. That's kind of a wild way to do that. Wouldn't it be 10% across the board? Like 10% is like the normal amount, no? Even above. 10% is like a low percentage. 5% is the minimum. Literally moved from Nashville to Japan for this exact reason. My rent on a 2-bedroom 30 minutes outside of central Tokyo is $550 a month. I don't have a car, so zero car or gas payments, and the cost of living is so much cheaper overall, food, entertainment, etc. Oh, yeah. I pay $2K for a 3-bedroom here renting. The cost to buy is like $400K for our house. Anyway. like I said, the difference between being a permanent renter and being a homeowner in this economy or across the board is just simply how lucky you were that you got like you became a fucking Twitch streamer that became very successful, or you had a relative die and like leave you a shit ton of money so you could put it on a down payment. That's it. And the solutions these guys offer are fucking ridiculous because all of the problems stem from housing being seen as an investment vehicle.
It went down and then up. Now, that is an extremely imprecise comparison between two very different ways to invest. But you could also chart several kinds of investments this way, and they would all go up sometimes, down sometimes, hopefully up in the long term. But in the short term, you do not ever know what is coming next. A home is a pretty unique kind of purchase. It's a necessity that you buy at great cost. But if you look at it as a long-term investment, it's not actually that special.
If you want the stable investment, you go out and invest.
How do you write that into your article and not recognize how fucking insane that sounds? Like, that's the whole point. That's the reason why we have this crisis to begin with, which is really funny because I know for a fact that like a Vox.com editor is not making enough money to like live comfortably in whatever big city they live in. Like, how do you write those words without ever assessing your own dire financial circumstance where you straight up see the issue at hand and just avoid it? Like, you just move past it like it was nothing. You just breeze past it. It's like, oh, it's just an investment vehicle. And, you know, there's probably better investments out there. Yeah, there are, dude. There are. Yes. Renting and investing right now is better than fucking home ownership. But home ownership is not simply just an investment vehicle. And it should not be. It's shelter. You said it was shelter. We don't really do that in other circumstances in our life either, by the way. You don't go, yeah, your health insurance is, it's a necessity, but it's also, there are better investment vehicles out there. Yeah, I know you'll die if you don't eat food, but also there's better investment vehicles out there. Like, what the fuck?
Invest in a nice, government bond mutual fund. You don't have to worry about that. It is most likely, going to go up. And if it doesn't go up this month, over time it will.
One thing charts like this show is that the conditions for buying a home change. Recently, they've been kind of bad. They might not always be. But if you're looking for long-term investments to grow your wealth, even if you rent your home, a house is not your only option.
Where do people live, man? Where do people live? Where are people supposed to live? I don't understand it. If you're a permanent renter in a situation where the housing prices keep going up, as your own data shows, because it's impossible to fucking avoid. You mentioned that renting is more expensive over the long run than buying the house. That's not necessarily the case. You have to look at how the capital that would have been put down as a down payment is used alongside the savings made from renting versus mortgage paying. Alongside all associated expenses with having a house, cost of capital needs to be factored in the equation. It is one of the more stable forms of investment. And with that stability, because it's dual use, it's like literally an investment vehicle and it's a shelter. So you can park it. You can sit on it. You can sit on it for fucking decades. You can't do that for other, you can't do that in a similar, for other investments. I agree that houses should be an investment. Wait, what? Should not be an investment. It's basic human right. Okay, good. I'm glad we agree on that. Because ultimately, this guy is simply looking at the situation. The guy who's writing this article is looking at the situation and talking about housing as an investment vehicle. But it's not simply an investment vehicle. It's a necessity for survival. If you spent 100K buying versus 50K renting after 10 years, after 10 years you have a house you spent 50K on. You have a house or you have spent 50K. Exactly. And the problem is seeing housing as an investment vehicle and making it like not illegal or making it like financially appropriate to continue using homes as an investment vehicle or landlording, unironically, is the reason why this problem persists and that people can't buy houses. That's the major issue here. Because in a world where housing is simply shelter, and in very limited luxury circumstances maybe is like an investment, right? In a world where that is the case, you are not going to see housing market problems in the way that you're experiencing right now, where home ownership or housing market prices are not going to keep fucking skyrocketing year over year over year.
Between Israel and Hamas is causing political repercussions back here in the U.S. The latest CBS News poll, in fact, finds that most Americans do not approve of President Biden's handling of the conflict, and that number has grown as the war has stretched on. As Ed O'Keefe reports, that could make a big difference in Michigan, a swing state where some 200,000 Muslim Americans live.
23-year-old Adam Abu Salah's concerns about President Biden are an alarm bell for Democrats.
He's killing our people.
4 years ago, he campaigned for the president, urging neighbors in predominantly Arab-American Dearborn, Michigan, to vote against Donald Trump.
If you were to ask me 2 months ago if I was going to vote for Joe Biden, yeah, I would have held my nose and voted for him.
He's worried about the health of the economy. But now, as
Bro, it's so funny. People are like, liberals have been pushing back on this and being like, oh, wow. Oh, yeah, you don't want to vote for Joe Biden? Well, have fun getting deported. And it's like, dog, you think these motherfuckers think Donald Trump's going to be better? Like, you think that, I hate this smarmy ass, the alternative would surely be a lot better mentality. One, people don't think like that. Two, many people who do recognize that, myself included, still want to fucking apply political pressure to the goddamn president that we voted for. Shut the fuck up. You should be smiling and dialing, motherfucker, not the other way around. Misgive Hate Watcher 2. Everything is seen through the lens of Democrats. What about people dying, assholes? Holy shit. So much better than Misgive Hate Watcher 1. And a 2-month subscriber. What the fuck? There's got to be a different one, dude. What the or the first ban worked and he's reformed. Misgive Hate Watcher 2 is correct. I can't believe this is something I ever would say. Misgive Hate Watcher 1 was banned for talking shit. I'm not the same person. It's a joke. I'm not the same person. Too late. You are now. Anyway, the fucking smarmy ass bullshit is so stupid. Like, you think people don't recognize that we live in a two-party system? Like, what the fuck? Start applying pressure to Biden if you want him to win. You are still hurting the view of the Democratic Party by combating them in an election cycle. You can suck my entire cock, dumbass. Do you fucking work for the DNC? Show me the pay stubs right now. Show me the pay stubs right now. Show me the pay stubs. You're hurting the view of the Democratic Party. They work for us, you idiot. They're public servants. What the fuck are you talking about? We don't work for them. They work for us. Our vote should not be for granted. They're hurting themselves more than you could ever hurt them. What do you mean you're hurting? This is a really good concerning liberal.
Felix, I think another thing at work here is like the fact that like every evil thing, like for instance, like if you're a liberal Zionist, you have to be against the West Bank settlements. And then like as long as Netanyahu's in charge, those are never going to stop. And in fact, they're going to intensify. I think you see a similar dynamic here in Democrats when they're confronted with the fact that Arab Americans or Muslim Americans are maybe withholding their vote from Joe Biden. And you see how immediately the Seldowitz jumps out of them.
Yes,
they're like,
yes.
enjoy being in a camp. And
I love this account, the Post-Watch account, because they just keep posting like mine and Chapo's like greatest hits over and over again. And then people end up going, wow, what a great episode. Thank you for putting me on.
I think for the liberals, they need to have a bad right-wing guy carrying this out so they can sort of displace onto that figure the evil things that they secretly want to take place.
Absolutely.
Like threatening, like for Democrats to be threatening Muslim Americans with deportation under Trump, wink, wink, is just like they just want Trump to do that for them so they can say, oh, we didn't actually do that. We support Muslims.
Absolutely.
But as soon as they become inconvenient, like for instance, whether they are voicing a political opinion in America as citizens of this country, or inconvenient in terms of like they live in a part of the world that Israel thinks is theirs, that their lives are forfeit.
Well,
and they don't want to hear anything about it.
Arabs and Muslims, like more generally, have their use as long as they're firmly within the Democratic camp, and then once if they make any attempt to stray from that, or like or any advocacy for anything but like
we need like an ethno-nationalist threatening to like ethnically cleanse the country to keep everyone in line.
And to
keep the liberal side, to keep our good minorities in the tent pitching for us. Because that threat of being, even more egregiously victimized or oppressed is just held over their head. Not actually listening to them or doing anything that would actually win their vote. But no, like they need to be disciplined with the threat, whether it's Netanyahu in Israel or.
I think that's my favorite Falun Gong enthusiast, Racial Jake. Like it sounds a lot like CEO. Tech entrepreneur, Racial Jake. Right?
Or Trump in America.
Well, I mean, and like the simple calculation that the White House has made, which, maybe makes sense for them, right? Is that there is a much more moneyed and influential block of voters, and those are people who are pro-Israel, whether they're mostly on the Democratic side, Jewish or Christian, that compared to the Muslim lobby and the Muslim voting bloc is completely outweighs them.
Yeah. Seems like these boys understand the pain of rage minorities are feeling more than DNC. Yeah, when all is said and done, Democratic Party's policies of this sort, relying consistently on minorities voting for them because the alternative is like an ethnic cleanser, has led to Donald Trump picking up 22% of the black vote, which is unimaginable, dog. And they don't understand it. They don't even look at it. And they just simply go, it's fine, we're going to win the elections, because the real calculation is Republicans have been awful, sure, but ultimately they're like offering some kind of social conservatism that's becoming more and more appealing to people, as they become more reactionary due to the volatility of their own personal lives. Okay. However, wait, Internet Historian deleted his channel? What? That's the archive channel. He deleted his archive channel, not his actual channel. I still think a lot about when you said the Democrats only exist to calcify Republican policy. Yes. Yes, I was fucking brilliant when I said that. Thank you for noticing. But anyway, man, everyone thinks that you just used the word calcify. No, I've been using it a lot more recently. I do be fucking with the word calcify. I have been saying it. I noticed myself saying a lot more. I don't know where I picked it up from, but I've been saying it quite a bit. Is today a No Palestine Day? No. Look at the fucking title. This is Gaza Updates. In the title. Anyway. So what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Ironically, we're literally watching a video about Palestine. You found my real dodgeball stats? 13 eliminations, 14 times eliminated, 42 throws made, 31 dodges made. Throws blocked 1, throws caught 2, wrongful eliminations 1. The wrongful elimination was a ball that bounced off the ground first and hit Hasan's leg in the first match that he thought hit him fairly. Let's go. There it is. Also, before people go, ooh, like fucking better than average or whatever, dog. You have to remember, I'm getting fucking thrown at a lot. Okay? I've been getting, one, because I'm a big dude, and two, because I was one of the other throwers on our team, that I'm getting targeted a lot. Anyway. Dog, I've lost all faith in your athleticism. Your size ain't helping you in dodgeball. Why would you lose my faith? Why would you lose faith in your throwing technique is pretty bad. I could tell you never played baseball. Yeah, no, I've never played baseball and I've never played dodgeball. I played dodgeball one time. There are some dodgeball rookies like you're strong, so they're trying to get you out and you're a bigger target. It means you're agile. Fuck the haters. That's what I'm saying. You can sumo everyone in that dodgeball event. Come out victorious. Chad just want to bully. That's exactly. Did you fail PE? Brother, we didn't do dodgeball. We don't, in Turkey, we don't have dodgeball in PE. Baseball, the worst sport ever made. Yeah. You did above average for an American. Be proud if you ever read the comments. Thank you. You were literally thrown at twice as much as the next player, which was Miz. There you go. Thank you, Oni Spumoni, for having my fucking back. Yeah. Partially because they would eliminate Mizkif early, and then I was the next target. Thank you for going through the fucking stats and actually saving me. Thank you. Everybody needs to suck my dick. We got the fucking stats on. Also, Mrs. hit rate was 42%. Yeah, no, Miskiv was way better at throwing than myself, for sure. He had like a quad elimination one time. It was incredible. It was fun to watch. I never had like a pop-off moment of that sort. You have the dodgeball at a trampoline park? I've never been to a trampoline park. Michael Reeves more athletic. Yeah, also this is still not like full actual stats. There's plenty of shit that happens off camera too. Popped off here. Someone made a thread about your dodgeball appearance. I saw this, okay? What? This gave me an idea. Thread of Hasan. Oh, I did not see this. That's it. Thanks for reading. Okay, Vorlo. Let's fucking go. Rabbit hater Vorlo. Bro, you were quite nimble. You're a big guy, but you would jump a ton. The dodge, 31 dodges is good. Oh, we were talking about Michael Reeves. Like, dodgeball, a game like dodgeball is perfect for his frame. Like, perfect. He's fast. He's got really quick hands from boxing. It's literally, he is like built perfectly for a game like dodgeball. I am the exact opposite. What the fuck is this? Hasan the dodgeball legend? No way. This is a poop sock, right?
Can you do me a favor here? Could you name all the Facebook streamers so we know who they are? Yes, it's a
Yeah, look at how shit that throw is.
Ludwig, can you do me a favor here? Could you name all the Facebook streamers so we know who they are? Yes, it's important for you to know if a ball hits the ground, it is dead. So you cannot. Facebook has the lead. Yeah, it is 2-3. I didn't even notice. In the dark,
miles apart. God damn it, dude. God damn it. God damn it. None of you can dodge the fucking top of the hour ad break unless you subscribe. For $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. He's threw harder because he threw sidearm. You just needed that tech. What's a sidearm throw?
Made a promise that I'm coming out alive. Raging hard, went too far.
Look at that fucking dot. I'm just saying. Look at that. Look at that block.
Raging hard, went too far. I will never lose myself again, or
Yes, and that's a bravery you can't teach.
I was calling you. Did you hear me? I lost my way. Lost my way. I was trapped in 1,000 nights with no escape. Nightmares taking me over. And now I'm wide awake.
That was a twofer. These tosses are shit. Dan was surprisingly good. My favorite stance. It was how you look like you were playing Dion basketball. You had the highest dodge rate on the team by 7%. Thank you. This is where I thought that I was not supposed to go. I mean, I got out because I thought I was out, but I didn't realize it wasn't supposed to.
Burning eyes.
The ref's job. Let's try to stay inside. Now the ref, he's relaxed here, you know.
I can see myself and I don't need to hide. A foolish bride paid the price.
How is Miskiff throwing it?
I will never leave again. I'm by your side. I was calling you. Did you hear me? I lost my way.
Got his ass.
Lost my way.
That's it. That's it. That's a hit. Bro, Ludwig was cheating. What the fuck? That was literally a hit. You're all upper body with your throw. Yeah, we had Vivek on our team.
I was trapped in 1,000 nights with no escape. Nightmares taking me over, and now I'm wide awake. And now I'm wide awake. Oh, I died like 1,000,000 times for the waves I break. The nightmare's finally over, and now I'm wide awake. And now I'm wide awake.
God damn it. I hate that. The exact throw on the one on Ludwig, I had to watch several times. I think it's a hit, but it didn't count because the judges didn't. For making educated guesses, I had you for 83 throws and 49 dodges based off of where you were on camera right before and after some balls you were throwing off camera.
But you got to take what they give you. Now, when Hasan throws a ball, those are the ones you got to catch it. Kaikuno misses it.
Yeah, we did this a lot. We did that a lot. Oh, that's where you guys caught that. How the fuck? How did you catch that? That was like 1 second. Look at the athleticism. Look at the recovery. I put myself in a pretzel and immediately got up. It's 245 pounds. You motherfuckers have no clue. You don't understand. How's the shoulder? It's fine. I mean, my shoulder was my rotator cuff was hurting before we played dodgeball. I didn't use my left shoulder. I can tell you've never thrown a baseball before. I've never thrown a baseball in my life. I was trying my best. I've never thrown a baseball in my life. I've fucking played dodgeball one time for funsies. But also, these balls are like, I have enough pure strength to be able to throw a baseball fast, even if I don't have the best technique, because they're heavy. These are not heavy balls. They're sponge balls. And I'm gassed as fuck by the end of this. At this point, I'm like, yeah, you have to use your hips.
I've seen men empty whole clips of dodgeballs and not do it.
I'm no pitching coach, but I think you drag your trailing leg, which removes momentum from the throw. You still degrade, though. Balls are so light and filled with the foam. They are actually harder to throw. I used to work at a trampoline park. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that, bro. Come on. That's a big boy. That's a big boy. Look at how much of a big boy this is. I put some respect on this big boy. Look at this. I'm a big ass boy. I'm fucking running up, grabbing a ball before Michael Reeves, hitting the red line, and immediately fucking trying to chuck one. I'm just saying. Big boy's getting checked out in dodgeball. Not a valid target. Valid target. Okay, dude. Fuck you. It's such a, this is like, that is an excellent basketball throw. That would be a perfectly fine, like, weird pass to make with a basketball. Just the absolute most dog shit dodgeball throw with those sponge balls. Just that, like I throw that as a pass, like a quick pass. Down the court, that's perfectly fine. I throw those little weird sponge balls. It literally, look at that. Look at the fucking, look at the ball. It like literally, it just goes, bam. Buy a ball and learn how to throw, man. I should. Oh, such a, those are my fake outs. Oh, they were so bad. I would always go after, like, I would look like I was throwing it there, and then I would try to fucking target him, and then I was just so bad. While I was picking up dishonorable.
Hasan throwing it like it's to his little sister.
What the fuck is this music? I love that they were not even targeting Emily or Squeaks. Like, they were just like, yeah, whatever. Like,
That's what you do. Balls.
I am rectangular. Feel it in my bones. I am rectangular. Feel no hole. I am rectangular. That was an out. And you are a circle. I am rectangular. Feel no hole. I am rectangular. And you are a circle. I am rectangular. I'm a lost soul. I am rectangular. The world is a circle. I am rectangular. That was a bullshit out. The fuck? What is rectangular? I'm a lost soul. I am rectangular. Did they even touch me? See how some people throw it kind of underhanded? It lets you put a spin on the ball that makes it hard to catch while keeping it trajectory level. No, I don't. The so cold, I am rectangular. Oh, this guy is, yeah, he just puts a spin on it. How do you, I don't know how to throw like that. Why are you playing a wrong game? I have no idea how the fuck to throw like that.
To make something happen, though, they don't have the opportunity to sit and wait. I'm sure Emily just did a jumping jack. Not sure what that was about. She's gonna get hit in the damn head. Okay, you guys got the balls. You gotta throw them at some point. Okay, whoop.
Look at the elbow. I'm learning so much about the old man Twitch guy was throwing with more power than you, man. Come on. You should practice / prepare for events like this. Nah.
All right, Emily gives up a throw. In the game.
When am I gonna fucking play when am I ever gonna play baseball or dodgeball again? Power isn't the key, it's the spin of the ball. Spinning it as a throw stabilizes it. I don't know how to throw a ball. I was just doing pure power. I was trying to fucking lob it, which I might have had a better shot throwing it like a pong ball at beer pong. Fucking it was a fun event. Fucking try hard nerd chatter. Yeah, Twitch CEO is pretty fit. To throw with spin and power, it's in the wrist. You were letting go too low, probably because you were gripping too hard. Kind of got to let it slip out with the spin. I don't know why people are backseating. Oh, so you get one game further before being decimated by Will Neff. Big whoop. Will and Caroline combo or wild. Yeah, they were very good. Good spin leads to curve balls. Those are insane to catch and avoid. Watch out, Sapnap throws. Yeah, Sapnap threw a lot of as soon as we got to the courts and I saw Sapnap throw one fast one, I was like, oh shit, he's got a fucking heater. He's definitely played baseball before, at least like for funsies, you know what I mean? He knew how to throw a baseball. I do not. I didn't also realize it was so much more complicated. What player were you most impressed by? I think probably Michael Reeves, because I was not expecting him to be that good. But I guess Sapnap probably. Sapnap was the best. Sapnap probably was the best player in the entire tournament. Michael Reeves had incredible moments. Like in our battle against YouTube, Michael Reeves literally single-handedly won that bout. When he turned it around with that insane catch, that is when we lost. We could have defeated YouTube. We were defeating YouTube, and then we lost. Hasan isn't surprised by Caroline because he knew she was that good. Yeah, no, Caroline I know is very athletic, and so is Will. That's why, like, to me, Will and Caroline's performance is not like unique because I know their skill. I mean, you guys forget I play sports with Will all the time. Caroline was definitely more athletic than I expected her to be with her dodges, but Carolina had good agility and decent technique. Her throws are deceptively hard to catch. Most disappointing was Myth. I think Myth was just fucking around too much. Like, I think he just loves dodging, and he just wanted to get, like, funny, clippable dodges. Wilnet playing in that tournament was not fair? No, dude, you're wrong. I think Will could absolutely play in that tournament. You guys are greatly overemphasizing. You're making it seem like it was above and beyond. His team, he's very good, but Will's team also was literally Will's team also was way more balanced. Like when you have a team where like every single person can throw, like Caroline was the worst thrower and she was still very good, you know what I mean? At that point it's just like you don't need to use that much of your power. You can be like reasonably on par. As someone who Will never D1 tight end? No, he wasn't. Will is a profoundly athletic person. He is an incredibly athletic person. Like, it's crazy. Kick team had chemistry aiming at the same target and the like? No. We did that too. That doesn't matter, dude. I don't know why you guys don't understand. They just had people that were better at throwing and also more athletic overall. Instead of like having players that were easy targets, instead of having a couple players that were easy targets, which would literally require everyone to just hyper focus on the one guy that can throw or two guys that can throw or three guys that could throw. Yeah, every single person on their team could throw, which makes it way more different than any other game. Like in basketball, not every single person has to be an incredible shooter. Some people are going to be good at shooting out of in a 5-on-5 situation. Some people can shoot, some people can drive, some people are power forwards, some people are centers, and some people simply drive up the ball. But in dodgeball, in a 5-on-5 situation, it's like there is no deviation of responsibility. Everyone needs to at least like be able to throw competitively and be able to dodge competitively. So if you don't have people that can throw, for example, then you don't have to focus on them. You never have to focus on them at all. You can just wait until they're at the end. So all of the balls are directed in the vicinity of people that can throw the ball first. So you can eliminate them and then move on to easier targets. Yeah. It wasn't balanced. Kick team was super strong, like you said. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the reason why when you have a better deviation of, like, when you have everyone that can throw, then your arm is going to rest more throughout the entire event. You have to dodge less because you're not being targeted as much because all five of the people that are still, all five of the other people can still throw. So it's just, like, entirely different. So every single player looks much better.
Administration continues standing by Israel.
Anyway, we're going to get back to Biden losing support in Michigan now. Having said that, I'm not saying my performance was phenomenal at all. I fucking sucked.
Israel's deadly attacks on Gaza.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Abu Salah says he and his community can no longer support the president.
The same way that they're being silent right now in the face of injustices, we're going to be silent in November 2024.
Abdullah Hammoud is Dearborn's first ever Arab-American mayor and says for many here, the Israel-Hamas...
If you were invited to another dodgeball event, would you actually train for it? Probably not. I say I would, but I'm going to be honest with you, I probably wouldn't. I'll tell you right now, I will, but I won't.
Hamas war is deeply personal.
We have some residents who've lost entire families.
A Democrat, the mayor credits legislation signed by the president for pumping tens of millions of dollars of federal aid into his city.
The domestic policies that President Biden has achieved have been nothing short of phenomenal.
But he has his own strong views on what's happening in Gaza.
You cannot overlook the genocide that's taken place. And you
Man, these losers are in for a massive surprise when Trump treats them like little rats in 2025. I love that, man. Thank you for your Thank you for your support of like humanity, really demonstrating that politics is simply about your team winning to you. Like, this is what a guy does when he cares about Arab people. He cares about Muslims, you know what I mean? This is what you say to the people that you care about. I love liberals openly showcasing their disdain for those who even say they might not vote for the Democratic Party due to the Democratic Party's actions. It's always so funny. Arab voters who are abandoning Biden over Gaza when they learn that Trump is Islamophobic. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, shit, dude. Really? It's so funny that people say this or people operate like this. Like, it's a two-party system, brother. Like, good luck. You're basically voting for Trump then. Yeah, dude. Yeah, they know that. And they know Trump is more racist. They know that already. What kind of dumb shit is this? Like, even if you think about it from an electoralist principle, if you just, like, legitimately care so much about Biden's chances, right? You want Biden to win, then you should be trying to pressure the Democratic Party then. Why the fuck are you trying to pressure your fellow voters in the most arrogant and racist way possible? By being like, yeah, Trump is going to kill you. They're going to put you in concentration camps. It's like, great, man, thanks. Yeah, I'm sure you'll be devastated when that happens. You won't. You don't even give a shit. If Biden put you in concentration camps, you wouldn't fight against it. You'd turn around and say Trump will put you in extra concentration camps. So, of course, vote for Biden even further. Biden only put half of you Muslims in concentration camps. Trump will put 100% of you Muslims in concentration camps. You got to vote for Biden. That's what you would do. Instead of pressuring Biden to not put Muslims in concentration camps, you'd be telling all the Muslims, the remaining ones that are not in concentration camps, to vote for the fucking lesser evil. Y'all suck. Everybody sees what you're doing. Every marginalized group from any kind of marginalized background sees exactly what the fuck you're doing. It's unironically so infantilizing that you literally think Muslims are dumb monkeys or something, okay? Just like every other fucking minority group in this country, and can't fucking think critically. The fuck? What is this? Literally, just like straight up being like, you're a fucking idiot. I bet you have no idea what's going on. Okay, I bet you have no idea what'll happen if Trump is president. It's like, what, dude? Are you stupid? People know. People know already.
If Trump wins the next election.
It's so dumb.
You have to weigh that on a scale.
What is your view on how President Biden has responded to what happened on October 7th?
I think it has been awful.
Holding Michigan is key to a Biden victory in 2024. 146,000 Muslim Americans voted here in 2020, with nearly 70% nationwide going for the president. But Abu Salah warns the anger here could cost the president the election.
So then what will the people do? Stay home?
No, we're going to go vote, but we're going to keep the top of the ticket empty.
You would skip voting for president in 2024.
Yes.
If you really cared about change, why wouldn't you demand from the party you deem as leftist, instead of demanding to be free from the grip of the military-industrial complex, instead of demanding economic reform, instead of demanding the end of the murder of civilians over the world for the benefits of your country? You follow the Democrats unconditionally. You're no politically engaged. You're no politically engaged individual. You're just a glorified stan. Yeah, and not even a glorified stan. Miskiff hate watcher number 2. Who quickest recovery of all time, immediately turned into a woke guy out of nowhere, got banned one time. Yes, that is official now. It doesn't matter if you changed your name for the memes. You are now Miskiff hate watcher number 1, who got banned and then became like a woke Stalinist or some shit. Okay. Jokes. Okay. Anyway, it's canon. It's now canon. Yeah, he's like Mr. fucking Party of Socialism and Liberation. I checked their logs. They're a completely different chatter. Yeah, I know they're a completely different chatter. Yeah, you mean like they're a completely different chatter now, right? Anyway, but yeah, this is correct. Also, you're a stand for some dumb shit. That's the worst part. You're a fucking stand for the Democratic Party. You're not even a stand for like Taylor Swift, okay? Taylor Swift at least like makes music that makes people feel like, oh, she's just like me for real. Oh my God, is she talking about my scarf? That's exactly like how I lost my virginity, you know? Meanwhile, the Democratic Party offers nothing to you. It just makes you feel like you are owning the cons a little bit, and you're not really owning them at all.
Even if it meant Donald Trump might win the presidency.
If you were to tell me that my vote would be the vote whether Biden wins in Michigan or not, I will still not vote for Biden.
It's that much of an issue for you.
Yeah, my people dying is that much of an issue for me.
A Biden campaign spokesperson says the president continues to work closely and proudly with leaders in the Muslim and Palestinian communities across the country, while the White House says it is tirelessly working to increase the urgent delivery of aid to the, quote, innocent people of Gaza. Tony?
Really eye-opening conversation.
How can Trump be any better? Trump is not better, dog. Trump is not better. Nobody says Trump is better. Maybe some dumbasses do. But, like, no, of course Trump is not better. What, you think Arabs don't know Trump is worse? What the fuck are you saying? What? Quote?
Innocent people. It is leaders in the Muslim and Palestinian communities across the country, while the White House says it is tirelessly working to increase the urgent delivery of aid to the, quote, innocent people of Gaza.
What? I think he put that quote in the wrong place there. He just means like he's quoting the White House. I think we're looking into it a little bit too much. He meant, he put, like, he's saying he's quoting the White House, not that, like, they're quote-unquote innocent people. That would be really funny if this dude is just a raging racist and he just personally said that to be like, quote, innocent people of Gaza. Like, no, he's just, terror babies. Will Trump act pro-Muslim after primaries to capture these voters? No. No.
Tony?
Really eye-opening conversations there, Ed. Now, of course, generally in politics, foreign policy doesn't drive votes, but the economy does. And there are other troubling signs in this poll from CBS.
Yeah, foreign policy doesn't drive votes because Americans are like, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Death and destruction. We don't give a fuck. At best, we don't even see it. At worst, it's like, I mean, at best, we are like, this is the best war that we've ever engaged in. And at worst, we don't even see it. The at best wars, of course, turn into at worst wars quite frequently. And by that turning point, we just deliberately stop covering it on national news. So you just stop seeing the bodies come home, the caskets. That literally happened in Afghanistan and Iraq. So something to remember. Human life over economic policy. That's the Muslim priority. Fuck policy when people are dying. No, it just... Okay. Guys. Understandably, the Muslim community and the Arab voters, like Muslim and Christian Arab voters, are going to look to the situation in Gaza and watch and notice that Biden has like been straight up unconditionally supporting Israel, despite the fact that the media tries to tell you that that's not the case. It is the case. It is absolutely the case. He has been offering unconditional support. That's why we keep giving more and more dumb rockets or dumb munitions, like not rockets, like tank shells. Mark 84s, but also tank shells. Why are we giving them artillery and tank shells? Is that hitting the tunnels? Are we killing Hamas? Or is that actually blowing up buildings and shooting at buildings in general? It's all bullshit. We keep saying, oh, please, I'm urging you, keep civilian casualties to a minimum. Here's also thousands of new munitions that we're offering to you with emergency resupply. It's obvious. It's a tankless enemy that you need tank shells for. What's up with that? You have to threaten Biden and the Democrats with something. What is the extent of protest? A strongly worded letter? Yeah, literally. People that say that are just dumb as fuck or don't give a shit about Muslims or the fucking ongoing genocide in Gaza. They just don't care. And that's the truth. There's plenty of people who don't care in America. I think it's like 56% of the country still thinks like Biden's helping Israel just the right amount. A lot of that is, of course, massaged. A lot of that is also, of course, massaged by the media and the media framing of the matter. But still. Trump would be like, Bibi, you know my friend Bibi, great guy. No, he won't say that. No. Trump knows how to read the room well. He's been talking shit about Bibi. He says he's Israel's greatest defender, which is why he doesn't like Bibi Netanyahu no more. Trump hates Bibi Netanyahu. He literally said Bibi's a piece of shit like the other day.
Our polling unit here, most people, 62%, when asked, say they disapprove of Joe Biden's handling of the economy. What is the White House doing to address that part of it?
Yeah, they're doing a few things, Tony. His re-election campaign points out the majority of a $25 million ad campaign that's underway in swing states right now is focused on things the president has done to bring down prices and restore the economy. And that's critical because our poll finds most Americans say their income isn't keeping up with inflation. The ads are starring real people discussing how lower prices for insulin and other medications are helping improve their bottom line. And that's key, because the CBS News poll shows it's people's personal experiences or those of people they know that they base their opinion of the economy on, not data-driven talk about unemployment or inflation rates. So a lot of work to do, Tony.
I mean, considering that I covered this extensively for like 2 hours earlier today, I think you guys have a better understanding of, like, you have a better way of conceptualizing this, right? It's just not, you know. Here, let's watch this.
Election, we will be pointing the finger at you. We always do. What, do you think this is new? You all have been in the same cycle for the last 50 or 60 years. Every single time a Democrat is in office, you all forget that people of color exist until it comes time for an election. And then you try to harass us into voting for your favorite candidate. What? And do you think I'm telling you all to shut the fuck up, to be salacious? To be sarcastic? No. You all are hemorrhaging voters. Hemorrhaging voters. Because not only is Biden a genocidal, non-viable candidate, because you all are acting like sycophants, every single interaction with liberals is fraught with racism, sexism, infantilization, condescension. You all literally hate the people you want to vote for your favorite candidate. And you seem to forget that every single time somebody interacts with you, that is a memory they're taking with them to the voting booth. What, you don't think it works that way? I told you all to be quiet and shut up because you all are your own greatest liability. People literally hate interacting with you. Continue along this path if you want to. But at this point, being quiet is the greatest thing you can do. And I mean that literally.
Yeah. The reason why Democrats routinely shit on minorities, marginalized voters, Bernie bros, all this shit, is because Democratic Party supporters come at it from a perspective of elitism where your vote is expected. It's a two-party system after all. And they utilize the two-party system to their advantage, where it's like, yeah, you shut the fuck up. You don't know any better for yourself. You have to shut up and vote. You have to shut up and vote for the candidate, even if the candidate himself is saying you suck. Even if the candidate himself is openly stating you and people like you and others like you are awful and worthy of genocide. It doesn't matter. Shut the fuck up and vote regardless, because ultimately there will be harm reduction. And it's like, that's not how politics works in general. That's not a successful strategy even. This is what they did in 2016. Finger wagging is not an effective strategy. explain to people why you should vote for the Democratic Party, and make sure that you pressure the Democratic Party to do things that the people want. Yes, I'm wearing a Razor jacket, okay? Dolce & Gabbana Razor collab sent me a fucking jacket, and I like it because it has a balaclava on the hoodie. I like it because it makes me look like a peasant when I wear it like this. Me lord! I'd be interested to know how many Americans who disapprove of Biden's handling of Gaza war do it for moral reasons versus Republicans who don't think Biden's being pro-Israel enough. Probably more people who are saying Republicans who don't think Biden is pro-Israel enough. But there are plenty of people that are in the Democratic Party who also do not think Biden is doing a good job. You look like an ancient Chinese civil official. I love that. Yeah, people apparently are changing the billboards. Let's be clear. Zionism is your problem too. Jews for free Palestine. That's kind of cool. What is this? Hillary? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hillary Clinton's role in President Biden's re-election campaign is expected to grow in the new year. Oh, no. Boys, is so Jover. It's more Jover than has ever been before. This is the most Jover. We have never arrived at a Jover moment as Jover as this one. It's done. It's done, boys. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. It's gone. It's done. It's over. What? You literally look like this?
Only a fool makes threats he's not prepared to carry out. Now, let's say I threatened to hit you unless you shut your mouth, but you kept talking. What do you think I'd do? I don't give a rap. I'm here by the king's command to take back this castle.
Me lord, you ate me in the fucking face, me lord. Nah, they ate you up, blood? Yeah, no, I agree. That's why I like it. What do you mean? That's why I just said I like looking like a serf.
Hamas war and the assault on southern Gaza. UN officials are warning of a dire humanitarian situation as citizens flee to the border with Egypt. Foreign correspondent James Longman is on the scene in Israel. Good morning, James.
Yeah, good morning, George. Israel says it's on the hunt for Hamas leadership in southern Gaza and that it's almost complete control of the north. But we're on the border with northern Gaza here, and we've heard the sound of ongoing battle here, heavy battle, not just bombardments, but small arms fire. That would suggest that Hamas is coming into close quarters with Israeli fighters. It is taking time to uproot Hamas from Gaza, but with every day that passes, more civilians die.
Israel says it shifted its focus to southern Gaza. But this morning, battles in the north of the Strip are still raging. 104 IDF soldiers have now been killed in this ground operation, Hamas proving difficult to uproot from northern neighborhoods.
I like the notion of just looking at a situation with the Biden's campaign and the death knell. And you got people like Nate Silver being like, there's a lot of room for debate on how much attention one should pay for the polls, but I don't know, it might be nice if Democrats had a competitive primary process rather than just crossing their fingers and hoping the polls change or are wrong. This is all of this is spelling trouble for the Democratic Party. You even got Nate Bronze out here fucking being like, what are we doing here? This is not good. Okay? And then to fucking hit the final note, to hit the death note, you bring in Hillary Rodham Clinton? Are you kidding me? You were smart enough to leave her the fuck away from the campaign in 2016. I mean, in 2020, sorry. Why? The Democratic consultant class has circled the wagons behind Biden. Would not have been expecting him to be at a 37% approval rating or be polling this poorly against Trump at this time. It could change. Still think next year 50-50, but things are not going to plan. Bro, 3 high-quality pollsters have the Michigan presidential race at New York Times, CNN saying Trump 48-43. Epic MRA, Trump 46-41. CNN, SSRS, Trump 50-40. 10 points over. 5 points over. Is there anything specific going on in Michigan that would explain this? Gretchen Whitmer won by over 10 points like a year ago. It's hard to make sense of this. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, guys. Why would an area with a fucking pretty high reliable Democratic Party voter block population that loses like 140,000 votes in in a matter of 2 months, how could this have happened? I don't know. Let's look at what Big Gretch had to say about Israel-Palestine. On October 8th, Gretchen Whitmer literally was like, yeah, death is really bad across the board. On October 8th, motherfucker, why do you think she said that? Why do you think she didn't come out immediately and be like, every Muslim deserves the death penalty right now? As many of our other Democratic counterparts said. Why? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because Dearborn, Michigan is a big constituency. It's not just Israel-Palestine. LGBT issues also impact this demographic. I mean, the reason why he's getting fucking cooked here in comparison to Gretchen Whitmer is because, first of all, as a governor, she's great. Younger voters like her. She's going to defend abortion consistently. She polls well. She reads the fucking room. But if you're comparing her to, Joe Biden, why is she cooking Joe Brandon? Why is she cooking Joe Brandon in Michigan? Because she's not doing the bad stuff that Joe Brandon is doing. And she's associated with the good stuff that Joe Brandon has done and his administration has done. All the good positives for the labor side, she takes ownership of that as a Democratic Party member, right? All the fucking Muslim population in Dearborn and the Christian Arab population as well that live all over, but certainly in Michigan, feel some type of way about Joe Biden executing their family members and people that look like them. And saying insane shit like, hey, by the way, they deserve it. The question for you should be, why didn't Obama lose the Muslim voting bloc or the Arab voting bloc in general? In a way that Joe Biden is losing it right now. Joe Biden, after all, was on the same fucking ticket. You know why? Or why did people love Joe Biden? Why? Look at his 2020 performance. Look at Joe Biden's 2020 performance in the same area. Okay? The reason is, brother, this was free. Don't fucking send motherfuckers links of how expensive the shit that I'm wearing. I didn't buy this, okay? Y'all were here when they sent it to me. And it's also not available. So,
Despite the offensive, Hamas still able to launch rockets. We saw Iron Dome intercepts over Tel Aviv this morning.
And that is Iron Dome coming into action, taking out rockets fired from Gaza.
There is no Iron Dome in Gaza, where more than 18,000 people have now been killed, according to Hamas. Khan Yunis, where thousands had sought refuge, now a battleground. ABC producer Sami Ziara is there.
As you hear in the background, the exchanging of fire, the ground vision continue for the 5 days.
Sami has been forced to move his...
Why did Obama keep the support but not Biden? Why did Biden keep the support but not Biden now? If a genocide is happening and you see it, and it's happening in front of our fucking eyes, and our friends and family members overseas are getting lasered by our fucking weapons that we pay for with our taxpayer money, yeah, people are going to start feeling some type of way. They're going to be like, what the fuck? Fuck you, dude. Dude, if you, as a Democrat, here, I'll give it to, I'll talk about some shit that, like, I don't know, you care about. You're like a white college student, right? Okay. Let's say you fucking ran on making healthcare more affordable. You ran on Medicare for all, let's say, okay? Imagine you go out, you fucking campaign for Bernie Sanders. He's like, I'm going to make Medicare affordable. I'm going to do Medicare for all. And then he turns around, okay, and literally works directly with the healthcare industry to make medical aid less affordable deliberately by, like, to straight up be like, all right, if you have diabetes, we're going to come to your house and we're going to execute you. You'd be like, what the fuck? I voted for you because you're not racist. Ostensibly, you're supposed to be the guy who's not as racist as the other guy. I voted for you because you're the not Muslim ban guy. What the fuck? It turns out one is the Muslim ban guy. The other turns out to be the not Muslim ban, but also genocide guy. That's the whole point. Do you understand? Do you get why people are like, what the fuck? I'm not voting for this guy. This guy's a piece of shit. Change your attitude now. He has the capacity. Oh, now that it's about my niche issue instead of genocide, I totally get it. The white college student. I mean, it's not a niche issue. Healthcare is not a niche issue at all. But it is one that affects everyone. So that's why I used it from the healthcare framework. Yeah. You got Bernie Sanders and you got Donald Trump. Okay. You want to vote for Bernie Sanders. You push for Bernie Sanders. You campaign for him. You go out and you vote for him. You're proud to vote for him, right? Because you want Medicare for all. And then he defeats the I'm going to kill Medicare for all guy, right? But then when he's in office, he turns around and does Medicare for null. Medicare for y'all? Y'all thought you were going to get Medicare? Medicare for nobody. How about that? And he fucking guts it. You'd be like, okay, hello? The fuck? You lied to me. Yeah, Medicare for null.
Family 17 times since the war began. He's desperate to keep them alive.
My concern only how to protect my family from the war. My kids, they consider me that I'm a shelter for them, and I'm not.
Nearly 85% of Gaza's 2.3 million people have been displaced, according to the United Nations, who say there's no safe place to flee. Now, the World Health Organization is warning Gaza's health system is on its knees and collapsing. The Q80 hospital's emergency room now outdoors. In the heart of ravaged Gaza City, drone footage captured.
This is a wild thing to just like openly celebrate, by the way. This is literally just like we're doing, we're colonizing.
Captures the Israeli flag standing against the ruins of Palestine Square. We pressed the IDF on this.
Israel says again and again it doesn't seek to conquer in Gaza, and yet placing flags in Gaza suggests a different kind of motive.
The IDF has no instructions to reoccupy. The goal is to dismantle and destroy Hamas and bring home the hostages.
And this video circulating online causing outrage. An IDF soldier seen breaking items in a store in Gaza. The IDF says it will review the footage and condemns the behavior of the soldier.
Now, the United States vetoed a UN Security Council vote on a ceasefire Friday, but today the General Assembly will convene an emergency meeting on another vote to stop the fighting, get more aid in, and of course get those hostages out. And today, representatives from the UN Security Council will visit the Rafah border crossing to assess the humanitarian situation. It is desperate. Lindsay?
It sure seems to be. James, thank you.
Hi, everyone.
How do we still listen to IDF spokespersons without any credibility? Easy answer. They're our allies, and their enemies are our enemies because they are our allies. And also, you know, if you want to look at it black and white, like their enemies are terrorists. They're Muslim, they're Arab, they're scary. Like, yeah, sure, Israelis are Arab too. Fuck ton of Arab Israelis. I forget what the demographic numbers are, but like millions of Millions. And I don't mean like the Palestinian citizens of Israel. I mean like Arab Jews, right? Speculation, Andy? Yeah, dude, that's speculation. Oh my God, I love how fucking baboon-like my haters have become. They just get like, they get dumber and dumber. Nothing I said was speculation. You're just saying that because you're a fucking idiot. Like it's just a buzzword. You just use it as a buzzword. It's just like a signifier that you are an opponent of mine. I did not speculate anything here. It is no different than just going, that's an ad hominem. Is negative IQ hating? Yes, I know. That's the problem. Like 21% of the population is Arab? No, you're talking about the Palestinian citizens of Israel. The population of the Palestinian citizens of Israel, the non-Jewish Arab population, is like around 23%, 21 to 23%. The difference is the Jewish Arabs, okay, Arab Jews do not call themselves Arab in that country because they're Jewish, and it's a Jewish supremacist ethno-state. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm Israeli Arab. Yeah, you're a Palestinian citizen of Israel. You're a part of the 23%. Arab Jews, on the other hand, make up like half of the Jewish population, and they get very mad if you call them Arabs, even though they are. Keep yapping, loser. I will. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna keep yapping. This is what I do. But thank you for your patronage. You're scraping the bottom of the hater barrel. I know.
Israel and Hamas agreeing on a deal that will free a number of hostages in Gaza in exchange for a temporary pause in fighting.
The release of hostages by Hamas.
Their release is part of a deal that's been in negotiations for weeks.
Emerging from the darkness of captivity.
Carefully loaded into those Red Cross vehicles.
Now undergoing the delicate process of reuniting with their families.
On November 22nd, Israel and Hamas agreed to a temporary ceasefire. This was more than 6 weeks after Hamas militants killed over 1,000 Israelis and took roughly 240 hostages. And after Israel's relentless bombing and ground invasion of Gaza killed over 14,000.
That's where the word Mizrahi was formed, meaning Eastern, making up around 60% of the population. Yep. Mizrahi Jews are Arab. They're Arab Jews. They came from Arab nations in Aliyah's either due to pogroms or on their own volition to Israel, okay? They come from all around. They come from Yemen. Well, I guess Yemen has a separate designation, but they're non-white. But still, like Yemen Jews from Yemen, Morocco, Syria, Iraq, even some from Iran. They're Middle Easterners. They're Middle Eastern Jews. They are fucking Arabs. They're Arab Jews. But because Israel is a Jewish ethno-state, a Jewish supremacist ethno-state, they have a different designation, a different classification. That's why so many people, well, not Iran. Yeah, not Iran. Iranian Jews are in Los Angeles. Morocco, Middle East. Wow. Mena, man. Mena, suck my cock. Mena, Middle East, North Africa. Like, suck my fucking cock. What do you mean? You ever see a motherfucker from Morocco? What would you say? Middle East is perfectly valid to say when you're talking about Morocco. Dumb bitch. Okay, here, I specified it. Mena. Is that better? Mena. Dude never met a fucking Moroccan person. Why is Morocco considered white in the U.S.? Arabs are considered white in the U.S. too. That's it. Yeah, many Arabs are Schrodinger's white. They're white until you learn their name or see their ID. Muslims in general, too, across the board, myself included. From afar, I'm a white guy. The way I dance, the way I act, the way I sound. And then you fucking hear my name and you're like, okay, never mind. I was so wrong. I was very wrong about this guy. Not Pakistanis? Yeah, because they're Asian. That's a different designation. Pakistanis are Asian. That's like a non-white subgroup. Whereas Arabs are considered white in the American census. No, he's probably Moroccan of a Berber ethnicity like most of the population. That's why I don't like the Arab designation. Okay, whatever.
And Palestinians. Under the deal, Hamas would eventually release 105 hostages, mainly women, children, and foreign nationals. In turn, Israel would release 240 Palestinian prisoners, mainly women, children, and young adults, the vast majority of whom Israel had detained without formally charging.
A bus full of women detained by Israel until...
There's nothing funnier. Oh my God. There's nothing funnier than fucking every group of individual from every country in the MENA region being like, I'm not Arab. I'm not Arab. Okay? I'm not Arab, bro. We're different. We're Berber. We're Amazigh. We're fucking, we're Phoenician. Okay? I get it. My bad, dude. Same goes for you too. I don't give a shit. When someone says you're Arab, I don't give a shit. You want to know why? You want to know why? Despite the fact that I'm Turkic, okay, and therefore Turkish, like, or Persians not being Arab, it doesn't fucking matter. It literally doesn't matter. In the eyes of the American population, we're all the same, okay? It's MENA. It's MENA region. That's it. These designations only matter when you're having a conversation within the in-group. When you're having a conversation with the out-group, they don't give a shit. You're the same. Anyway, we should not normalize Arabization. Sure.
Till now, tearful family reunifications between a mother and a teenage son.
The moment a mother finally sees her
Does Stavros smell bad? No, he smells great.
daughter for the first time after 8 years in an Israeli prison.
This exchange was a new chapter in a long history. Over decades, Israel has released tens of thousands of prisoners in exchange for hostages.
The first captive Israeli soldier to be returned home in a generation.
Key to that deal, the simultaneous release of the first 500 of more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners.
There are more than 7,000 Palestinians in Israeli prisons. Around 8% of those prisoners are serving life sentences for serious crimes.
Yeah, the irony is Persian, Turkish, and Central Asian Jews are also usually under the Mizrahi umbrella. Yes, there are literally fucking... I had a Turkish Jewish friend whose last name is straight up Mizrahi. That's when I first found out about this designation and where it comes from anyway. Yeah. So in Israel, it don't matter if you're from any of these areas. No, most Turkish Jews are Sephardi, not Mizrahi. It doesn't matter. There are still Mizrahi Jews in Turkey as well. The Turkish Jews that are Sephardi came from Spain in the original. The fuck? What just happened? My Steam just like refreshed on its own. They originally came from Spain, but the rest of the... You see, okay, here's the distinction. A lot of the Jews that came from Spain that went into fucking Istanbul are technically still considered Sephardi. However, okay, the ones that came from Europe that went to North Africa, which was still, to parts of North Africa, which was still under the Ottoman Empire, they're Mizrahi.
Including killing Israeli civilians and soldiers. But what about the rest of them? How did all of these Palestinians end up in Israeli prisons? To get some answers, we called Hadi Viterbo, a professor of law who's researched the Israeli prison system, and Basil Faraj, a professor who specializes in cultural studies and research on political prisoners.
Palestinians are mostly convicted in military courts and Israelis are convicted in non-military courts.
These are two of the main judicial systems in Israel.
Yo, okay, I've been disrespecting Vox a lot, but they've been pumping some fucking decent pro-Palestinian content. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on over there, which is kind of sad, I guess. It's just like, because the bar is in hell. Like, they're just straight up reporting the truth, and I'm like, wow, that's cool. I'm glad that at least there's some fucking outlets that are an extension of legacy publishers that are reporting on it in a truthful way.
A civilian court system and a military court system.
Military courts are presided by Israeli military judges, there are Israeli military prosecutors, and they operate under Israeli military law, which is very, very different to the Israeli non-military legal system. The scope of each of these different court systems is determined not even by the territory and not by the nature of the charge, but rather by who is being prosecuted.
This court system mostly stems from military orders that go back to the beginning of the Israeli occupation of Palestinian territories in 1967. Israeli military and civilians have feared violent resistance from Palestinians. So these military orders list rules for public order and security.
And we're talking about thousands of military orders that have been published since Israel's occupation. One of those early military orders was Military Order Number 101, which basically prohibited any political expression.
It includes bans on gatherings of 10 or more persons for a matter that may be construed as political without military approval. It also bans the display of flags or political symbols, except with a permit. And people who violate the order could be liable for imprisonment for 10 years, or a large fine, or both. Another crucial...
I love when these are some of the fucking rules, and then people are like, they're all terrorists. That is why they are in prison, because they are doing terror.
Order is number 1651. It's a 108-page document which consolidated a sweeping list of offenses, including a 10-year sentence for anyone who attempts to influence public opinion in the region in a manner which may harm public peace, or potential life imprisonment for any act deemed a disturbance to the security of the area or the...
Yeah, we're gonna after this, we're gonna watch the fucking Jubilee video, and I'm gonna try not to fucking die. Middle Ground Roundtable Israel Palestine by Jubilee.
IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces.
Get ready
for it,
quite
vague, and that allows for ad hoc discretion by the Israeli officials to decide what constitutes a disturbance of the public order.
Here's an example of how the orders are used. In 2016, a lawyer was detained during a peaceful demonstration in the West Bank city of Hebron that called for reopening a main downtown street that the army prohibits Palestinians from accessing. One of his charges was for demonstrating without a permit, and another for attempting to influence public opinion in the area in a manner that may harm public order or safety. In other recent cases, Israel charged Palestinian journalists with incitement, saying news videos they had taken, which were often of confrontations between Palestinians and Israeli forces, political processions, or funerals, constituted incitement. Once arrested, they often end up as what Israel calls security prisoners.
It allows for a lot of discretion, but it's overwhelmingly applied to Palestinians.
The vast majority of these security prisoners placed in the military system are from the West Bank, and they are largely transferred out of their territory to one of 19 prisons within Israel.
And the fact that Israel transfers Palestinians into facilities inside Israel is widely considered a violation of the Fourth Geneva Convention, which is a cornerstone of international humanitarian law.
A smaller number of security prisoners are also Palestinians from Gaza, though they are often sent through a different system. Another small number of security prisoners are Palestinian citizens of Israel, though for non-political crimes, Palestinian citizens of Israel are largely sent to the civilian court system. On the other hand, no matter the crime, almost all Israelis are placed in the civilian court system. So, Israeli settlers and Palestinians in the West Bank, even if they are accused of committing the very same crime in the same territory, would go to different courts. Israelis to civilian court, and Palestinians to military court, where, from the moment they are arrested, through their detention, they are governed by a starkly different set of laws.
I think it's important to emphasize that due process is not at all present in Israeli military courts.
First, about a quarter of prisoners are in what's known as administrative detention.
Administrative detention is essentially when a person is being taken to custody, incarcerated, without any charge or trial. That is presented by Israel as a preventive measure.
In April of 2023, Israel was holding over 1,000 administrative detainees without charge. That number is up to 2,000 since October 7th. They are held on secret materials, meaning Israel says they have evidence, but Palestinian prisoners have no way of accessing the materials or knowing what they've been accused of. And every 6 months, the courts can rule to extend their detention indefinitely. Israel says it only uses administrative detention when evidence of acts that endanger security cannot be presented for reasons of confidentiality and protection of intelligence resources.
It has been used systematically to criminalize Palestinian action, to criminalize Palestinian organizations, to criminalize Palestinian human rights work as well, and also to instill the sense of fear that anyone who dares to speak.
I don't understand what these guys are saying. Israel's the only democracy in the Middle East. Like, what the fuck? It's so weird. Such a weird thing to say. Odd.
Against the occupation could be punished without having due process.
Then there are the 3/4 of prisoners accused or charged with a crime. Some are serving life sentences for serious crimes, including murder. And protecting Israelis from violence is a large part of Israel's rationale for having this military court system in the first place. But the vast majority of prisoners, over 90%, are charged with other security offenses. Apart from the charges, the way these two...
Yeah, they're charged with missing the top of the hour ad break. Or rather, not being subscribed to the top of the hour and getting hit with a 3-minute ad break. Which, of course, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with the Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Also, like I said, right after this, we are finally going to fucking move on to not so green pastures, but we're going to be moving into the Jubilee video.
Two court systems operate is also vastly different. In the military court system, public defenders are not regularly provided. And confessions in military court are often written in Hebrew by an officer, requiring many Palestinian detainees to sign statements or confessions they don't understand, which can then be used against them. Once a Palestinian prisoner actually goes to trial, conviction rates are a staggering 99.76%.
So essentially what that means is that once a Palestinian is brought before an Israeli military court, they're as good as destined for imprisonment.
In Israeli civilian courts, there's a different standard even when it comes to what it takes to be arrested, let alone convicted. When you look at crimes against Palestinians, according to data collected by one Israeli human rights organization, of more than 1,500 cases of ideologically motivated settler crimes, investigations were closed without indictments in 93% of cases. In another of their studies of cases that did indict Israeli suspects for violence against Palestinians, only 1/3 of cases resulted in full or partial convictions.
They are protected by the law. We have witnessed images of settlers burning Palestinian villages down to the ground and killing people. They were not persecuted or sent to any form of real punishment.
And there's major discrepancies in sentencing too. For example, if convicted of manslaughter, a Palestinian...
Like, they're using Adamir, which... the fact that they're using Adamir is pretty good because Adamir itself is considered a terror cell by Israel. Like, they consider it to be a terror organization.
Palestinian faces life imprisonment, while an Israeli convicted of the same offense would serve a maximum 20 years imprisonment. In Israeli military court...
Bro, get off your phone, this guy says. Yeah, except I'm on my phone because I was posting. Bitch, let me tell you something, okay? I'm a multifaceted, multi-pronged, multilingual content creator. Do you understand? You understand me, bitch? Like, you go, oh, you're on your phone. Yeah, why am I on my phone? That's right, because I'm promoting the next segment on Twitter. I'm probably not going to make it out through this one. The last one almost took me out, Israel-Palestine. You think I'm on the phone doing nothing, okay? And sometimes, let's be real, I am calling your mom, the banger, okay? Sometimes I'm texting her to reminisce about the good times we had, okay? About me banging her. And then other times I'm posting shit like this and texting your mom. Just saying.
Courts, Palestinians can also be tried as adults at just 16 years old. In civilian courts, it's 18 years old.
Since 2000, at least 13,000 Palestinian children have been arrested.
These are minors between the ages of 12 and 18. By the time the war began, there were over 150 of them in the military court system, either placed in detention or in Israeli prisons.
One quite common charge against them is stone throwing. There's a long history of Palestinian resistance through stone throwing. For children, for example, Palestinian children, that is the most common charge. And that's an offense that is punishable by 20 years in prison.
Conditions within prisons are another issue. Palestinian prisoners are subjected to overcrowding, abuse, torture, repeated denial of family visits, denial of medical care, and solitary confinement. And even if a prisoner dies in custody, Israel often...
Bro, I've talked about this so much. And you guys still go, oh my God, 20 years? Yes, terror, terror rock. It's not the regular rock, it's terror, baby. Throwing a rock of terror at the tank. Do you know? Do you know what a rock does to a Merkava tank? You do not know. It does nothing. What it makes the operator feel very bad for killing the terror baby.
Often practices a policy of keeping the remains of scores of Palestinians in freezers.
Oh my God, they're posting this too.
Remains of scores of Palestinians.
This is huge that they're posting this.
Israel often practices a policy of keeping the remains of scores of Palestinians in freezers and numbered graves. With the end of the ceasefire, Israel's ground invasion of Gaza has resumed. And even though some prisoners were released in exchange for some of the hostages, the population of Palestinians in Israeli prisons has only increased. Officials estimate the number of Palestinians in Israeli prisons has doubled since October 7th.
You're talking about a place that's occupied through military force, through decades of oppression, of violence. In this broader context of occupation, I think the prisoners issue actually became very central for Palestinians.
So I like the Vox taking the funniest liberal position of being pro-Palestine, but also pro-landlord. Whereas like most American progressives are like anti-landlord, like anti-housing market being fucking devastating. They hate that. But they're also, you know, most progressives in America, not younger demographics, but most progressives in America will be like, yeah, I think that the housing market should be fixed, but also I'm pro-Israel. Vox took the exact opposite position where they're taking the unpopular position on both ends, where they're like, yes, we're pro-Palestine and also we're pro-landlord.
All the different issues faced by imprisoned Palestinians have been heavily criticized by human rights organizations who call on Israel to address those. The limitation of this framing of the problem is that the focus here is on reforming the system rather than asking whether the system is fundamentally flawed.
Sent this video to my mother and father saying it's wild to know that dad was deployed to Kuwait for less than this. Wish me luck. I mean, probably going to be pro-Israel unconditionally. All right. I promoted it already. And you can too if you want. We're doing it. We're doing the damn thing, brother. We're doing the fucking thing.
You know, a Palestinian and Israeli would meet each other on the street or in a bar.
It's so important to me to constantly be listening and connecting with people who have
a different stake in this game from the other side.
Sitting in the presence of everyone, you kind of get to feel more of what they're feeling.
And I think that it's what we all need right now to humanize the so frequently dehumanized.
Obviously, there's two sides to this discussion, and the only way out is through.
I'm seeing a lot of fucking kefiyas, bro. What the fuck? Bro, Jubilee would literally do a slavery middle ground. Like slave owners versus slaves middle ground. Like, I swear to God, they would do it. Like, they would do it. If we still had it going right now, you know, fucking straight up chattel slavery, if it still was operating, middle ground be like, slaves versus slavers. Middle ground.
I have lost someone in the war.
Yeah, Germans versus Jews, middle ground, 1940s YouTube shit.
First of all, I consider everyone in Gaza or Palestine to be an extended member of my family, but I actually lost 23 extended members of my family in Gaza.
Yeah, and for me, in the West Bank.
Abolitionists versus slavers? No, dog. No, they would do a slaves versus slave masters episode. They wouldn't even do like abolitionists. Like, I mean, I think they would do that one as well, but like separately.
Bank, where my family lives, I lost one of my cousins who was simply
Jubilee in 1991. Black South Africans versus white South Africans. Apartheid, middle ground.
Home from work at our family grocery store and just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time and ended up getting shot by an Israeli soldier that was posted up on the corner looking for someone and shot him, and he immediately died.
Sorry to hear that.
I'm so sorry.
Two friends who got killed at a massacre. Actually, one of them, her burned body just was recognized a few days ago, 40-something days after. And they actually bury a little part of the leg. That was the only thing that was left. But I have a list of tens of friends who got killed, because it's a long war, I guess. It didn't start on October 7th, from my point of view, I guess.
Absolutely not, yeah.
And yeah.
Sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
I lost friends at Nova, one of the nature parties that was attacked. It's actually another nature party that was also attacked called Psyduck, which not a lot of people really know about.
It's a smaller party.
Smaller party, yeah.
I was there.
Yeah, I mean, Nova was the same location.
Wait, what do you mean he was there? What? Did you just say I was there? Like he was at one of the fucking parties on October 7th?
My first nature party in 2012. I've been going to them since then. And to say the community was devastated is really enough.
Many people did live, you know. Yeah, but that's like, I feel like I would lead with that. You know what I mean? I'd be like, I survived October 7th would be the first thing that I would say in a situation like that. You know? You don't go, I was there at the towers on 9/11 as a follow-up to like knowing people that were victimized on 9/11. You know what I mean?
An understatement. It was just horrible. That's really what it was.
Sorry for your loss, too.
Thanks.
I lost a lot of friends that day, on October 7th. One of them was my best friend. One of my best friends, her name was Mo. She was with us at the beach that day. And she went home to her mother, and on the way home, hundreds of terrorists caught her and shot her dead. Two friends of mine that was on the Nova, Supernova Music Festival also died there, and they were murdered right on the spot, and they found their body just dumped somewhere inside Gaza 2 weeks after. and one of my best friends, big brother, being called that day by the army to help the people of the village of Be'eri, which got taken by Hamas terrorists. And when he went there with his unit, he died there, leaving behind a wife that they married maybe 1 year ago. And my mom's best friend, I have a daughter, was married to a guy named Itai. He was also in the army. And on the second day, he went to Zikim, where I was, on the beach. And he also died there, along with his two best friends. And since October 7, I lost too many people. And just keep counting.
Yeah, I think we all can agree that we've all been doing that since October 7th. You know, I have a lot of friends where I live in Washington, D.C., who have their direct family members in Gaza right now. You know, they left for studying or jobs, and every day having to hear them frantically try to call to see if their families are alive. You know, one of them, his brother was one of the last standing nurses at Al-Shifa Hospital up until just last week. He finally left. The uncertainty when it's like your immediate family, I think it's debilitating, and, you know, it puts you into a tunnel where you only can see your grief, but it's obvious that the grief is everywhere.
Wait, he was there.
We're all feeling the same things, and, you know, none of it should have happened and none of it should be happening, which is why I think a conversation like this right now is extremely important so that we can all...
Bro really was there, dude. He's giving a fucking testimony. Tomer.
Listening to him, like, okay, so they killed you guys. She's consistent. All right. Let's move on. It will never happen again. It's a history.
Yeah, bro, he was there. Yeah.
I'll understand that.
He actually was there, bro. He's on Jubilee after? What the fuck?
And to your point, when you see it happening to your family, I'm sure friends, probably a similar feeling. It settles at a much deeper level.
That's not weird, man. Dude, it's not weird. Israel has a shit ton of dual citizens, okay? Many of which are American citizens. Not that weird that he was there.
We have a family group chat. A lot of my relatives my aunts are in Egypt. So we have a family group chat, and when events transpired and you start seeing the group chat transform from checking in on each other and the regular, you know, memes and banter to, have you guys checked in? Have you heard from them? Oh, we haven't heard in 3 days. The electricity's been out. When I started seeing that on my WhatsApp group, like I said, I consider everyone in Palestine and any innocent humans really to be part of our extended family, but that just resonates at a much deeper level.
I've been sitting with a lot of guilt, being the only, you know, American Palestinian of my cousins. You know, my family made it out. My dad wanted, you know, to give us a better life, and so, you know, he brought my mom here. I was born and raised here, but when I was a teenager, we moved back, and I lived in Palestine. So it was a shock to see how the occupation affected our daily lives, you know, and I was 13, you know, but coming from Ohio, from like the Midwest, you know, everything is open and free, and then here you are like going to the grocery store and there's tanks rolling down the street, you know, soldiers with guns walking around. Then some days like we couldn't go to school because they would close the checkpoints and close the border, like you're not going today. And, you know, as a child, I thought that was kind of cool. Like, oh, I don't have to go to school today. But I look back now and I'm like, that's kind of messed up.
How long ago did you move out? Like, did you guys move out from
Palestine? It was in the 90s, the mid.
Yo, that's how you know this shit in the West Bank is worse, dude. She said Ohio looks good. Okay? Just think about that. Let that sit.
90s.
I grew up in Southeast Jerusalem. And I remember actually in the beginning of the 90s, we used to go to Kalkilia and Jenin And we used to do shopping over there because it was cheaper, you know. And we used to eat hummus over there and
good hummus, huh?
A lot, bro, a lot. It's maybe my favorite knafe, you know. So I actually even understand some of the language. I grew up in a place with a lot of Israeli Muslims, and you're right. It was. I remember actually it was a great time in the '90s in that area when everything got more complicated into the second Intifada. When I started my military time, I was 4.5 years in the military. I was Special Ground Forces. I know Gaza, like I know my hand. And
that's terrifying, dog. That is fucked up to Jesus Christ, dude.
The problems are of closing checkposts and everything. It started only in the end of the 90s. Because I'm talking about dramatically because of a lot of terrorist attack that happened.
Yeah, terror. Yeah, Intifada.
And then in Israel. So in the beginning of the Intifada in 2000.
Yeah, they were like, oh, y'all want to do strikes and fucking stone tossing? Yeah, guess what, dude? It's terror time.
It was impossible for Jewish people, obviously, to get into Jenin or obviously the entire West Bank. But before that, we could because before that, we didn't have that many terrorist attacks. So the occupation from...
Yeah, the difference is like, oh, you can't get into Jenin? Oh, no, you can't get fucking cheap consumer goods. Let's not interrogate at all why the goods were cheaper there, obviously. Adjusted to the fucking living standards, and also because wages are lower too. But like, yeah, that's the only thing you lose out on. You no longer have the grocery trips, which is, you know,
from the way we see it, occupation. I don't call it occupation. I call it protect your country from some terrorist organization, extremist.
I think you called it right.
I will be the last person that will say it's a whole group, because I have a lot of Muslim friends up until today, even from back in the days, and even childhood friends that I grew up with.
He's like, I had childhood friends that I grew up with, and some of his family members I might have fucking patrolled in Gaza.
So my past is very rich with the Muslim Arabs, Israeli Arabs culture, but in my opinion is super strong, because I felt it different between the 90s and the terrorist attack that happened because of the Hamas, obviously. They woke up the monster, let's put it that way.
Okay, so I didn't step up because while my mom and dad know people who have been victims, I had the privilege of being born and raised in Detroit and spending 2-3 months at a time on multiple occasions in the West Bank. So that's why I didn't step up.
What was your name?
Talal.
Talal, what you said when you first stepped down, that, you know, everyone there is your family. I feel that way as a Jew about Israel, but I didn't want to take away from who I'm sure had real personal connections. But we feel it deeply, everything that we see. And of course, I know many people who live in Israel who thank God we're not in the South on October 7th and who are okay right now, thank God, but we're checking in, and everybody knows somebody. It's like we're all 1 degree away from tragedy. So that's why I disagreed.
I didn't lose anyone, but I did get married in Palestine. I'm not going to say which village to protect my ex-husband. But before we got married, he was arrested. His village was attacked by the IDF, and he threw a rock this big at an Israeli tank and was arrested for 4 years, where he was beaten, tortured, starved.
Yes, but that's terror. A terror rock.
And according to his family, I didn't know him at the time. He never came out the same.
Like, I wonder, I mean, these are like American Israelis, I feel like. Maybe some of them are they all Israelis? Or are they just like, it's not just Zionists, right? It's just, I think, yeah, Israel and Palestine. I don't know. Like, I wonder if there's any moment here where they just go, okay, well, that's not worthy of a 4-year jail sentence where they're getting tortured.
And even after we got married, you know, asking him the questions and, you know, what happened and how was it in jail, and you could see the fear in his eyes and you could just feel his pain. And a lot of people don't realize that a lot of Palestinians that get arrested are never put on a fair trial.
That's actually not true, what you're saying here. It's not true.
2/3 of Palestinians are not put on trial. They're not charged.
They are.
Yeah.
They are.
No, they're not, bro. Okay. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God. Oh, dude. Okay, so now we're doing this. We're doing your facts are actually incorrect, because that makes me question everything I know about my own morality versus like Israel's daily maintenance of apartheid. Now, see, you can't do that to me. You can't do that, because on the one hand, I value myself as like a progressive guy. Okay? I feel as though I have a moral position on this matter. Okay? So when you when you just pierce through that and tell me what it really is, that makes me feel bad. So I have two options to go, maybe it really is like that. Oh my God, I misunderstood this entire thing. Or maybe I'm just going to say, that can't be true.
They're just held
because I
captive
just
and
told you
hostage.
what happened to my
personal.
If they didn't
a
crime,
personal
they're
story.
going
Is
to
she
a trial.
lying?
They always win. It's always a trial in Israel.
Is she lying?
There's always a trial? Dog, it's military court. The fuck do you mean there's always a trial? It's a military court for an occupying force. That's crazy. That's no trial. And no, there's plenty of instances where they don't have a trial at all.
I'm giving you a personal account of what happened to my husband. This isn't a source or a website or a video.
I think that's a personal story. I think basically what he's saying is that according to our law, which maybe it's not necessarily always upheld, that according to our law, and if it was to be discovered, there'd be mass protests. Like, we don't fuck with that.
What?
As a people.
No, wait, what? There are. And people get killed at them. Like, what? Dog, lady, the fucking dude next to you literally said, terror is the reason why we put a checkpoint, which, by the way, was that. It's like half the time is shit like that. People going, okay, enough is enough. These rules are fucking unacceptable. Let us live. And then they're like, oh, that's terror.
And the law legally states that they would have to be a trial.
You don't. Not everybody's like that in Israel, to be fair.
That's fair.
So what about the children that are imprisoned? Do they go?
I like the middle ground is like truth versus how I feel about the matter. What the fuck? That's my homie that Israeli fucked her life up when she got married. It was the most disturbing shit.
Through due trial, a 12-year-old, a 13-year-old, a 14-year-old.
All of them go to trial.
Is there any trial that justifies children to be held in prison for years?
I'm telling you right now that my husband did not get my ex-husband did not get a fair trial.
Why? Because it was
and
4 years there?
And then you took his situation, and I'm not taking away from your situation like you did with mine. You took our personal experience and situation, and with all due respect, made it about you. When an Israeli tank attacks a Palestinian village, are all Palestinians supposed to lay there and just take it?
Okay, so we know the prisons are filled with children. They're terrorists too. They're murderers.
He's gonna say yes.
If you throw a rock, if you throw a rock, you're a terrorist.
Yeah.
Oh no! He did it! He did it! He did it! I thought it was a joke. I thought he didn't have the balls. I thought he didn't have the balls to be like, if you throw a rock, you are a terrorist. He did it! It is terror rock. Very different than rock I throw. Terror babies. Okay, will he say terror babies? Babies of terror.
You throw a rock, you're a terrorist?
If you attack us, if you attack with rocks,
this is the prime example of not having due trial. A trial means you get investigated. You look at the cause of what happened.
No, I
you look at the
don't say that just because they're
can't just say anyone.
They have to go through actual due process.
I like that the idea that a child throwing a rock is terror but a full-blown adult, okay, that got pissed out of their mother's pussy, developed for fucking 19 years, sat inside of a $35 million Merkava tank, rolled that tank into the fucking Palestinian village where it does not belong. That's not terror, okay? That's not terror. The fucking kid with the rock, though, that's terror. It's insane. That's insane. You have to have fucking brainworms, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. Rock, paper, tank. Everybody knows that's the balance.
This is the logic. This is the logic of Israel. If you're Palestinian, you're a terrorist.
I'd love to say some final words about the actual prompt, if that's okay, because I think it's disrespectful to all the people that we did lose during this.
Oh my God, dude. Oh, of course. The side that is the dominating side, of course, can just take a deep breath and bring everybody back to the point at hand.
War to go down this route right now. I actually broke the news on the Nature Party before any other media outlet from friends that were there. And I'm sitting there getting these messages at nighttime. It was Saturday night. And it was horrific. And I think that what we're all experiencing in terms of checking in on our family. I mean, my sister just gave birth in a bomb shelter like a week ago, you know? I think that's a really common experience, and it's something that both people from both sides can relate to. And it's one of the areas that a lot of these random people who are so disassociated from this that are chiming in can't actually feel. And I think it's just a really intense thing. And I know that for myself personally, I can't log on to Facebook anymore without just seeing funeral and Shiva announcements, and I find that to be very hard to go through every day. But I have to check because we don't even know who's missing or who's dead 100% just yet. So like last week, my friend's two twin cousins that were 12 were found, finally identified. Their bodies were burnt to such a crisp that it took that long. So I just think like with a prompt like this, we need to give due respect to the people that we all lost and just
like that is a serious situation. I empathize, okay? I empathize with that. It's just that there's no expectation from this side to ever empathize with the Palestinians. Look how quiet the Palestinian defenders are when people talk about their dead relatives. But when the Palestinians talk about like their relatives getting fucking tortured in prison, they're like, aha, it's not real. They are terror. Can you imagine the alternative in this circumstance being like the Palestinian defender turning around and be like, you're crying, but I don't care because your tears are fake because your fucking baby deserved it or something. You know what I mean? That would be insane. Everyone would go, you're genocidal, you're a freak. Okay? But when the Israeli defenders do that, it's never considered out of pocket. It's wild. The asymmetry is built into the conflict.
Just take a moment to just validate the fact that so many of us are sitting here having lost family members, friends, people we've met throughout the years, friends of friends, cousins of cousins, aunts. I mean, it's almost impossible to be untouched by this. So yeah, I'm just sorry for everyone's losses, and may everybody's memory be a blessing.
Inshallah, and we apologize for your loss as well. I would like to point out.
Yo, you apologize for her loss. She never apologized to your loss. He definitely didn't. You know what I mean? Like that's what I mean. I mean, look, anyone who defends Palestine for years and years, especially if they're Palestinian, knows there's not a moment of like, there's not a moment to grieve appropriately. He did not, the others did not at all, okay? You cannot, I can't get over the rock throwing thing. I can't believe they popped off and quite literally were like, yeah, the court system actually is totally just. I'm losing my mind. It's just so, I don't know. It's just so fucking insane. No, I empathize with her. It's traumatic to lose loved ones. It's traumatic to lose loved ones. Of course, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your background is. But it's wild. It's wild that it is just like that's it. That's the end of the conversation. Like we ended on a note where like the fucking group that just said 13-year-olds get fair trials in prison when they objectively do not for throwing rocks, which, you know, some in the group considered to be an act of terror. And then it's over. And then she said, like, well, October 7 happened. And then, you know, you apologize, even though you didn't do it. Why the fuck are you apologizing to her? You know what I mean? You didn't do it. You're not even defending it.
Even though it is very difficult that your sister gave birth at a bomb shelter, there are no bomb shelters for the people of Gaza.
I rely more on the information I get from social media than the news.
It sometimes just makes me feel like it sometimes makes me feel like I'm going fucking banana mode, you know? I feel like I'm losing my sanity when I watch stuff like this and recognize the asymmetry, and I know the expectations from the broader public is like, yeah, of course it's going to be like that. You're fucking terrorists. You're defenders of fucking terrorists. Obviously you're going to have to fucking carry yourself a certain way. Like, I feel like that's the hidden expectation from the majority of the public. And honestly, it does feel that way because when you look at the polls and people are just like, yeah, 56% are unconditionally in support of Israel. And you're like, okay, well, what the fuck's going on? Genocide is happening. How are you going to be unconditionally in support of genocide? And they're like, well, they deserve it. Why do they deserve it? Oh, it's just terrorists. They're terror children.
Obviously, it's very important that we're using like verified news sources. There's so much misinformation, I think, from both sides. I know that I've corrected people on the Palestinian side, like, hey, I don't think that this is actually true. Like, maybe, you know, we need a source. If you're reposting something from someone else, also tag whichever, you know, journalist or news site it's coming from, just to streamline information, because, you know, misinformation can hurt the cause more than the actual information not being shared, truly. And I think in order to honor what is happening and to be able to truly advocate, it's important that we're only putting forth the truth. There's so many different kinds of networks, ones that are more on the ground, like Al Jazeera and Mayadeen, and then obviously you have the American media, CNN and New York Post.
Well, they do sound like terror media.
Post and New York, you know, Times and Washington Post. I feel like a lot of times, in general, I feel like American media, mainstream media, has not been fair on so many other issues previous to this. And so I don't only necessarily go to them, but I do look at
the Palestinian cause, never the Israeli cause. They lie constantly and still have the full social support. Or you're talking about Israeli cause?
At all sources of media, because I want to get a fair view of what's happening. And I also look at Israeli media.
Can I ask a question? Because I saw you both not. In your opinion, is the American media bias anti-Palestinian or anti-Jewish bias, is what you say when you say that the American media is not?
Anti-Palestinian.
That's so interesting, because for the Jews.
Yeah, that's because your expectations are nutty mode, okay? I'm sorry. First of all, notice how he didn't say anti-Israel bias, he said anti-Jewish bias. Brother, I'm going to lose my fucking mind, okay? The notion that there is any anti-Jewish bias in American media is psychotic, okay? Straight up, you are QAnon. You are QAnon. You are a reactionary conservative, okay? If there's any bias against Israel, that's still psychotic, despite being a foreign nation, okay? That's also delusional. And the reason why, and this is what I was thinking about in the shower this morning. These guys are not fucking sicko mode because they're like QAnon anti-vaxxers or anything. They're sicko mode because they're fucking reactionary conservatives. No, not this specific video. I'm talking about, like, where does this come from? Like, where does this attitude come from? Like, why is there so much conflation within anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. Okay? Why? Why is it that, like, in our college campuses, people are just, like, very clearly hitting the, you're doing anti-Semitism right now, you're doing a non-DEI, you're doing a no-growth, and it hits. And it's because of conservatism that it hits. That's it. It's straight up no different than when white people talk about how Christians are under attack in America. It's just, it is literally a group that has more power in this conflict, Israel, okay, against Palestinians that have no fucking power, talking about the terms and conditions of how to talk about genocide even. How to even talk about genocide, how to protest genocide. How the fuck do you set the terms over there on how much ethnic cleansing you're going to do? You're going to turn on the ethnic cleansing dial every day, okay? And then you come to America and you're like, also, you can't even protest it. I'm going to tell you how to protest the ethnic cleansing campaign. There's no equivalence here. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous, man. This is why so many American Jews have shifted over to watching Fox News, by the way, which is like doing the most reactionary coverage of the matter. This is not my assessment. This is what I read in the New York Times. The Jewish American population, okay, the Jewish American population and its Zionism is almost identical to the American population and its Zionism across the board. Okay? So that's something you have to recognize. That's it. Like, there's almost no deviation. Like, young Jews, majority young Jews support Palestine. Okay? Majority young Jews support Palestine, just like majority young people support Palestine. Once you get over the age of 44, things take a very reactionary turn. Okay? So you have to remember that. You have to remember that. However, the Jewish population in America are a progressive voter bloc. They vote Democratic Party overwhelmingly. But on the issue of Israel, especially the older Jewish voting bloc, are Democratic Party voters reliably, but they are incredibly reactionary. So the narrative on Israel-Palestine is so incredibly fucking distorted. And we do not have the capacity to recognize that this is incredible right-wing framing. Why? Because it is a conversation where those at the forefront of the conversation are Jewish people, both on the anti-Zionism front in the Western world I'm talking about. On the anti-Zionism front, Jews are leading the conversation. On the pro-Zionism front, Jews are leading the conversation, despite the fact that they make up a margin of the actual overarching Zionist support and overarching anti-Zionist support. And because Jews are a marginalized demographic overall, okay, there are real concerns with anti-Semitism that you can point to. There are real concerns of anti-Semitism that are being weaponized and conflated with actual anti-Zionism, which is incredibly cynical. And in a way, it ends up creating more genuine anti-Semitism. But the notion that the media has an anti-Israel bias is crazy.
I think it's so anti-Jewish biased.
Yeah.
I
It
think,
can't be both, right?
yeah.
It's one or the other, and it's anti-Palestinian.
Oh, because you said it is.
Yeah.
So.
Well, because like if you look at the wording, there's selective language, there's omission, and there's adding of certain words that paint a narrative very strongly. So when they say clashes between, Palestinian Israeli forces and Hamas, but you look at what the actual story is and you read the fine print, which most people unfortunately.
Like, this shit is psychotic. And I don't know why. I don't know why people don't understand. I don't know why people don't fucking comprehend that, like, when you tie Judaism with Zionism, you're making Jews in America and in the Western world less safe. Okay? This is a completely unjustifiable hate crime. Okay? It's a completely unjustifiable hate crime. It's just, there is a reason why anti-Semitic attacks increase every time Israel's in the media like this. Okay? Anti-Semitic hate crimes are always going to exist, no matter what. They're always going to exist. They're a permanent thing. They're a permanent fixture. Every conspiracy theory at its heart has anti-Semitism baked into it, okay? It is the diametrical opposite of materialist thought. That's where you arrive at when you arrive at an idealistic notion of the world. If you're looking at it through an idealist lens, you're going to think there's good and evil. Who's evil? Okay, well, I'm not a very creative guy, but I'm going to think about who the most historical evil guys are. Okay? Who are the guys that everyone has considered evil historically? Jews. Always. That's why no matter how innocuous a conspiracy theory is, it almost always arrives at the anti-Semitism question. You see what I'm saying? Jews living outside of Israel are harmed by Zionism being conflated with Judaism. These kinds of actions are going to happen regardless, but the goal is to try and limit it as best as possible. You know what I mean? And then you have anti-Semitic motherfuckers who think they have a just cause at a time because they're like, oh, well, I can mask this with hatred of Israel. You know what I mean? Because, like, all Jews defend Israel unconditionally. So these Jews and this Jewish site of worship is now also responsible for the crimes of Israel. It's fucking ridiculous. It's not. So even though one might think that they're doing good propaganda, one might think that they're doing a good job arguing by cynically, or not cynically, by genuinely believing that all Jews do defend Israel unconditionally as a Zionist, saying that, and that anti-Zionism means anti-Semitism, all you're doing is making Jews less safe. I personally don't understand it because, like, I guess as a Muslim American, you know what I mean? Even though I'm culturally Muslim, I'm not like, my name is Hasan, that's it, right? I'm not like a fucking practicing Muslim at all. A lot of Muslim Americans or a lot of Arab Americans immediately have to address whether they support Hamas or not, right off the bat. No conversation can continue until a Muslim man tells you what their position is. Oh, I don't promote Hamas. I don't think terrorism is okay. I'm so sorry about civilian casualties, right? Like, you know you have to separate yourself from that. But in a weird way, given the position of Israel as an American ally, Jewish people, obviously, one, should not have to do that, just like Muslims should not have to do that, just like Arabs should not have to do that. But Jewish people, the Zionist part of the Jewish movement in America, openly will say, no, you don't understand. I love Israel and all of its actions, and actually I think Israel's doing this for Jews, which is an insane thing. It's like looking at the genocide in Yemen and being like a Saudi guy who goes, you don't get it. I fucking love that the genocide is going on in Yemen. I love that shit. It's perfectly valid. It's perfectly reasonable. And I'm on board. I'm on board with that shit. I ride for that, dude. That's my fucking genocide. That's for me. Does that make sense? You're not going to have any fucking Muslim take ownership over, you know, ISIS actions or Saudi Arabia's actions in America in the way that you sometimes see voluntarily Zionist Americans of Jewish descent turning around and be like, no, I ride for it. Fuck you mean? And I don't understand it. I will never understand that. Like, I get tired as someone who's never, ever denied the Armenian genocide. Like, I get annoyed when motherfuckers come in here and immediately say, classic Turkish guy, he denies the Armenian genocide. I'm like, I never have, and I never will, but I'll still fucking say the Armenian genocide happened, right? And it's annoying because it comes from a place of fucking racism. Now imagine if I was like, straight up, yeah, dog, you're wrong. It's a lie, actually. The general lie, you mean? Oh, that never happened. Suck my dick. Never happened, but it'd be really great if it did. Like, and more of it should happen. Like, if I said some shit like that, you would be like, oh, that's a bad guy. That's like, immediately, you'd be like, all right, you're fucking insane. So I'll never understand it. I'll never fucking understand it when, like, ultra-Zionists will ride for this shit and will be like, no, not only do I associate Israel's actions, with my own interests, I associate it with Judaism in general, which is psychotic.
Don't do. It turns out that Israeli forces in whatever situation might have stormed into a village and shot a child. But the headline reads clashes. Anytime it's the other way around, terrorist. So I think it's very important to label people correctly. And some people are terrorists and they should be labeled as such. But when you omit certain information for a specific purpose, this is what the Western media specializes in.
What I love about this is literally what you're saying could be taken verbatim from like a Jewish dinner conversation. They do the exact same thing to the Jews. Where
example?
Absolutely. Where like the day after this October 7th massacre, the guys flying in and like raping and burning people are being called militants and not terrorists.
Freedom fighters.
Freedom fighters.
There's like literally.
Point to one singular instance where the IDF, the Israeli occupying force, is being considered terrorists. First of all, most people do not say that. At most, you're going to hear it from someone like myself, okay? Because they are militants engaging in an act of terror, for the record. But, like, the reality of the matter is, not a single Western media outlet is saying it like that. Even though saying it like that, as long as you declare the actions to be terror, would be appropriate. And the inverse of that never is true. Nobody calls the Israeli occupying force a fucking terrorist group. Has there ever been a singular mainstream outlet, legacy publisher, print media, any one of these big fucking newspapers, have they ever called what Israel is doing terrorism?
Really examples of, for example, if there's a terrorist attack in Israel, the BBC will publish like IDF, shoots Palestinians, as opposed to like the terrorists literally came and tried to stab people and then got neutralized by the IDF. And so I think like the language, honestly, and by the way, I have a lot of Palestinian friends. I know you guys think the media is biased against you, and I know we also think that too. I see this on both of my feeds. It's like so blatant how we both feel this way. And I think that instead of dismissing—
Yeah, except one side's recognition of the biases is understandable and truthful. I myself am obviously biased towards Palestinian emancipation because I look at the situation, I'm like, yeah, it's an apartheid state. That's really fucked up that that's happening, okay? But having said that, their interpretation is correct. There is very little coverage of the Palestinian side of things in an honest way in Western media, as opposed to, one, the very understandable and truthful coverage over the Israeli victims of October 7th, right? Because that's truthful, that's understandable. Of course mainstream media is gonna cover that, okay? But like, the coverage is incredibly lopsided. Two months have passed by with Israel routinely pounding Gaza into fucking rubble, 16,000 killed. And the media coverage still absolutely favors the very real side of the victims of October 7, and also the psychotic side of Israel's offensive actions as an occupying force. Abu Ubaidah, doesn't go on fucking CNN to be like, these brave martyrs actually dropped a fucking grenade on top of an Israeli occupying forces invading army today, and here is why it's justifiable. In the same way that Jonathan Concuncrius, or however the fuck you say his name, with his fat-ass Frankenstein head, goes and talks about how every hospital that's being blown up or every mosque is actually worthy and is a valid military target in real time. That's a crazy fucking comparison. Can you imagine? Conricus? I don't know how you say his last name. Arabic media in the region is biased to the Palestinians, though. Most Arabs don't listen to Western media. No, brother. Arabic media in the region is biased towards the truth. Yes, they are, which means you're biased towards the Palestinians. Because guess what, dude? Guess what? Because the situation is one-sided. It's not a both-sides situation at all. The UN continuously votes against Israel, so I don't know what you're saying. Yeah, remember when the UN voted continuously against Israel? I think, what, 69 to 70 fucking instances? And every single one was vetoed by the United States of America, which has permanent veto power in the Security Council, so all of those votes are basically not even important at all. It's only the USA, though. Yeah, brother, it doesn't matter. The United States of America runs the show. The United Nations is useless. It's the UN that matters. The fuck? Yeah, it's so weird how the one permanent veto power Security Council member keeps vetoing all these fucking votes, so it goes nowhere. Meanwhile, the Israeli UN ambassador, Gilad Erdan or whatever his name is, I forget, can go on there and be like, UN teachers, terrorists, they are Hamas. UNRWA, Hamas. New York Times, Hamas. Doctors Without Borders, also Hamas. Come on, man. Anyway. Dua Lipa, Hamas. Top of the hour at break, Hamas. Avoid it. It is terror. A lot of Arabs watch Russia today because they have how shitty they've been treated by Western media, so they end up going down the Russian agitprop pipeline. Source, my grandpa keeps sending me Russian agitprop Iraqi. Huh. None of those votes mean anything if America always vetoes it. It doesn't matter. The finger wagging. Okay, here's a 3-minute ad break now.
The fact that like we just don't see that, maybe we need to send each other examples of articles that we feel are completely biased and have really crappy headlines. And the truth is, by the way, most of these media orgs don't even have a personal incentive in the region. They're just stirring this pot for no, like, and we're just fighting out over this. We shouldn't let them do that. But
yeah. When I think of like mainstream media not having a personal bias in the matter, I think of Barack Ravid, who unironically had to get criticized by the Israeli Defense Force. Not Barack Ravid personally, but his coverage made it into the mainstream news cycle when he verbatim repeated the psychopathic assertion made by what's his face in the State Department. What was it? Miller? Tim, what was the fucking guy's name in the State Department? When he said like, oh, actually, Hamas is not, no, not John Kirby. No, not Stephen Miller. God damn it. You guys are fucking Mark Miller. Not Max Miller. It was Mark Miller. Mark Miller made a personal assessment and pushed it as though it was fucking fact. talking about how Hamas is not releasing the female, or it wasn't Mark Miller. God damn it. What's his fucking name? What the fuck? It's Matthew Miller. God damn it. Matthew Miller, spokesperson for the United States Department of State. Matthew Miller came out and straight up fucking said, and he's a Democratic Party guy, okay? Straight up came out and said, by the way, you know, Hamas is not releasing the female prisoners because they probably raped them. And the IDF and Barak Ravid at Axios reported that as though it was a fucking matter of fact. And then everyone was like, whoa, 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 what the fuck are you doing? You can't do that. It made it into the news cycle, though. And it became such a problem that even the Israeli occupying forces' very own spokesperson had to literally tell Mark Miller or fucking Matthew Miller to shut the fuck up.
The BBC is legitimately so anti-Semitic. CNN has taken years before they turned around and called Hamas a terrorist group. Their headlines are an absolute atrocity. They never report on anything that happens for the Israeli side. They only report on our response.
But how is that anti-Semitic?
Because they never report on the attacks that come towards us. They only report on what we do. And yes,
that's all I see.
It's interesting.
Okay,
how
are we getting like two different?
Like what?
We have
like what? That one fucking rocket that fell on top of a goddamn. It was not even a rocket. I think it was an interceptor anyway. But that fell on a fucking tree. Is that what we're talking about? And then the leaves were shook. God damn, dude, it's crazy. It's like half the time it's like a fucking interceptor that dismantles a rocket over Israel proper. That falls on a car. Do you want them to fucking report that while every day hundreds of Palestinians are getting fucking slaughtered? That's delusional, dude. That, unironically, would make your side look bad. People, if the CNN literally did anything but what they're doing right now, people will go, are you fucking joking? Are you for fucking real right now? That's the funniest part about this conversation is that she's literally being like, why won't they report our side? It's like, first of all, they do, and they still do. On October 7th, they, CNN and all the mainstream media still overwhelmingly cover the victims of October 7th all the time, okay? All the time. Never to the same degree as, like, the ongoing atrocities on the Palestinian side. That's number one. And there's validity to cover the victims of October 7th, even though I do believe that it's being cynically recycled over and over again in an effort to continue creating a justification cycle of the ongoing atrocities that Israel is committing in Gaza. Okay, but like if you want them to cover shit beyond like having literally dedicated mouthpieces to the IDF contextualizing every violent attack on fucking Gaza in real time as it's happening, I don't know what you want. You want them to talk about the fucking trees? Like you want them to talk about like an interceptor missile? Like in the midst of like talking about thousands of dead children?
I would say that we're probably looking at things through different lenses.
Yeah. So when you say the news, you see something on social media, you should definitely verify. As far as the U.S. media, and this is just my opinion, the U.S. media that we've been fed has been feeding into lies over the years, not just this conflict in general. So when you say they don't have let's say a dog in the race, it's just not true because Joe Biden clearly supports Israel unequivocally. So you can't say that there's no Israeli bias in America. The U.S. always stands with Israel. That's a fact.
I have a problem with Joe Biden probably like
yeah. Everybody does.
Okay.
Joe Biden or not, I don't think that affects media coverage.
What? That doesn't affect it? Okay. Would you be saying that if Joe Biden came out and said Palestine has a right to defend itself, which would be morally correct, by the way? You'd be fucking losing your goddamn mind. Shut the fuck up acting like that doesn't matter. You can only say that because you're fucking arrogant, okay? You are arrogant. You expect the American government to defend Israel. That's why you can confidently be like, oh, like, yeah, Joe Biden, whatever, who gives a shit? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking joking? You just complained about CNN not covering the Israeli side enough. When that coverage alone is fucking lopsided. If you think that's biased, then, oh my God, imagine if Joe Biden came out and was like, Palestinians are human beings and Israel needs to cut it out with its ethnic cleansing campaign, which would be a truthful fucking statement, mind you. That's crazy that he just like hand waves it away. This is why, like, when people defend Israel and they go, what's America going to do? Stop giving us weapons? That's marginal. That doesn't matter. Shut the fuck up. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. If that was the case, Benjamin Netanyahu wouldn't have spent most of his goddamn time giving interviews to American media instead of talking to the fucking victims and their family members of the hostages in Israel or talking to Israeli television. Benjamin Netanyahu spent the overwhelming majority of his media opportunities talking to American media and sometimes the Western media since October 7th. If he didn't think that that shit was important, he wouldn't be doing it.
Does.
$1 billion
It does.
According to you.
No, because the Democrats
Joe
definitely...
Biden repeated the unsubstantiated claim that 40 babies were beheaded.
Joe Biden say that because he saw what we showed him. If I believe Joe Biden and his support to
Why are you saying that, dog? That's crazy. He's like, yeah, I showed him the fake shit. Like
Israel, I think it's a big BS.
Yeah.
You
He
think
just
Joe
funded
Biden
Iran.
So Joe Biden...
support Israel?
He just funded Iran.
I don't think he's
just you know...
He literally came on
I
the
think it's a
poster.
political
So America doesn't
thing.
support Israel.
oh my God, these guys are fucking nutty. What the fuck? Yo, stop. Dude, first of all, Joe Biden never saw that. He never saw anything. He made it up. Even his staffers said he made it up immediately after he said it. And secondly, what the fuck? These guys are not saying America doesn't support Israel, right? Please. Please, oh my
Well,
Lord.
I don't think. Well, America, it's not Joe Biden.
We just wasted $15 billion.
The president of
He
America.
literally-
America is not Joe Biden.
Yeah, we're
He's the
getting
president,
into like
but
Back to the news thing, though. The IDF has an extensive history of lying. They lied about killing Shireen Abu Akleh, the journalist who my mom was friends with. I was going to walk up here, but she wasn't my friend. She was my mom's friend. They said that something else happened to her. Independent investigations came to believe a sniper, while she was wearing, in Jenin, I believe it was, she was wearing a news report jacket. They murdered her. That's just one example.
That's a good
so
example.
the news lies all the time.
That's a good
Because when
example of how they didn't label that correctly.
When it first came, they didn't label it.
says a Palestinian reporter dies. No, she wasn't died. She was killed by a sniper intentionally shot between the helmet
Look
and
about
the
what
vest.
happened. Look at the rocket that fell in the parking lot of Al Shifa Hospital. How that was reported.
She was
That
dead.
was a catastrophe.
That's so funny. Dude, first of all, not Al Shifa, Al Ahli Hospital. Okay? Now, the reason why you said Al Shifa, however, is because Israel dropped the rocket in Al Shifa too, motherfucker. That's why you mixed up your hospitals. Because they blow all the hospitals up. Okay? Notice how he immediately had to be like, Shireen Abu Akleh. Okay, well, how about the Al Shifa Hospital? No, it's the Al Ahli Hospital. The one is in contention. Okay, but of course, the Al Shifa Hospital was also bombed by Israel too.
But no, I agree that they're probably misreporting on both of us.
The same goes for Rachel Corrie.
So do you remember the whole big thing about the Al Shifa being bombed by Israel, that hundreds of people had died? That the news came out instantly.
You mean Al Ahli?
After 2 minutes. After 2 minutes.
She's correcting. She's like Al Ahli. You mean?
Sorry, wrong hospital.
Yeah, Al Ahli.
After 2 minutes, they said 500 people, and Israel had bombed. Every major news outlet reported this.
That's what happened.
Yeah, I can't believe every major news outlet thought that Israel's bombing campaign was continued after Israel had blown up the hospital and said they were going to blow up the hospital. And still to this day, we do not have 100% clarification on whether it was actually a misfired rocket or if it was still, as a matter of fact, Israel blowing up the hospital. Circumstantial evidence still points in the direction of Israel. I will stand by that. The retaliation from Israel in that situation was the worst thing you could have done. Okay? Here's what Hamas did that was also bad. Hamas didn't immediately go up and go, okay, here's the fucking artifact, okay? Here's a piece of the bomb. Look at it. This is an Israeli weapon. Normally, you have that, okay? Normally, you have that. You have a piece of the bomb that you can point to, and then, it's over. It's a wrap. It's 100% Israel. Hamas never said that. Hamas never showed anything. There's no fragments of the bomb. That's very suspicious. Okay? That is very suspicious. However, of course the crater impact, the impact area, the crater itself is not consistent with the Israeli munitions that are used, with the exception of, I guess, artillery. Okay. But one thing to take notice here is that Israel was bombing all the area. Israel was blowing up the whole area near the hospital. Israel had also bombed the hospital 2 days prior. Okay? The idea that, like, it was really fucked up. The idea that it's really fucked up that people assumed that it was Israel, when, like, the major reason as to why you cannot even fucking verify everything accurately on the ground is because Israel keeps killing goddamn journalists and shutting off the fucking internet, is mind-boggling to me.
Happened.
No, it was proven very unequivocally that's not what happened. It was Islamic Jihad rocket
That's your source.
failed.
Unequivocally. Wow, that's crazy. What is his unequivocal what is his unequivocal assessment of the matter? Oh, what is it? A fucking phone conversation that they intercepted?
Blew up in the
So our rockets are that strong.
No, it fell. That's why not 500 people didn't die. It would have been a much larger damage if it had been a dropped bomb from an Israeli plane, like they said it was. But it was
500 people died is not that much damage.
500 people didn't die from that.
But 20,000 overall have.
You know.
That's not what we're talking about.
But I am.
Oh, wait, what do you mean that's not what we're talking about?
I am talking about that. I want to talk about it.
Where'd you get that number?
The Euro
They said
Mud
10
help
to 50.
from the UN.
That's what the numbers is that were reported once all of the dust settled from all of the other international organizations. To bring it back to news, to see like the way that some news organizations verify or post later or post earlier but spell things wrong or things like that, it's kind of telling to see how quickly misinformation.
I remember when you said 500. Yes, bitch. Yes, I did. Okay? I said the on-the-ground reporting at the time says 500. I don't think it's 10 to 50. Suck my dick. I still think the casualty numbers, we will never fucking know what the actual casualty numbers is until the quote-unquote dust settles. But at that point, it's too fucking far gone. Okay? At that point, it's too fucking far gone because you know what? 10,000 extra people have died since then. But guess what? I also said 1,500 Israelis were killed on October 7th. Okay? And then what happened? We found out that it wasn't 1,500 Israelis that were killed on October 7th. It was actually 1,200 Israelis that were killed on October 7th. Remember that? You want to know why nobody ever comes to me and says, Hasan, you're a fucking Zionist shill. You are a liar for the state of Israel because you said 1,500 Israelis were killed. And now that number has been reduced to 1,200. Do you want to know why nobody fucking says that? Because nobody gives a shit, okay? Because one side can get away with misinformation. Not deliberate, mind you. I at least understand that, of course, in the fucking fog of war, there are going to be issues with reporting. That is why when some people tried to say, look, they're reducing the Israeli casualty number, okay? They're reducing the Israeli casualty number on October 7th. Look at that. Oh, my God. That's a little indecent. What did I say? I said, of course that's going to happen. Okay? Of course that's going to happen because in the fog of war, it is almost impossible to make the full-blown perfect assessment of casualties. Okay? Your community got cringe? The fuck? Did Hasan fall off 312? Bitch, shut up. You've been coming in here to fucking shit on me for years, dude. Suck my dick. Follow me since 2021. Just remember that. Just remember that, okay? When people tried to come in here and be like, oh, Israel's lying about the casualty numbers, I fucking corrected them and I said, listen, this kind of shit happens, okay? This kind of shit happens in the fog of war. It's understandable. But God forbid, the Palestinian side doesn't get the facts immediately correct when they have no internet, when they have nothing, when they're getting fucking blown up. with respect to the casualty numbers, which the United States intelligence even said is 100 to 300, by the way. Okay? God forbid they're off. Then holy shit, they must be lying. They must be lying deliberately at a time when 20,000 fucking Palestinians have been slaughtered.
Information can spread. I will say social media can't just be completely dismissed because it does present sort of a firsthand perspective. However, I prefer to get my firsthand perspective from my friends and my family on the ground. And I think that that's the news that, if anything, I was kind of more hoping to hear from today about, because I feel like that's the personal experiences that we're not actually getting to hear from each other online or on the news. And I think that that's kind of the firsthand news that people should be sharing. You know, me personally, like I get the rocket alarm app on my phone, but I also get a text from like 8 different WhatsApp group chats, you know, when rockets happen, is everybody okay? Is everybody okay? Da-da. So I think that that's also a really important news source, and I would ideally love to be able to share firsthand news like that with people like you, and also receive it from you as well. I think that that's the most reliable info we can get.
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
Bro, if you're not I feel like not living in Israel and having that is like not living in Los Angeles, like living in fucking it's like living in Naperville and having fucking crime alerts on for like Compton. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, that's not, don't worry about it. What the fuck are you doing? Why do you have that shit on? It doesn't make any sense. I've talked about this already. Yeah, the Citizen app and apps like this create like mania among the American population in ways that we still haven't been able to figure out, really. I think it definitely plays a role in how reactionary people have become. Come on, she probably has family there. Bro, it still doesn't matter. I'm telling you, if you live in Los Angeles, having the neighbor app or the Citizen app is not good for your mentality, let alone if you don't live in Los Angeles and have the fucking Citizen app for Los Angeles from a place thousands of miles away. Do you not see what I'm saying? Yeah, Nextdoor, Citizen, apps like this break people's fucking brains. I know, I had the Ring app. It's crazy. Constantly fucking causing you to live in fear. The fuck? How do you not understand what I'm trying to say here? Yeah, it's obviously not good for mental health, but I do the same for family back home during war. Yeah, that shit is, dude, if there are no rockets being fired in your vicinity, it's definitely not good to have the rocket app, okay? It's not good. Just like even when you are literally, okay, even when you're literally living in Los Angeles, it's not good to have Citizen and apps like that, especially because it makes you fucking feel like crime is happening all around.
I have a lot of friends who have family directly there, so they do get, you know, photos and videos when there's internet access, you know. But I was sitting with one of my friends one day when he called me hysterical at 7 a.m. and told me his parents had just called him and told him to say his goodbyes to them because the bombs were getting closer to their house. And the
yeah, back in the day, I mean, not to cut through her emotional statement here, but back in the day, we used to make fun of nutty motherfuckers who listen to the fucking police radio scanner. You know what I mean? Like the kooky ass, Y2K ass motherfuckers. Now it's so normalized because we have the Citizen app that like every white wine mom can feel like a kooky ass Y2K psychopath. It's so unhealthy.
Fear in his voice really, like, suffocated me. And I didn't know what to do for him, so he came over. We tried calling his family. His parents weren't picking up. I didn't know what to do for him, you know? Like, he's like, my parents are gonna die. I'm in America, and I can't be there for them. And I had never seen or been in a situation where I've had someone so close to me dealing with something like that. I mean, he literally stayed by my side the entire day until we were able to verify that his family was going to be okay and that they finally moved away from their neighborhood. And so they're still safe to this day, but, you know, seeing videos directly from friends, like you said, like on the ground, just has another layer of devastation because it makes you realize these are like real people that are connected to the suffering. A lot of times because news agencies can't really be on the ground in certain hot areas like that, it's good to have people that are reliable that you can connect with and get that information from. And it brings an extra layer, I think, of just humanity, because it's not just some like corporation that's, you know, reporting on the news. It's someone real that's like there in the midst of it.
You know, we need that. We need that because a lot of our casualties are not reported on. In fact, this morning, I was in the bathroom on my phone, as we do, and I looked up children killed. I was trying to find a specific child, and there was 4 that came up. 2 of them, sorry, 5 total. 2 of them, again, from like several hours ago, right? And then there was 4 others that died 3 days ago in Jenin, right? A 16-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 14-year-old, and a 19-year-old, right? And it was so difficult to find. There were 0 Western sources reporting on this. I had to search it in Arabic for their names to come up in the Palestinian casualty roll. And it was almost impossible. I was shocked that there was 4 below 18, one of them 19, minors that died, and I could not find this reporting. I'm like, wait, I'll Google it. Oh, it'll come up. Oh, here. And it just wouldn't come up. It's like, so yeah, we need to have people on the ground, the Mu'taz Azaizas, the others like him, that are reporting, because there is a bias against us. And our stories are being hidden. They are being erased.
All I'm trying to get you to see is that it's the same on both sides.
It's not. That's delusion. That's straight up delusion. You know, this is something I see all the time. When you actually fucking start addressing how devastating the circumstances are, especially when someone is like a real fucking, you know, Palestinian in the flesh, being like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, my fucking family members are being killed. Then the subject matter turns. Then it's like, well, it's actually both sides. It's not both sides, man. It's not. That's fucking delusional. There's no both siding this. Every single Israeli casualty has not only been assessed, addressed, but has gotten coverage from family members in Western media. You physically could not do that for the Palestinians anyway, because the numbers are so vast, right? But it certainly doesn't happen in the Western media. You guys can fucking cope all you want and be like, oh, well, in Arabic news, they cover it from the Palestinian side. And it's like, yeah, of course they do, dog. Of course they do. Like, someone has to.
But it can't be the exact same.
I feel
it can't. It's either one side's stories are buried, and the others are highlighted.
I think both sides can be buried. Clearly they are, because I'm not trying to invalidate your experience, but you're trying to invalidate mine. I'm telling you,
Yeah, no, man. No, it's not your experience. This is not. Oh, fuck, I hate this shit. Bro. Saying this is a both sides circumstance is just denying reality that it's not a both sides circumstance. Your experience is not being invalidated by the Palestinians, is being invalidated by the truth. I don't know, man. You have my undying respect for covering this man with such honesty. This is the first time I have turned off the stream because of the level of dehumanizing attitudes extremely triggering. No, it's just like, listen, dude. There is no, like, campus professor or college students being fucking expelled or fired for literally going up and being like, you should fucking do more genocide. Okay? Whereas on the Palestinian side, students, Jewish students, non-Jewish students, are getting fucking expelled or suspended from school. A president of an Ivy League institution resigned due to pressure from donors for even allowing there to be pro-Palestinian student activism on campus. Get the fuck out of here. There is no both sizing this. There is none. If you talk about anti-Semitism, I'm with you, okay? I'm with you. Anti-Semitism is a bigotry. It's a horrifying bigotry. It happens all the fucking time in America, in the Western world, in Arab countries. Sure, it happens everywhere, okay? But when you turn around and conflate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism, then you've lost me, you know? Here comes the Ofer Kazev quote. I'm not even going to say it. I'm not. Guy has campus police haircut pissing me off. That's funny. He does have the fuck-ass bob, but for men.
Maybe from different publications.
Exactly. Sure. Let's say it's from different. But the
feels,
media overall,
you guys are
I'm telling you.
From what we're suffering. Yeah. It feels to me like we're in a movie and we are the actors.
Like I wish I was there, man. I want to be like, what do you want? Like, what do you want? What do you want? What do you actually want? Do you want, like, because if your goal is like, oh, well, they're not covering the Israeli plight enough, it's like, what more do you want? I think they cover the Israeli plight just enough. Maybe a little bit too much in comparison to the atrocities committed by Israel against Palestinians, especially at this stage in the ethnic cleansing campaign. You know, it's been 2 months. Like, what do you want? You have literally pretty much every single person in control of American institutions unconditionally and unequivocally supporting Israel. And then on top of that, they're literally on the defense for not being as unequivocally and unconditionally in support of Israel enough, and not like firing people or not firing enough people or not expelling enough students. And you're still like, no, it's not enough. Like, what do you want? You want to fucking execute some Jewish Voice for Peace activists or some shit? Like, is that what you want? You want to line them up? What do you want? Take out a Palestinian and shoot him? Paralyze him maybe from the neck down? Because that happened too. What do you want?
Actors, and we are the puppets, and there is some people out there that are watching the movie and just enjoy and eating their fruits. And there is a lot of people suffering in this. Listen, I'm listening to you. I swear, I want to cry. I swear. No one in this world, and I don't care what size, if it's a Palestinian or Jewish or Ukrainian or Russian, supposed to live under bombs. No freaking way.
Agreed.
And I'm talking to you as a veteran, as someone who...
Bro, that's so disrespectful of him. Bro, yeah, none of them are veterans. You want to know why? Just think about that. You're a veteran of the IDF. You get to fucking get on here and talk about how you're a veteran of the IDF. Okay? These guys can't even mourn their dead without you, the veteran of the IDF, or mourn victims of the Israeli occupation without you, the veteran of the IDF, scolding them and saying that they're terror babies.
Who was there inside? As someone who volunteered to carry all those? As someone who has friends Muslims? No one. And you know what? All of my friends also in Israel, no one wants to go into Gaza. We are afraid. It's afraid.
Yeah, we know.
Shit out of us to go into Gaza. We didn't want to as friends, yeah. As kids. I went there when I was 19 years old. We don't want to go there. Absolutely, we don't want to.
But that's sad.
We don't want to. It's super sad, bro. It's super sad. What I'm trying to say is that, listen, you're talking about a publication. We are talking also about a publication. We have the same problem. We are suffering from the same shit. And some people out there watching.
And it's like you said, we're puppets.
And we are puppets. And we are playing. We play the game of our game. You play the game of your game. Yeah. And we are like, there is some clash here. And some people are benefit from this. Now look.
Our government.
The news outlets or social media. What's the difference? Everyone has an agenda.
We can agree that Al Jazeera definitely has more of a sympathy and a bias towards the Palestinian struggle. Just like we can agree Western countries and media
Yeah, bro, just say they have a bias towards the Palestinian struggle, which is the correct bias to have. Just say it, dog. Someone should.
Outlets have unequivocally always supported Israel.
Maybe
Now it's a little less biased.
Some, yes,
now it's a little less
no.
biased.
No,
yes, they
no,
have.
like that.
Yes, they have.
Some do, perhaps, but not. You can't say the entire every media outlet in all of America is.
Have
all,
you ever heard? We're talking about the major ones.
Yeah, go ahead.
CNN, Fox.
Let me say
CNN, bro. Oh my God. Oh, because they're being more honest now. That hates you.
They've always hated
because they're showing the children dying in Gaza.
So if there's
that's not what we felt.
That's how we felt.
Is it a fact that U.S. sends money to Israel?
Yes.
And the media also backs it.
But U.S. also sends money to Palestine.
Yeah, they do.
They also just released a ton of money to Iran.
Yo, talk to me when they give some fucking Tamir interceptors and the Iron Dome to Gaza. Talk to me when we're giving them F-16s. We rebuilt the fucking airport, and now F-16s are dropping Mark 84 JDAM guided munitions. Okay? Get the fuck out of here. That's crazy. Oh, yeah? Are they fucking dropping Hellfire missiles that they got from the American government? Shut the fuck up. Oh, they give money to the Palestinians too. It's like, yeah, dude. As someone whose community, this community raised fucking $1.2 million for Palestinians, you know how many fucking hoops you got to jump through to even get aid into Gaza? Get the fuck out of here.
The U.S. is the biggest pot stirrer in this whole thing. The Jimmy Carter.
Well,
the whole
it's
thing.
just.
I mean, it's like they love to cause trouble in the region.
I would say
it's just like
there are a lot of national.
There's
It's not just
Zionist.
America.
We're puppets. The Israel-Palestine conflict brought to you by Qatar, Iran, U.S., Russia, everybody that has no actual direct interest and just wants to mess with us. That's the issue.
But and it's like he said, we are sitting here like puppets.
Yeah, I know. America is trying to ensure stability in the fucking region, despite the fact that Israel's doing its very best to ruin it. And America's doing it at the behest of Israel in general. That's awesome. Really fucked up. It should be just Israel and Israel alone. Everything else is biased.
While all of our governments still play us. But this, however, this is what I do have a problem with, and you can agree, disagree. Every time, and again, with all due respect, right? We're trying to find a middle ground here, but hear me out before we all go, rah, okay? For 75 years of illegal occupation, we have been bleeding and we have been suffering. Whether you want to hear it or not, please respect that that's what we're saying. I get it. I understand. Maybe if I was sitting on your side, okay? But just have some, I'm asking for compassion. Where is the humanity? And every time we say, well, this Palestinian person was unalived by Israeli forces or this and that, it's no offense.
Oh my gosh, you're so TikTok brain.
Then on the Israeli side, yeah, but what about us? Okay, 10,000 Palestinians just were unalived and bombed in Gaza, then the Israelis. What about us? We have been bleeding and crying for 75 years. When is it our turn to mourn?
You're right. In terms of bias of the media, Western media against Palestinians, have you ever heard a Western publication state that Palestine has the right to defend itself? Follow-up question. Do any of you believe...
No, let it sit. Let it sit. Let it sit. Ooh, that's a good one. Let that sit. That's a good one, dude. That's such a good one. We should all just let that cook a little bit inside of our minds. Because under international law, Palestinians do have a right to defend themselves. Israel, on the other hand, does not. Israel is a belligerent occupier. They do not have a legal right to defend themselves from the Palestinian occupants, okay? Here's how Israel defends itself from Palestinians: by abolishing, ending the apartheid state. That's the only legal way that they have a right to defend themselves. Not by blowing up Gaza, not by fucking up the West Bank, no checkpoints, none of that shit. All of that is illegal.
that Palestine has a right to defend itself?
The first question is actually really interesting. I haven't. That's actually a really interesting question.
Is that indicative of a bias?
No, because I'd like to answer the second
No.
question. I'd like to answer the second. I think that there's a bias against both of us, by the way. I don't disagree with
I'm
that.
biased.
No, the news. I think news is biased towards both of us. And
Am I wrong to say October 7th happened? I would agree with you that Israel should maybe not have created it in the first place, but they were clearly attacked. No? Yes. Yes, of course October 7th happened. It did. Why the fuck? Why would I deny that? It is a real thing that happened. But you can't, you can defend yourself against October 7th. That's not what Israel's doing right now, is it? Is that what Israel's doing? October 7th didn't happen out of nowhere. It was so expected, not unexpected. It was so expected that the Israeli interior security forces had openly stated that Israel's actions in the West Bank was going to cause a national security concern. Everybody saw it coming from a mile away, and nobody did anything about it. So in the one instance where Israel did have a right to defend itself, they didn't even fucking do that. What did Israel do instead? They went on the offensive. Immediately started bombing Gaza. That's crazy. That's crazy. The one time that Israel did have a right to defend itself, it didn't even do that. It went immediately in the offensive.
I think we're coming to an understanding of that. However, I think the second question is also very interesting because the way that we see it, we are never on the offensive. The way that I get that you guys disagree. Just hear me out, because I think this is where there's a huge misunderstanding. Okay, from Israel's perspective, we've offered peace so many different times. From our perspective, we have diplomatically offered peace so many times.
Yeah, I mean, you're just saying like I'm brainwashed. Like it's just like what am I supposed to do? I can't. Like this is the problem with this kind of argumentation. Like, you're not arguing with facts at that point. You're arguing against a person's own personal biases. It's like dealing with a fucking flat earther. It's like dealing with an anti-vaxxer. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, well, I'm sorry, but at a certain point, we got to look at the fucking facts of the matter. You know what I mean? And like your own standpoint theory doesn't work in this situation because there are actual facts, like historical facts that we can look at. The notion that like Israel has offered real peace agreements to the Palestinian side and has like desperately looked for a partner in security is ridiculous. Look at the West Bank. That's what you get with Palestinian cooperation.
And it's always responded to with war and violence. And so from our perspective, we would never initiate those wars or violences.
Can you counter this argument? Because I don't know what to say when someone says it. It's a lie. There have been accounts. There have been personal accounts and personal assessments of the peace process, and the negotiations were always incredibly lopsided. One, you cannot negotiate with your captive, okay? You just can't do that. How can a captive negotiate with their jailer? It's not from a position of equality. Negotiations can only start when there's some semblance of equality. Palestinians at that point are not considered to have a nation state. They're considered a terror cell that disarmed themselves. Okay? And in that peace process, a two-state solution has always been consistently dangled in the face of the Palestinians. And dangled and kicked down the line over and over again, specifically to consistently expand on the settlement building and the denial of a real nation state to the Palestinians that was afforded to them under international law. It's not real. Anybody that says Israelis actually gave him a good fucking a fair shake is just completely and utterly incorrect. Here, this is a good article by John Schwartz, written on November 28th. All the times Israel's rejected peace with Palestinians. British Peel Commission. I mean, it goes all the way back to the British Peel Commission. UN 1947. 1947 partition gives Israelis, or Jews at this point, before the inception of the nation state of Israel, okay, under British mandatory Palestine, offers Palestinians who have lived there for centuries at this point 45% of the land, as opposed to the Jewish migrants that came in as settler colonial, as a settler colonialist project by the British, which comprised of what 20 to 30% of the population. They give them 55% of the land. Unacceptable. Violence erupts. The Nakba happens. There's marginal defensive posturing from nearby Arab nations. Okay? Which is nothing in comparison to the obvious violence and the direct ethnic displacement of 750,000 Palestinians. Okay? Emergence of the PLO after 1967 war. The international consensus gradually came to be that peace would be required for the creation of a Palestinian state. Now, after that, by the way, some of it goes into Jordan. Also a colonial project, colonial cutout. Jordanians controlled the West Bank. Egypt controls the Palestinian, obviously its own territories, plus the Gaza Strip. 1967, PLO is created. I'm going to fucking go through these, I'm going to burn past these and get to what you know as the modern peace process. Okay? The PLO's weakness made Arafat eager to accept a terrible deal in the 1993 Oslo Accords, which was fucking dog shit in general, and yet Palestinians were still, they were divided on the subject, but obviously they still considered Yasser Arafat to be an incredibly and profoundly popular figurehead for being able to negotiate with the state of Israel, the occupying force of Israel, so much so that he got 86% of the votes in the presidential election the first time that was ever conducted. Israel, on the other hand, saw the one guy willing to fucking even negotiate with the Palestinians directly as such an aberration, such a gross abomination, as a matter of fact, that they assassinated him. And the guys who called for his assassination, Benjamin Netanyahu, Itamar Ben-Gvir, and the like, were elected over and over and over again in every election cycle after Yitzhak Rabin's assassination. So just so you understand, which side has what kind of interest in the peacemaking, as far as, the attitudes from the Israeli side versus the attitudes from the Palestinian side, just understand. Okay? You say that like a suspicion or something. No, there's no suspicion. Yeah. By the way, at the point of the peace process before he was assassinated, Israel Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin explicitly explained, "We do not accept the Palestinian goal of an independent Palestinian state between Israel and Jordan. We believe there is a separate Palestinian entity short of a state." He called it state minus. Okay? What happened then was exactly what anyone paying attention to would anticipate. The PLO essentially took over security for Israel in some 18% of the occupied territories. Israel solely controlled about 60% and shared responsibility for the remainder, and enriched itself while the occupation and Palestinian misery continued unabated. But by the end of Bill Clinton's second term in the summer of 2000, he was eager to leave a legacy other than his affair with Monica Lewinsky. So he cajoled Arafat to come to Camp David to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak in hopes of conjuring a conflict-ending agreement. Palestinian attitude was just that they had already made a gigantic compromise by accepting just the 22% of historic Palestine for their state. They were willing to compromise still more, but not much more. Barak had no understanding of this. At Camp David, he offered the Palestinians what were essentially 3 disconnected Bantustans, the equivalent of a separate black homeland in apartheid South Africa and the West Bank, with Israel occupying and controlling the border with Jordan for some long period of time. Jeffrey Epstein's bestie, Ehud Barak. Long afterwards, Shlomo Ben Ami, a key Israeli negotiator at the talk, said, Camp David was not the missed opportunity for Palestinians, and if I were a Palestinian, I would have rejected Camp David as well. People always say, oh, Camp David was rejected. Camp David was rejected. At this point, at the point of Camp David's rejection, there was no fucking real position at all. One of the major points of contention at Camp David was Israel occupying Jerusalem permanently. Arafat had lost all semblance of popularity that he had. People looked to the Israeli deals and negotiations as simply a continuation of the West Bank expansionist policies, settlement expansion. The 86% popularity he had in the beginning stage of the peace process had completely withered away because Israel used the PLO just like it uses the Palestinian Authority and Fatah as a fucking a part of its security apparatus to apprehend Palestinian leadership that it doesn't like. Clinton had promised Arafat that he would not blame him if the talks failed. He then reneged after the summit ended and immediately blamed him. Nonetheless, the Israelis and Palestinians continued to negotiate through the fall and narrow their differences. Clinton came up with what he called parameters for a two-state solution in December 2000. Several weeks afterwards, Clinton proclaimed both Minister Barak and Chairman Arafat have now accepted these parameters as the basis for further efforts. Both have expressed some reservations. In the 22 years since, Bill Clinton has lied over and over again about what happened, claiming that Arafat was the one who rejected a settlement. He did not. There are documented accounts of the Camp David settlement, the Accords, and how it fell apart. You can go and find them if you would like to. This article briefly mentions them. I've covered some of them as well myself. Part of the problem is, one, there was a deliberate attempt of not allowing any kind of media or any kind of communications at any of these accords. Except that was violated by the Israeli side over and over again. The Palestinian side, on the other hand, had nothing. They didn't even bring they barely brought anything beyond notebooks. They were dealing with the Israeli side that was leaking information that was favorable to them, while they didn't have anything. The American side certainly was on the Israeli side as well. The deals that were put together, albeit confidential, were developed on napkins, okay? Like hastily drawn shit. Time and time again, this is consistent. One of the major points of contention always was Israel's maintenance and permanent occupation of Jerusalem. This was a non-starter for Arafat. Why? Even if he wanted to give Jerusalem to Israel, he was not allowed to make this decision on his own. Jerusalem has significance for the entire Jewish, the entire Christian, and the entire Muslim population of the world. To offer it unconditionally to Israel is not a thing that Arafat can do. He personally said time and time again throughout these conversations, this is also well documented, that you are signing my death warrant. You want me assassinated. I say yes to this, and you will come and visit my funeral a month later. Yeah. Of course, that didn't change anything, really. Quoting Michael Collins? What? Am I? There's also the fact that Shlomo Ben-Ami admitted that post-Camp David he believed the workable deal was being developed and was relayed to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister gave go-ahead for discussions on a basis of preliminary goals of the deal. The following morning, Ben-Ami got a call from the Minister of Defense saying the generals had stated they wouldn't allow the deal to go ahead on national security grounds. What brand are those utility pants I saw you wearing at the forge? I work 9 hours of hard production labor a day so you can use your phone and computer. Help a friend in need. I don't remember. Probably Carhartt, though. Hard utility. Hard production labor. Anyway, Barak was nonetheless defeated by Ariel Sharon, who did not want a Palestinian state and did not restart the talks. The Israeli Minister of Foreign Affairs declared that the Clinton parameters are not binding on the new government to be formed in Israel. At this point, also, Barak was on his way out regardless, okay? The idea that he had any popularity was ridiculous. So, time and time again, anytime they were, quote-unquote, close to peace negotiations and not dealing with someone who straight up was telling him that his goal is to destroy the Palestinian peace process openly and ran on shit like that, like, for example, Benjamin Netanyahu, was always with an unpopular figure in Israel that was on his way out. Whether it be Yitzhak Rabin or Ehud Barak. Clinton then made a fateful, disastrous decision. In the 22 years since, he has lied over and over again about what happened, claiming that Arafat was the one who rejected a settlement. This has convinced both Israelis and Americans that Clinton made every effort to give Palestinians a state. But it was impossible because in what became a standard formulation, there was no partner for peace on the Palestinian side. Hillary Clinton, who was elected in the Senate in 2000 and later became Secretary of State, also joined in this key deception. Anyway, and then it gets into the Olmer offer. I'm not really interested in any of that shit. You can go read it. Maybe we'll cover it another day. Because I've covered all of this so many fucking times. But notice how long it took for me to go through step by step of and give you the briefest, most top-down, most reductive analyses of the peace process, because it takes 1 second to be like, the Palestinians were no partner in peace to Israelis. Well, for me to go through and detail the steps and tell you what it really was like takes multiple top-of-the-hour ad breaks. Multiple times. At the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Had they not been initiated towards us, that's why we call ourselves the IDF, Israeli Defense Forces. So for us, that's our perspective. And right now, unequivocally, if there were no terrorist attacks, so much of what is happening just simply would not exist. Everything that's been in place, the blockades, the this, the that, and the other, they all came after as responses. So when we disengaged from Gaza in 2005, we did not have the blockades that existed. We did not have the blockades that existed now. Why did those happen? Because in the following years, right after that, rockets immediately started flying from Gaza. Terror attacks immediately started coming out. So for us, we have done, from our perspective, right? From our perspective, this is how we view it. We are constantly offering diplomatic concessions that are turned down with violence, and often with violence on some of our holiest days. So from your perspective, defending yourself, I feel very bad that this is the difference in perception, because I can understand where you're coming from in feeling frustrated that the use defense is not used in your, for you guys, for your side. And so I can understand how that would be very frustrating. But from our perspective, this is where we're coming from.
Our children should not inherit this conflict.
I'm glad that everybody stepped forward.
Yeah, it's crazy that she just constantly gets the last word, man.
Because I think it's important that, yeah, at the very, like, you know, foundation of what we're doing here today, that we all agree that this isn't a way to live, and we can't keep suffering. I'm glad that everybody stepped forward. That keep suffering, you know, more heartbreak and more losses. You know, I always used to say, like, you know, my parents used to tell me that when they had children that they had hoped, you know, Palestine would be free and we would be able to go back and live a life without any hardship. And, you know, now I have people my age, you know, who have children, my sisters, and, you know, a lot of family members who have kids themselves, and, you know, having to have that conversation and talk about who we are as a people and our history and what we've been through, and, you know, passing on that intergenerational trauma, you know, that continues to be carried, you know, from our great-grandparents all the way down to us. It's heartbreaking, and this isn't a world that we should be allowing something like this to perpetuate. Yeah, it would be great for everybody to be able to go and to live and to, yeah, walk the beaches and visit the holy sites and not have to fear for their life while doing it.
This is like, who wants to live like this forever? This is crazy. If I'm going to bring kids into this world enough.
Yeah, who has the power, though? Who's the power player in this role, in this quote-unquote conflict, if you want to call it that? I don't want to call it that. I want to call it ethnic cleansing. I want to call it what it is. Who? Who's the power player? Who controls the keys of the castle? Who sets the standard of violence? Israel.
Enough is enough, and I don't want to live in a world without the optimism that peace is a possibility. I really don't. I think that that's like a world to live in. I refuse to believe that as a younger generation, as a newer, smarter, more informed generation, that we can't come together and make something tangible actually happen for our kids. And I totally agree.
And I think the only way to do that is for people on both sides to recognize each other, and that
I agree.
We're gonna disagree on whatever, but like, one side has their story, their truth, their lived experience. The other has the same. We don't have to convince the other to see it the exact same way. We just have to see each other and acknowledge that we're both in this situation and we both want to get out of it, and let's treat each other like human beings and find the way out of it.
Jonah, what's your involvement in this?
What do you mean?
What's your involvement in this conflict that we were speaking about?
I'm a Jew.
Oh.
So,
can we
like, where are you from? Like, where do you live?
I live in Los Angeles.
Where were you born?
Los Angeles.
Okay. It's easy for you to say what you said, and even though I agree with what you said, that we do need to be able to see eye to eye. We do need to be able to find a future for our children.
That's it. He just said, I'm a Jew.
Children, but respectfully, you were born in Los Angeles, you were raised in Los Angeles, one of the best places in the world. I love it, right?
Yeah.
You don't have the answer to this conflict, to this occupation.
So does the people from Jordan.
Okay.
Jonah's thoughts on this conflict are not invalid just because he was born in LA, and I think that's crazy to sort of invalidate.
I said I agree with his sentiment,
so don't
but he's still from Los Angeles.
But you're still DQing him to a degree by saying he's born in LA.
Respectfully.
I just don't think that that's right. I think that he has a lot of...
Like, at least if you have family in Israel, like, at least if you have family in Israel, like, fine. You love the genocide. You know, your family loves the genocide, maybe. I'm not going to make this fucking assertion of your family, but I can make it from you because, like, you've said it, right? But, like, what the fuck is it to you if you're in LA? Just, like, you have every opportunity to not be a shithead. Now you're just like a willing participant of the genocide for no fucking reason. Like you just straight up were like, no, dog, let me clarify something before you think otherwise, okay? I do love genocide. I'm a fucking fan, dog. Okay, go live in Israel then, motherfucker. Why are you living in LA? What is this? What the fuck? No. I like it from afar. Okay? I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the genocide from afar. I think it's fucking sick. I love it. I don't want to go there. I don't like that because desert climate, not great for me. I just like it. I'm a fan of what's going on, the activities being conducted in the apartheid state. I am a fan of. Like, that's the thing I don't understand. That's the thing I will never get. Like, and I have way more smoke. I have way more smoke for the Christian Zionists, as you guys know, because that, like, is even one step further, because it's like, at least he probably, as a Jewish dude growing up in Los Angeles, like, probably went to Jewish school, like, camp, you know what I mean? Maybe even birthright, right? So, like, there's at least a level of indoctrination that makes this more permissible. Christian Zionists are just like straight up. They're like, no, you don't understand. Muslims being killed, Arabs being killed, fucking A-OK. Love it. Fucking love it. What's your stake in apartheid South Africa? I am white. If you went on there and just said, I'm here because I'm a Muslim, they'd be so pissed. No, that's the thing. I don't defend Palestinians because, like, I come from a Muslim background. I defend Palestinians because they're being ethnically cleansed. Like, that's my stake, because I think it's fucking ridiculous that my tax dollars are going there to kill Palestinian babies. I think that that's fucked up, and I wanted to stop. Okay? I wanted to stop. That's crazy. It's just like, it makes no sense. It makes no sense that he's just like riding for this shit. I don't understand it. But like I said, it's so much worse, especially worse when it's Christian Zionist. Like, it's especially worse. Because then it's just like you have even less connection than this guy. Okay? At least that guy from I assume, because like you're not born a Zionist. It doesn't work that way. Like, someone had to tell you, like, no, this is actually pretty pog. Like, it has to happen. The Holocaust happened. It could happen again. Like, we have to have a Jewish ethnostate. It's the only way to stop it from happening again. And that is like kind of the vibes overall of like how this shit sticks early on. But if you're a Christian, it's like, the fuck is it to you, man? Where did this come from? Anyway, let's continue.
Skin in the game, family in Israel. He was just there with
Jewish
me
getting
April,
attacks all
long.
over. I think actually there is a big room for people that comes from different countries and they feel hurt from some reason, from social media or whatever, and come and say what they think about the situation.
The problem is there's not gonna.
Yeah, everybody has a say in this, dog. Like, you have the opportunity to be on the right side of the conflict. But, like, everybody does have, if you're an American, you should have a say in the matter. You're a power player, whether you recognize it or not. You know what I mean?
I don't believe that this is going to end as long as Palestinians are oppressed, put into blockades in Gaza, put into all these different things that they don't have freedom. I've gone there. I've lived there for months at a time, 4 different occasions. I went to Jerusalem. My cousin couldn't come with me. These type of things are not going to ensure peace. What's going to, a raiding of Al-Aqsa or going into Jenin and refugee camp, all these things. So of course, of course, these are valid.
Check your sources, my friend.
Why
they're going to Jenin because.
I hate him. God, he's so fucking annoying. At least like the two people next to him keep being like, okay, dude, chill out.
It's besides the point. It's besides the point.
But what I'm saying is,
bro with the broccoli cut, hitting him with the check your sources, dude. What the fuck do you mean? Like a fucking Palestinian from the West Bank not being able to go to Jerusalem? Like, that's a check your sources? What do you think Why? Why do you think you can say this and get away with it? Why is there no fact checking? To be fair, though, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see what the fact checking for Jubilee would be on this situation.
What I believe,
and then I'll respond.
It was the nine.
Let him finish, please.
Yeah. The IDF's not a valid source.
BBC.
It's a biased source. I think we have disagreements on what we think needs to happen to end. You think, oh well, everybody disarm on the Palestinian side and submit. I think that they're not going to.
What I said?
Yeah.
Did anybody hear me say that?
No,
you just pointed at me and said that that's what I said.
Who said that?
No.
He said it.
Who said that?
He said it.
Okay.
Right.
Well, then I apologize for that. But I think that the solution would be to end the occupation. The Israeli occupation.
And I totally hear that. But as I said, there's two sides to every story. So the Israeli side would be, well, they need to stop having terrorist attacks in Israel, and we can stop at this. That's why I'm saying we can go back and forth. A lot of things need to happen from a lot of parties. It's going to require a lot of outside parties having influence from the Arab region and the U.S., bringing people to the table, making things happen. If we're just stuck in the intra-fighting of I'm there, we're hating each other, that's not what I said. It's never going to get.
And the occupation is absolutely the problem. So even though you said this is how I think it'll be resolved, it needs to be the other countries and people need to come together. I'm saying that the root of the problem is the oppression. And it's the land theft, the constant settlements.
That from your side.
Yeah, well, that's most people in the world think that.
But is there objective truth?
I would love to actually respond to what you're saying.
There's also objective truth to both sides. That's what I'm saying.
No, there isn't. What the fuck? Dude, this is literally Trump shit. Which, of course, no wonder. #1 politician in Israel. Fuck you mean, bro? He said alternative facts.
Objective truth doesn't have two sides.
Yeah.
Objective truth is truth.
Yeah,
that's what my question was. Is there objective truth?
Are you married?
I would.
No.
There's objective truth to both sides, I promise you.
That's actually hilarious.
Wait, that's so weird that he said that. Like my bitch wife. My bitch wife thinks she's right. Okay, well, even then, like, do you think she's right or do you think she's wrong? And you're criticizing her all the time. A little bit weird to just like compare ethnic cleansing and apartheid to fucking your marriage, but goddamn, maybe your marriage sucks, dog. I don't know.
But that
I would love to answer you because I actually think that this is a really important.
Respond, yeah. I didn't ask a question.
Sorry, I would like to respond to you. Apologize for using the word answer. I would love to speak to you just openly because I think what you said is really important and it's something that I've thought of for many years. There's a really good book called Catch 67 by Mika Goodman. Both the right and the left hate it equally, so you know it's pretty decent. And it talks about the idea that we can't look at everything from a non-binary perspective. So we can't look at it as peace or no peace because you're right. Tensions need to be limited. Relations need to grow. We can't just like immediately offer something and then boom, it's accepted. And then boom. We've been trying that for the last however many years and it hasn't worked.
Yeah, but
so I agree that we do need to minimize we need to improve, the day-to-day lives of both Israelis and Palestinians. Travel within the West Bank is a huge issue. And Catch 67 talks about that and potentially building a road that's Palestinian controlled through all of the cities to be able to improve travel and transport. So there aren't these sort of weird blockades or blockages that where you can't bring your friend to somewhere or you can't visit a cousin who's in a different.
It's a weird blockade or blockage, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're checkpoints for, you know, Palestinians. There's no Palestinians allowed checkpoints. Not like a little blockage.
Town. There's actually a lot of really awesome orgs that are working on these sort of tangible, actionable items that we can do to improve the situation and the lives on the ground. And if anything, I think in the last like 4 or 5 years, what we've seen with the Abraham Accords, bringing peace between so many nations and Israel in the Arab countries, to me, as a Moroccan Jew, I almost cried at the thought of peace between my countries. It's like reconciling my two identities. Excuse me, let me please finish. Reconciling my two identities to me was so special. And
dude, there's so much identity politics associated in this fucking circumstance. It's like she's doing a bodies and spaces speed run. And it's like, dude, none of this changes the fact that it's a fucking apartheid state. Like, I don't understand. Like, what? What? This is what Jonah posted. There are more moderate, good-hearted people on this planet than extremists. Most of us want us to two sides coexist. People who want to see Israel erased is people ethnically cleansed. People who support Hamas terrorists, even as they treat the Palestinians as human shields and discardable pawns in their war for Jewish blood. That is not being pro-Palestinian, it's being anti-Israel. I'm so done with the term pro-Palestinian. Every liberal person on earth is pro-Palestinian, including liberal Israelis. I don't know about that. Anyway, look, I don't want to fucking read this guy's like personal shit.
And so that to me was one of the things that we've done, bringing in, you know, many people from Gaza with work visas into Israel to be able to work in Israel.
Getting out of Gaza
having
in
a number.
2005.
Yeah, but I'm talking since
Giving
then.
the
I'm
land.
talking since then, the last 4 years. And if you've noticed in the last 11 months in Israel, we've had number.
Bro, it's so awesome to like have liberal Zionism as a wonderful, as a wonderful subsect of like American political discourse. Cause like, remember how I talked about like how reactionary conservatives, like straight up fascists in general, have basically co-opted like adorned liberal aesthetics of social justice, like doing a bodies and spaces. Sweetie, you're actually coming after my like Irish, my intergenerational trauma of being like a white man growing up in America, right? When you say the cracker word, like that's our word, you can't say that. It's on steroids when it comes to the Israeli Defense Brigade. When it comes to defending the apartheid, it's like I don't know. I feel like it bricks people's minds. Like, if you're a liberal, you have no conditioning outside of this. Like, you get all of the talking points correct. You use the words, you use the right words. Like, most liberals are going to look at that and go, okay, like, I think I agree. Maybe I am being anti-Semitic when I'm fucking talking about, like, maybe you shouldn't kill, maybe you shouldn't kill Palestinian children. Like, to be fair, she said she's doing bodies and spaces, but she also did say Palestine should have its own Hyperloop. No, she's the smartest one of them all, 100%. Like, liberal Zionists oftentimes are much smarter than, like, fucking ultra-Zionists. Because ultra-Zionists are so fucking stupid and so goddamn arrogant that they think everyone is just as, like, bloodthirsty monsters as they are. So they'll be like, oh, terror baby, what the fuck are you saying? Hamas, UN is Hamas. And then, like, yeah, that ends up causing people around you to go, what the fuck? Okay, I'm not on your team, whatever the fuck you're talking about. Liberal Zionists, on the other hand, unironically, are the best at communicating and whitewashing the apartheid regime, but the dumb motherfuckers over at Israel don't even recognize that, so they keep getting in their own goddamn way. Liberal Zionism is so good at just, like, talking about the Israeli state as a permanent victim and using terms like this is actually land back. Israel is a land back movement, and it's the indigenous population with a right to return. Like, co-opting the actual terminology from radical politics and describing it in, like, morally permissible terms to a broader audience is so much more effective to a Western audience than whatever the fuck psychos are trying to do on a regular basis. So they should just shut the fuck up and let her thrive here, because she's going to end up doing a much better job than everybody else, at least with how people are, like, if you want people to be receptive to your narrative.
Of protests to be able to also further improve the situations. We are working towards that. I think it's one of the most important things is for us to not look at it as a non-binary thing. Progressives are so quick to look at sexuality and gender non-binary, but when it comes to these sort of complex issues, everything is black or white. It's peace or no peace. That's never going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, she kind of betrayed the progressive message there a little bit by being like, oh, you guys are so woke on non-binary. Yeah, but not when it comes to Israel. Like, you don't see gray area. It's like, it's not, because it's not. There's no gray area in apartheid. It is black and white. The morality of Israel's maintenance of the apartheid regime is black and white. Solutions are complex, hard to implement. Certainly. But the morality of the matter is not.
We need to come together and work on tangible things we can do to improve the situation. So you're right. I actually really agree with you, and I wish that you could hear my agreeance.
So all I was going to reply to was the Abraham Accords. The Palestinians were not even involved in that. So no, we don't accept the Abraham Accords because we weren't even confronted about it. That's what I think most people you ask on the Palestinian side would say. And this is a history that goes back a century of this. Palestinians being excluded. When the Nakba first started, 1 million Palestinians, nearly 1 million, 750 plus Palestinians were expelled from their homes. Some fled, others worse murdered, right? And then you have the 1947 partition plan, which is like, hey, we just got here, we're taking 55%, you guys are keeping 45. You're saying we've offered many resolutions. Who would do that? If somebody came to America right now and took our country and said, hey, you guys get 45%, nobody would accept that. So you got to also look at it from that perspective.
I have kids. When we were in Tel Aviv, and on October 7th, I was in Tel Aviv, and then we drove down to Jerusalem. We heard the alarm goes off. I'm like, do you hear that? Do you hear that? I'm like, and my son goes, yeah, what's that? I'm like, that's the alarm. I'm like, and then I'm like, my kids doesn't even know what is it. So, to the point, I'm happy my kid didn't know what is it, because I know what is it. I grew up into this conflict. In my house, we don't talk about that. We don't talk what's, like my son, we started to tell them about the story, about the war. There is terrorist, and then my son was like, Dad, in Hebrew, what's terrorist? My kids doesn't know anything about this because for me, they're not supposed to know about that. My question is, why the kids in Gaza are learning books of Hitler's? Books of Hitler. You see books of Hitler all over the schools, all over Shifa, all over the schools.
Oh my God, brother. Dude, come on. Come on, dude, come on. First of all, for a Palestinian child, learning to hate his oppressor, adorning the Star of David as it engages in unimaginable acts of cruelty and violence in its daily maintenance of an apartheid regime, there is no necessity to read Mein Kampf. That is a European invention. Okay? The Palestinian child learns to hate Israel, and maybe in some instances, Judaism, because what Judaism represents to the Palestinian child is Israeli violence. Okay? They don't need to read Mein Kampf to understand weird European, Eurocentric, anti-Semitic conspiracies. They learn to hate Israel, and maybe even in some instances, they learn to hate Jews in general. When their school gets blown up, not when what they're teaching at fucking school. And the reason why they think or associate in certain instances a hatred of Israel with a hatred of Jewish people in general is because there's a fucking Star of David slapped to the side of the flag on the plane. Okay? To them, they are victims of the Israeli apartheid. This is not dissimilar to the concept behind Republicans, another reactionary ideology, but the concept behind black children learning about how devastating white supremacy is at school because they're learning CRT. They're learning critical race theory. That's not how a black student or a black child in America learns about white supremacy and learns to hate it. They learn it at school when their teacher is racist to them. They learn it at school when the school resource officer treats them like a black adult. They learn it when they get involved in the school to prison pipeline at an early age. They learn it through lived experience. And in some instances, maybe they hate white people too as a consequence of that. But they don't hate white people, they hate white supremacy. Okay? Just like Palestinian children don't hate Jews. They hate the apartheid. So when you take the apartheid away from the equation, there's no more need for hate. When you take white supremacy out of the equation, there's no more need to hate. That's not how this shit works. On the other hand, however, for the daily maintenance of the apartheid to be morally permissible to the broad majority of the Israeli public, you have to constantly engage in an endless cycle of reinforcement, because if you don't consistently dehumanize the Palestinians, then some of the Israelis are going to go, what the fuck are we doing? These are human beings. How else could you justify the checkpoints in the West Bank? How else could you justify the apartheid state? How else could you justify consistent bombing? So it's pure projection when someone who is an ultra-Zionist who defends Israel tells you Palestinian children are learning about anti-Semitism by reading Mein Kampf. It's fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. And it's also projection. You, on the side of the oppressor, need a constant reinforcement of racial agitative propaganda in order to justify the hateful acts, the violent acts of maintaining an apartheid regime. Okay? Palestinian children don't need that. They don't. They learn it by being born inside of Gaza. They learn it by being born inside of West Bank. They learn it by being born under the oppressive thumb of the Israeli occupation. That's it. Also, yes, there's no proof that Mein Kampf is being in Gazan schools besides, you know, Times of Israel article talking about annotated copy of Mein Kampf.
They're all over all those books.
That goes both ways.
Let me answer. There is no even one program in any school in Israel that teach you to hate Arabs. Not even one book.
Dude, it's embedded. It's embedded in the culture, man. It's embedded in every facet of Israeli existence. Get the fuck out of here. What do you mean? Point to the one book. It's like Ben Shapiro being like, what do you mean systemic racism? It doesn't exist. Point me to the one racist law in American history. I hate racism. Point me to the one racist law.
Not even one story in school curriculum.
Very likely that was planted. That's very likely that was planted. But can I? Are you done?
Planted.
And what do you mean planted? Okay, let's say it's real. Let me put this another way. Let's say it's fucking real, dog. Okay? Let's say these motherfuckers are reading Mein Kampf all day. The fuck is it to you? Does that justify killing entire fucking bloodlines? Like, what are we talking about, dude? I don't even believe it. But even if it was real, that's not even a good justification for fucking executing children. The fuck do you mean? That's why it's like psychotic how much the horny ass zealots were regularly fucking talking about. Yeah, I mean, I've seen this too. That's why it's psychotic when the fucking horny ass zealots were talking about Rafat and his entire family being fucking executed by the Israeli occupying force in a targeted strike, mind you. Okay? And everyone was like looking through his tweets. This is a guy who's being lasered all day, every day. All of his death follows him everywhere. And he made a joke about a fucking unverified and now actually, but not only was it unsubstantiated, but actually dismissed story. So he deserves to have his fucking family wiped out alongside himself? What are we doing? Is that a standard you want to have? No. You only can fucking maintain that standard. Like Barry Weiss can only say that because she knows nobody's going to drone strike her bitch ass for fucking speaking out of turn. That's the point. Like, that's not going to ever happen, and she knows that. So she can just be comfortable and be like, oh, yeah, look at this tweet from Rafat. He deserved to get fucking shredded. Anyway. Israeli school books legitimize Israeli military action and even massacre, according to Peled El-Hanan's research. Israeli school books often describe Palestinians as a primitive and dangerous problem. In this video, Israeli professor Nurit Peled El-Hanan talks about her research on the issue. One book calls all Arabs Jew haters. In another book, Israel described as a lamb and Arab countries as wolves. A few years ago, Israel banned high schools from teaching a novel about a love story between a Palestinian man and an Israeli woman. Why? Because the book supposedly threatens Jewish identity. Look at that. Bro, it's all right-wing shit. If you want to conceptualize, like, if you want to conceptualize what Israel is doing, just think about it from the framework that you're comfortable with. It's just super fucking far-right reactionary nonsense. It's that simple. It's the exact same shit we see here in America on a daily fucking basis. Okay? It's just like these guys are the biggest American hogs. Okay? They behave in the exact same way. It's not related, but have you seen World War II from the front lines? No, but I'm so fucking stoked to watch it. It's on Netflix, right? God, I love World War II documentaries. But, like, not too much. You know what I mean? I don't want to get too patriotic. So I got to, like, go and watch, I don't know, some shit about how awful America is. It's so good, though. It's just like, there is something... I get it. Like, I spiritually understand why Americans are constantly searching for the just war. You know what I mean? Because it feels good. It feels good to overcome pure evil, you know? You think about it and you're like, man, those fucking Nazis, dude. They were just literally pure evil. Okay? Red flag? No, man. It's just like, it's just good. It hits. It hits so good. It hits so fucking good. Because these guys were so dog shit. Just so bad. And it's like, it's good to see. It's good to see, like, a triumph over like, actually some fucking bad guys. You know what I mean? It's just that, like, everything that has happened since has been America dishing out awful, unimaginable cruelty nonstop for endless ideological warfare and just, like, claiming that all of their enemies are the bad guys like the Nazis were. Let's not forget the U.S. was reluctant to join the war and primarily did so because they were afraid of losing their hegemony in Pacific. Okay, put some respect on our boy. Okay, come on. There was definitely some, you know, Stalin adjacent people in the American leadership that certainly saw World War II as you know, a big problem, as the Germans is a big problem, certainly the Japanese too. There were others too. Maybe they were also not too great with their, you know, with the treatment of the Japanese. I'm talking about FDR, guys. I'm talking about FDR. There was plenty of Hitler adjacent folks, and then there was some that were decent, you know, some that were fucking thinking like we should figure out a way to get ourselves involved, maybe. The results that many Jewish Israelis support violence and discrimination against Palestinians. In addition, public schools in Israel legally required to teach students about the importance of military service. Israeli law also prohibits schools from hosting talks about organizations that criticize the military. Israeli teachers who have criticized the military have lost their jobs. Here are 2 examples. One from 972 Mag. And one from Haaretz. On 11th grade, non-Orthodox Jewish students in Israel attend a week-long paramilitary camp known as Godna. They're dressed in military uniform, receive weapons training, and practice shooting. Some Israeli summer camps also train young children for military service. For example, one summer camp offers children as young as 3 years military-like drills and military history education. In another summer camp, Israeli children aged 10 and above undergo firearms training at a site similar to Gaza, and they also use military aircraft simulations. There are even Israeli summer camps within military bases. Children assist soldiers with their chores and are taught by the commanders about battle history. As a result, most Jewish Israeli children see military service as an important rite of passage into adulthood and full citizenship. Even before they're born, Israeli children are treated as future soldiers. For example, here's an advertisement for the maternity ward of one of the country's top hospitals. It contains an image of a soldier-like fetus. Bro, that's literally an American meme. Bro, they took the meme. You know how we joke about, like, of course you can't have an abortion. Like, today's abortion could have been tomorrow's, like, military veteran in a coffin, or American soldier in a coffin. They took that and made it real. They were like, no, this is actually fucking sick. Oh my God. What the fuck? Dude, these craziness. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ay, ay, ay. It's just so abnormal. Finally, the fact that Israeli youths will serve in the military in the future can save them from punishment now if they harm Palestinians. Let's look at 2 examples which I've written about here. In 2017, 2 Israeli settler youths admitted to throwing stones at Palestinian cars, but the court didn't convict them because of their wish to enlist and serve in a combat unit. The court added a conviction might obstruct their recruitment to a combat unit. Following year, a 17-year-old Israeli settler admitted to throwing stones at a Palestinian. This is a really good thread. Okay. I'm going to fucking the retweet. Anyway.
Come on, by soldiers like me at 20 years old,
Also,
soldiers planted those things.
But Mr. Mishkila, can I answer your question with another question?
It's
if you have
Oh, he doesn't believe that they were planted. He's like, no, dude. The annotated copy of Mein Kampf is real. Bro, if you believe that, talk about the Al-Qaeda manual too. Yeah, no. Dude, everything that the Israeli president puts forward is just straight up is the most comical fake news.
Have more to say, go ahead.
No, it's because every time we will say something, it's been planted. You guys are lying. Listen, I was a soldier, 20 years old. You know, when you go into Gaza, by the way, when you're 20, until you get into the house, you want to kill yourself. You don't want to be there. You don't want to be there.
Shouldn't be
As
forced.
a soldier, you don't want to be there. So there is no soldiers who planting books to take a photo.
It's not the soldier, it's the leadership.
Also, by Human Watch organization, there was an investigation that in Israeli schools inside of Israel, not all of them, but some of them, that they were taught to hate Palestinians.
Oh no,
that's
this
Human
is
Watch.
never.
Human Rights Watch.
Bro, you know how many videos I've seen of
Human Rights Watch on their website. That was an investigation.
Wow, I'm dying to see it.
But I would like to go back.
People go, UNRWA is fucking teaching Palestinian children to hate Jews and shit. And it's like, dog, they don't need the schooling, okay? They don't need the fucking school. Dude, they see the Star of David slapped to a fucking tank, and they're going to be like, oh, that's my association with oppression. You know what I mean? The fuck are we doing here? Stop the oppression. That's it. It's so dumb. it's so funny that you have to make it seem like I always feel like I've taken crazy pills when I talk about this shit, because it's like I don't understand how most people don't understand this. They don't see this. Okay? The Star of David in the West Bank has a very different connotation. Okay? When they mark your house with a Star of David in the West Bank, when you're a Palestinian, that means they're going to come fucking throw shit. They're going to try to forcibly evict you. Okay? They're going to come and bulldoze your shit. That's what that means. For a Palestinian, it's very different. It's basically a mark of death, okay? It's so weird that we just act like that's not a real situation. Like, when the roles shift from Jewish people being historically oppressed to Israelis being the historic oppressor, you can't still use the historically oppressed arguments to justify your current and ongoing oppression. It doesn't work that way. Especially when it becomes more damaging when there is still ongoing oppression against Jewish people, some of which accelerates when the Israeli state, as the oppressor, says they're doing it at the behest of Judaism and Jewish people all around the world.
Back to the prompt, if that's okay with everybody. The reason why I don't want your kids or our kids to inherit this conflict is because, number one, maybe not for you guys, but for us as Palestinians, we already risk sitting on this panel not being able to ever go back and visit our family in Palestine ever again. I do have family in the West Bank. I don't know if I said that earlier. My father's Palestinian, and my grandmother and great-grandmother are actually Jewish from Germany. I wanted to make sure everyone knew that. I've been on Canary Mission since 2014 because I'm an activist. However, being on this panel, or even what's been happening the past month and a half or 2 months, whatever we're at, God help us all, I risk of not being ever go back and visit any of my family in West Bank again, even though I'm not saying kill this person, kill that.
Like, she's been on Canary Mission, as in like Canary Mission has doxed her since 2014, chat. She's saying she comes from a Jewish background, and the crime of like being a part of a Palestinian family, and the crime of fucking defending Gaza and having family members in the West Bank is reason alone for the Canary Mission to dox her since 2014. She's not saying she worked for the Canary Mission. What are you, fucking nuts? She has a literal Palestinian flag necklace and a keffiyeh on.
You get what I'm saying? Just by saying free Palestine, they can stop me at the Tel Aviv airport and say, that's it, you can't come in because you have a keffiyeh and you're Palestinian and you said this on social media. And if I have kids one day, maybe my kids, because I spoke up for humanity, okay? And again, this is what this is on whatever side you're talking about. Maybe my kids won't be able to go back because they're like, well, her mom is Rima, she can't go back. You know what I'm saying? This shit needs to end. I am tired. I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of getting angry. I'm sure you're tired, you're tired, you're tired, you're tired. I'm fed up with it. You know, when people say, oh, Palestine never existed, Palestinians don't exist. To take away our right to exist is a problem for me. And that is a bit, and I tell people that when they come on my TikTok live, I stop them right away. For you to say that Palestinians don't exist, you are part of the problem right there. We do exist. My father does exist. Our voices matter. Our land matters. We have been there. It's
like, I'm reading the Canary Mission bio, and it literally says Jalak is the co-founder of Layali & Co., a company that supported the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. Like, that's one of her crimes. And then it follows up by saying, the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund is a nonprofit organization reportedly set up to provide urgent humanitarian care for Gaza's children. It has been financially linked with the Holy Land Foundation for Relief and Development, which was shut down by the U.S. government for funneling donations to a terrorist organization. They're saying the PCRF is a terrorist organization. Someone should inform Israel that they're allowing a terrorist organization to do humanitarian aid. That's really fucked up, man. That's really fucked up, dog.
It's got to stop for everybody.
I actually tweeted, Israel doesn't exist, Palestine doesn't exist. I can't think of two worse conversation starters. Because I just think it's a ridiculous place to start. And in 1985, the Arab League recognized Palestine, and I think that we should as well. And so for me—
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, and so for me, I think that we have to start from humanization. Like Jonah was saying earlier, we can't dehumanize each other, otherwise we have just no chance.
Totally.
No chance.
Totally. I think in my surroundings, they accept the existence, obviously, of Palestine, and they accept exactly what you just say right now. They do. Okay. They do. And actually, maybe 99% of the people I know, right?
Same.
The question is, what's the majority of your surrounding saying about Jewish? Because all we see right now, all we feel, by the way, we feel what you feel.
Bro, listen, we accept the Palestinians existing with the boundaries and confines that we've set up for them. Sure, they may be extremely limited. Sure, they may be literally genocidal, but like we accept it, while we're also continuously doing genocide to your friends and family members. So how do you feel about that genocide? You better not fucking say. Better not say that genocide is not allowed and kind of fucked up, because then I'm going to immediately conflate that to hatred of Jewish people for no fucking particular reason. You cannot criticize Israel on its own as an oppressive entity, as a country.
By the way, and I'm not going to take it away from you, right? Whatever you feel right now, I swear I want to hug you. I'm not going to take it away from you. But what we feel is that
I'm a Jewish American and I work in a Jewish business. Let me tell you right now, they do not accept Palestine as real, and it's scary. Yeah, I mean, I was being charitable by saying, no, they accept Palestine as a state that, you know, as long as it's like the Israeli, as long as it's within the confines of like the Israeli occupation. That was me being charitable. I know a lot of people that do not.
Palestinian wants to make sure that Jewish people has no right to live in Israel, and they need to die.
We can't speak for everyone, just like you can't speak for all of your people. I'm telling you, as a Palestinian, not because my grandmother's Jewish, we are not against Jews. We don't want to get rid of the Jewish people.
And I love to hear that. And I swear to God, I think
I agree 100% with
you. If I will hear, Tomer, we don't want Jewish to get killed because they're Jewish people, I swear it's open everything to a conversation, because all I want is just to make sure that if you guys sit in front of me, you don't want to kill me. Yeah. Oh, I'm down for everything, bro. I'm down for everything.
Not at all. We do not want Jewish people to die.
Absolutely
not. I don't think there's a single Muslim that believes in Islam truly that can, in his right mind, justify in any way, theologically, rationally, logically, that a Jewish person doesn't have the right to live. Zero.
Yeah,
there's a difference between being opposed to the Zionist regime and the Zionist governmental political policies and being opposed to an individual who subscribes, who has nothing to do with that part of the world, who has a religion of Judaism. We're brothers, we're cousins. Abraham had two sons.
He's pointing to the Los Angelino, but brother, he's already made his bed, it seems. You know what I mean? He's like
sons, Ismail and Ishaq, right? And we descend from that. So we're not only cousins, we're half brothers. We have a problem with the ideology whose entire basis is establishing a state strictly for Jewish people, which makes it by definition an apartheid state, on the land of another people
So you don't
Our people.
you don't acknowledge Israel as a country. This is my question.
Wait, I actually.
The way it's currently defined, absolutely
So
not.
that
Do I
wasn't
acknowledge you as a human being? Absolutely. Do I acknowledge?
So they should all just.
We
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh my God, dude, you are making that, brother. You're making that jump. You know what the funniest part about this conversation is? He said the exact opposite, but the dude, the Los Angeles guy, didn't even hear him, and he went, "Oh, so you want all Jews to perish? You don't want them to exist in Israel?" And it's like, first of all, you said that. Nobody else said that. Actually, he said the exact opposite. But what's ironic is if he were to say, "It seems to me like Israel's actions are to openly wipe out all Palestinians living on occupied territories," he'd go, "Whoa, whoa, 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 that's anti-Semitic. Why? How could you ever say that?" It's like, motherfucker, he's not even saying that. He's literally pointing to the fucking objective reality of what Israel is doing in Gaza right now, and maybe even repeating what your defense minister said. You know, what many members of the Knesset have said and continue to say. That's the major difference here.
I said the way that the
all.
state is currently formed, the ideologies that led to its forming, the land without a people for a people without a land, the entire pretext to the formation of the state, we disagree with. But can we find a different way to exist? Can we find a different way to exist?
I have to answer Zion.
He didn't explicitly say homie was making a logical leap that I'm guessing he's about to explain. No, that wasn't a logical leap. That's an illogical leap caused by a irrational fear. Okay? It's ridiculous. Being anti-Zionist doesn't mean Jews need to be expelled from the fucking region. Okay? That's not what that is at all. It's not. It's not ever going to happen. One, it's not like it's impossible for it to happen. And two, that would be an actual cruelty. Okay? Sure. 30% of Israelis have dual citizenship. Okay. Who gives a fuck? There's still 70% who don't. Okay? Where are they going to go? They're not going to go anywhere. You have to solve this problem from a realistic perspective. And the realistic perspective comes from a Truth and Reconciliation Committee addressing war criminals or war crimes on both sides, certainly. Okay? Obviously, the scales would be tilted in one direction more than the other. One side does have a lot more fucking war crimes under international humanitarian law than the other side. But it comes from dealing with that. It comes from reparations being afforded to the Palestinians, which is, again, a matter of international human rights law. This is something that Israel also recognizes, mind you, that reparations must be given to all Palestinians who were cast away from their homes 75 years ago. That's literally a matter of international law that Israel even recognizes. The only point of contention there is whether or not the Arab nations in the surrounding regions also should pay for it. Remember, Israel acknowledges that they have to give reparations to the Palestinians that they fucking forced away from their homes. Israel personally recognizes that. But they hold that conversation up by claiming maybe it's the Arab nation's fault as well. Maybe it's the Arabs that told the Palestinians, like, oh, yeah, if you run away from your home now, once the war is over, you can come back. We're the ones who won't let you come back. We're the ones who won't give you the reparations. But maybe, you know, if the regional Arab leaders also admit fault and during the Nakba, then you know, maybe we'll do some reparations. Now, obviously, that's a method to just, like, take a position that is somewhat in the middle there, while simultaneously, you know, passing the buck down and never really coming to a solid conclusion. Because a solid conclusion will require Israelis to recognize, the Israeli government especially, to recognize with the historic wrong, the Nakba. But regardless, this idea that, like, Zionism, or not Zionism, rather, that there's no solution to this conflict is silly. Okay?
Find the different, yes.
Please,
yes, we
please.
can.
No, this is very
we can
important.
find a different way
This is
to
really
exist.
important.
But
You're doing the same leaps as the LA guy? I'm doing the same leaps as the LA guy. I'm going to keep it $1.50 with you, and I will stand on this. I am infinitely more well-read. Oh, you're talking to this dude. I'd rather have World War III than listen to these petty grievances. The UK closed its bank so long. Okay, he wasn't replying to me. He was replying to another chatter. Sorry. I was going to say I'm going to stand on this business. I am significantly more well-read, more well-read on this matter than every single person here, including those who have like literal personal involvement in the affairs.
But not with the idea that it's a majority Jewish state. It wasn't. Palestine, I'm sorry.
It was never meant to be a majority Jewish state.
No,
the intention of,
was
hold on, no, listen.
45%. Wants a majority Jewish state in our land.
45% of the original proposed Zionist state by Herzl was 45% was meant to be Muslim Arab, okay? And there was going to be a fractional percent, 1% Jewish in the Palestinian state, okay? So we were willing to accept up to 45% of our country being Arab, right?
Our country? You had no country. What do you mean? That's not a country. Hello? Also, wait, what? Dude, 1947 UN partition is dog water. Okay? That's insane. Can you imagine, like, oh, God. Can you imagine a fucking the League of Nations, which didn't really exist at the time, but like an international consortium coming together and being like, hey, Native Americans, the settler freaks that we fucking sent into your country, directed by the British Empire, now have more than half the fucking land on this territory that they've invaded. Okay, it's theirs now. Sorry, shut the fuck up. You'd be like, no, hello? No, that's a fucking weird-ass thing to say. Now, of course, Americans did way worse, right? They completed the genocide. That's the difference. For them, though, they did it way before, at a time when it was, like, still unimaginably cruel and fucked up. Except they did it at a time when everyone was, and this is not to say it's like morally righteous or anything, but they did it at a time when like conflicts such as this one and ethnic cleansing like this was not as immediately understood. Okay? There's no internet. You know, at a time before we have like electricity, internet, shit like that. It's a little bit different when you're doing 16th, 14th century style ethnic cleansing campaigns in 2023. You know? Yes, you are correct. The first bum to die. It was the might makes right, period. There was no international criminal courts and standards set for what level of violence is like appropriate towards whom.
With what's happening right now.
But hold on a second. So the original premise of Zionism is not to be something to eradicate. If anything, it says that we want to come in there with diplomatic, to be able to get the state diplomatically, to be able to not do it through colonizers. That's literally what his letter states. And I think it's really important to understand that for us, Zionism is not some evil thing. And people have co-opted our term and used it as a slur against us.
Okay, you are literally, what? Co-opted our term and use it as a slur against us? I'm losing it. Oh my God, liberal Zionism is so awesome. Herzl literally used the C word, colonial. Yeah. We were going to let Arabs live with us falls apart as soon as you investigate how Palestinians are treated today inside Israel. Yeah. We were going to do that, but they just wouldn't let us do it. Liberal Zionism is awesome because it's like, it's basically advocating that like the word Karen is the worst slur you could say, or the word cracker is the worst slur you can say, like much worse than the N-word with a hard R. You know what I mean? It basically It basically is that. It's like, do not investigate the etymology of the word cracker, where it comes from. It's actually so much worse. That's you're not allowed to say it. But at the same time, America still celebrates Thanksgiving every year and hasn't even begun to come to terms with this genocide culturally. This is unrelated to the Israel discussion. Not trying to sound like Israel's doing a genocide. No, actually, it's very related to the Israeli discussion. Yes, America did a genocide on the indigenous population and then denied it, whitewashed it, and to this day still refuses to acknowledge it. Kaya! No, that's not a toy for you. You are bad. I can't believe it. She fucking ate the head off. Oh. Look at this. A demon. A demon. Why'd you do that? That's Cutie Cinderella. This is the stand-in. She ate Cutie. Is that a stuffed animal? Yeah. One that you guys have sent me because you think it's funny and my head's small.
When to us, it's something sacred. It means our right to self-determination back in the land of Israel. Just as you want the right to self-determination for Palestinians back in Palestine, we also feel that same way about Israel.
We and most of other people think that Zionism is one way, you think it's that way, right? But what I want to clarify, okay? So this is where I'm gonna meet you halfway. When you said, so you want all Jews to F off or whatever you said.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, no, it's okay. Zionism to us and the other people, the way that we know it as it is, whatever you think is what, okay, we'll meet halfway.
The real way it's manifested.
Yes, I want you, I know, but that's where we're gonna meet halfway. I want you to know that at no point does any person that's speaking up for Palestine or is Palestinian or whatever the case may be, we've never, are there radical people on each side? Yes, there are. But we want to live in peace. We want to live as neighbors. We want to love each other. It does not mean to unalive Jews. It does not mean to eradicate all the Jewish people. That's not what anybody who is...
I'm so mad. Just say the question. The conversation needs to have boundaries. The number one boundary is just fucking ask them, do you think Israel's an apartheid state? And then just work from that boundary. Like, just establish it.
Speaking in a good aspect for our movement.
You need boundaries. Like the top of the hour ad break is a boundary for everyone to recognize that the top of the hour has come. And if you no longer want to see those ads at the top of the hour, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. If you were there, the IDF would fight you? What do you mean? Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Not the worst boundary. It's a acceptable one.
Movement. That is not what we mean. And again, are there some radical people on both sides? I'm sure there are. We can't control everybody. But for the most part and for the majority, no, we don't want to get rid of Jewish people. No human being who has a heart should want to get rid of any person.
Both sides have lost the war.
Hello again.
Hello. You want to go?
Well, I don't know exactly about both sides, but I can tell you about my side. I feel that we lost the war. The day the Hamas came to our people and they slaughtered 1,400 of our people, and they raped our women, and they beheaded our babies, and all of that. And I was there that day. I was on the beach, and we had a party, friends of mine from college, and We partied the whole night until 6 a.m. And at 6:30, the rocket started, followed by boats coming from the sea. And they mounted the shore and they killed, in front of me, in front of my friends, they killed 40 people, including couples, 17-year-old kids. They killed fishermen, fathers and sons. They come to the sea every day for the past 40 years. And they slaughtered them all. And they slaughtered my friend, my dear friend Mo. And I don't know how many of you seeing, like we talked about the media, the news, and all of that. So when it all happened on October 7th, the Hamas really posted everything on Telegram. And I saw all the horrors. I can talk to you about every single video of it and how they beheaded people and how they raped our women and burned babies in the ovens. For me, no matter what happens next, we lost this war. We lost our brothers. We lost our friends. No military act or nothing can bring them back. Actually, the main reason why I think we lost.
I know. I don't want to fucking hear him go through it again. I heard it.
Is our hostages. 241 people was.
Yes, he said he saw women getting raped and babies being beheaded and thrown into ovens. He's just mixing and matching all this stuff, okay? I'm going to go ahead and assume that he's saying all this because he's either misguided because he's seen videos of, like, these atrocities, I'm sure, that were being presented as though it was, like, being done to Israelis, okay? I'm in that Telegram. I didn't see that. No, he's Mossad. Yeah, dude, Mossad is a fucking a broccoli zoomer cut guy. No, he's not. The best propagandists in this situation, if you're thinking about like Hasbara, the best propagandist in the situation is literally the liberal Zionist, okay? Not him. He is like the absolute worst at that table. He's going crazy with it. He's going nutty mo with it. You have to remember, like, this is for a Western audience. He's popping off for a Western audience in a way that, like, in a way that is not going to be, is not going to come across as, like, good, okay?
Hostages. Some of them were released right now, women and children.
I know the IDF made a film of that day and screened it. None of the things that he mentioned were in that movie, okay? There was no sexual assault in that movie. Famously, journalists that did actually watch it mentioned it, that there was not. And also, there was no babies being thrown in ovens on that day. But it doesn't matter. He's like, there's a lot of real shit that he probably saw, as did I, from October 7, that broke his brain. And then beyond that, he's like parsing through all the information that he probably saw of, like, because I remember there being videos going around of, like, I think it was like a Kurdish woman who was being either, it wasn't, I don't know if she was being raped or it was something. There were videos being circulated and they were being presented as like, as though they were, happening on October 7th. There's a lot of photos that were being circulated as though they were happening on October 7th. Like, all that stuff was presented at the time as though it was like being done by Hamas against Israelis. And all trying to make up a lie on the spot is hard. Improv, you can do it, Hasan. Wait, what? What make up a lie? No, I'm trying to contextualize the things that he's saying. Part of it is true, part of it is not. The untrue part, he might be misguided on.
"170 people still in Gaza being held captives. No one speaks about it. People ripping out those posters every day. So when we see the world and we know that no one cares for them, for me, we lost."
Yeah. I think when the question came to me, I was thinking of a win-lose because it's never going to be a win, right? So even if we find the peace we all want and the freedom. I have a hard time calling it a win that we've.
Why misguided is a result of misinformation and mass brainwashing. Yo, hide the USA is culprit. I hide that the USA is culprit in this. Who's fucking chat do you think you're in, bro? What the fuck? This is the America Deserve 9/11 Power Hour. What the fuck are you talking about? Have you just joined for the first time in your life? Like, have you? It's like, hey guys, hold up. Nobody tell me anything about Hasan. I just ventured into this fucking broadcast. Seems like this guy Hasan is whitewashing U.S.'s involvement in the ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza.
As you mentioned, so many innocent people have died, children, women, etc. So that's the main reason I came up here. You can't classify anything else but a loss, even if outcomes are better and things get better. We've all lost. It's tragedy, and it's so many innocent people died in the last 6 to 8 weeks. 2 million in Gaza have been displaced from their homes. 18,000 have died. 8,000 of them have been children. About 4,000 women. This is from the Euromed Health Monitor, and generally these numbers that come from Gaza end up being verified by the UN. So it's sad. And also, as you mentioned, the innocent civilians and children who were taken hostage on October 7th, and none of that is okay. So yeah, it's a loss.
Do you think it's appropriate to be partying till 6 in the morning a few miles away from an open-air prison where people don't have water, except for clean water is not available to 95% of the inhabitants? Electricity is only available 11 hours of the day. Bombardments.
The counter to that is, do you think it's appropriate to kill those people?
Have been ensuing every 3 to 5 years nonstop. Do you think it's appropriate for you to be partying a couple miles away from such a situation?
Yes, because
do you think it's fair?
Yeah, of course it is, because it's not our fault.
It's not your fault.
You know how much
Who controls
money
the water supply to Gaza?
No.
Israel controls the water supply to Gaza. Did they not shut off the water and the electricity and the fuel? So then who controls it? If they shut it off, who controls it?
I've done research
so
on
who
the water
controls
situation.
It? From
Gaza, they control. I've done.
No.
I've done.
Okay. Good take. He hit it with the. He hit him with a good take. She said, "I got research. Let's hear it."
No, just let me. Okay, I'm gonna let you talk.
Let her cook. I want to hear what kind of research.
Israel shut off the water, the fuel, and the electricity to Gaza. Who controls the water, electricity, and fuel?
You took all the money and
who controls them, bro? Answer my question.
I would like to answer.
Okay.
Hamas
Can I answer the question?
Then how did Israel cut it off?
Actually,
Israel is not even stepping into Gaza.
Who cut?
Yeah, water famously exists organically within Gaza and never requires desalination, never requires like a pipeline or something to fucking clean it. Oh wait, there are desalination plants in Gaza, right? Fuck. Wait, they got blown up? You tell me? How did that? Hold on. How did that happen? Was it Hamas?
The water.
The PAW controls Gaza. The PAW controls Gaza's water situation. Okay.
Who's the PAW for people?
They're the Palestinian Water Authority. Okay. They control the water.
Oh, wait. The Palestinian Water Authority. That's crazy. So where are they getting the water from? Please. It was a rocket misfire. Man, shut the fuck up. No. Suck my dick. I can't tell if you're fucking joking or not. You're insane. Like, this is so incredibly fucking well established, brother. You are beyond the pale, straight up ethnic cleansing denial territory, okay? The moment that you fucking say something as untrue as like Palestinians actually literally have control over their own water in Gaza or in the West Bank, it's like, nope, you're done. You're wrong. What is this? Why are you guys fighting? Stop fighting amongst each other in the chat. According to Google, for the water resources of Palestine are de facto fully controlled by Israel, and the division of groundwater is subject to provisions in the Oslo II Accord. The idea, stop fighting in the chat. The idea that like Palestinians have any control over their own water is so ridiculous, because as the dude right there immediately said, if Palestinians have any control over their own water, how did Israel stop it? How did Israel shut it off? Okay? How'd they do that?
Situation in Gaza.
So how did
Gaza's
Israel shut it off?
Hold on.
How did Israel shut it off?
Israel has a pipeline that goes into Gaza. It's a very small pipeline. It gives about 10% of Gaza's water. Gaza's water's problem actually started long before even 2005. They have a number of aquifers on their shores. One of their main aquifers, which is not enough to sustain the population growth which has come to be. They also have a lot of other problems with contamination. Why? Because their contamination
Israel
plants
controls the water sources.
No, we left them a perfectly good sewer grid in 2005.
That's not true.
Great sewer grid, but it was for the population size that was there. Right now, the population has grown significantly, where those contamination plants, the wastewater treatment plants, can't process the amount of water that's coming in. So
the real reason why the wastewater treatment plant and the contamination plants can't sustain the population is because you blew it up. That's it. And now all the Palestinians have remaining for clean water is desalination plants that exist around the Gaza Strip that require fuel, which Israel controls. Okay? Or the one pipe that she's talking about, the one pipeline that she's talking about that directly pumps water into Israel, which still requires fuel, by the way, or requires electricity, by the way. So everything that she's brought up is just wrong.
So what happens? The overflow goes into the ocean, which further degrades the water that's coming in from the aquifer. It's actually a really shit situation.
Hold on.
There's a number of organizations.
There's
a number of organizations in Israel that are actually working on this problem right now. However, long-term solutions for water has to come from diplomatic means, because we need to be able to get the.
She took the long way home to be like, yeah, Israel controls the water supply of the Gaza Strip. All she basically said, the summary is, Israel controls the water supply of the Gaza Strip, but the Palestinians won't deal with them.
The supplies in, and those supplies that are large enough to be able to sustain Gaza's water, to be able to build and scale to what it actually needs right now, violate the dual-use policy of things that come in because they are used for rockets. Another huge
water is being used for rockets.
No, the pipes are used for.
That's bullshit too. Those are pipes that were going into the Israeli settlements inside of Gaza that were destroyed, some by the settlers, for the record, and were rendered useless. Those pipes were used symbolically by Hamas to make its PVC. You can make some very limited missiles with that, okay, very limited rockets with that. Some of them were used for that purpose, but those pipes weren't like active pipes with water flowing through them. It is a very racist and classic, like, they're barbarians. Look, they don't even know what to use with technology. They take everything and turn it into fucking weapons. Yeah. Some of these people are obs. No, they took the pipes, the PVC pipes, going into Israeli settlements inside of Gaza that were rendered useless by the Israeli government, and turned them into turn them into rockets. They're not very effective because they're PVC, but that's it.
Rockets, which is a really, really big issue because it means that it violates the Julie's policy, which means that you can't bring things in that are large enough to be able to create those terror items.
The idea that they like destroyed working water supplies in order to make a couple fucking rockets that are really scary against Israel is stupid.
Very situation, and I think that Gazans deserve clean drinking water, and it's a very big. It's a very big problem because the internal structure of the water is not run by Israel. We have a very minor pipeline.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. There's nothing that she's bringing up is correct. Here, this I've literally read this article. I think I've read this on stream. Gaza's remaining entry point Rafah crossing. How Gaza gets its water, fuel and electricity shortages. They have 3 seawater desalination plants that produce drinking water but require electricity or fuel to operate. They have a wastewater treatment plant that keeps polluted water from seeping into the ground. They have the Palestinian Water Authority, which buys drinking water from the Israeli state-owned water company Mekorot, which is carried through 3 pipelines into Gaza via 3 connection points. In 2021, about 6% of Gaza came from Mekorot. The average daily water consumption in Rafah in 2021 was 72.6 liters per person, the lowest in all of the Gaza Strip. The coastal aquifer stretching from northern Egypt through Gaza into Israel is Gaza's main source of water, but only 4% of water extracted is safe to drink. Fuel shortages and airstrikes have absolutely eviscerated Gaza's water supply. The idea that any of this is Hamas is bullshit. Look up Military Order 158, Order number 158, Order amending the Water Supervision Law ordained that all well springs and water projects are under the command of the Israeli military commander. Every installation or resource built without a permit will be confiscated. Wait, you're talking about, okay, you're mistaking Gaza for West Bank. We're not talking about the West Bank. Here's a thread by an academic on Gaza water. What? I won't comment on the last bit, just on the point about water. First, Israel hardly supplies any water into Gaza, even in normal times. The big issue as far as water supplies are connected in the moment or not. These supplies from Israel, only 10 MCM annually, but no power supplies. The wider destruction of water and wastewater infrastructure. No power is crucial. No power for water delivery or wastewater treatment. No power is much more important than no water. With electricity fuel, Gaza can desalinate and get water from the wells. Without it, not. The question of why Gaza gets so little water from Israel is also worth commenting on, as it perfectly illustrates much about the Israel-Gaza-West Bank dynamics. It's not because it doesn't need it. It obviously does. It doesn't rain that much in Gaza. And there's no way it should be self-sufficient in water. The reason it doesn't receive much water from Israel is that Israel's water networks bypass it, going around it to supply Israeli communities to the east and south. Just as in relation to security, so also water. Long-standing Israeli policy has been to cut Gaza off and hope that it sinks into the sea. Anyway. But yeah, they blew up the fucking the desalination plants.
And that goes into Israel, and that's the water that is controlled.
Why are we seized?
That is the water.
Hamas took all the money.
Because of all of the terror that has come out of Gaza has created these blockades over the years.
Yes, as is the case always, every single argument can be completely reduced to Israel's national security concerns as a Jewish supremacist ethno-state, trump the human rights and recognition of Palestinians as human beings. That's it. Our national security concerns trump you being considered a human being. That's what she's doing here. She's saying Hamas is the reason. Joe Biden has lost his mind. Oh, yeah, I saw this. That U.S. President Biden stated tonight at the White House Hanukkah party, were there no Israel, there wouldn't be a Jew in the world that is safe, and that he is a Zionist. Yeah, I mean, he's betrayed the woke Pope. That's what's really fucked up about it. As a Catholic, as a Catholic, he has officially betrayed the woke Pope. The woke Pope is like, IDF are terrorists. IDF need to stop. Biden, on the other hand, as a Catholic, has brought great shame upon the entire Catholic religion by completely sidestepping the woke Pope. He is no longer Irish. He's brought great shame upon Ireland. He's also brought great shame upon Catholicism. That sounds like a threat? What do you mean? Yeah, the Pope is based. What the fuck? Families of the American Israeli hostages held captive in Gaza asked the White House for an invitation to the Hanukkah celebration. Joe Biden's White House did not respond to the request. Bro, he's literally doing, oh my God, he's doing the Netanyahu play. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's literally, that's straight up some Netanyahu shit, dog. That's a straight up Netanyahu strat. Avoiding the hostage families because they are politically not making you look good. I misspelled Netanyahu. That is anti-Semitic of me. You're right. Whatever. Has Hasan already done the fucking Palestine Jubilee video? Brother, let me tell you. Don't even get me started. We watched so much of it, and yet it feels like there's still so much more. Just so much more.
The blockades have gotten stronger and stronger because of the terror that has come out.
But that is collective punishment.
You're saying the parting, listen, the party, I think it's collective punishment by Hamas. The parting that's happening at 6 a.m. on the beach right next to.
She looked at, she's like, come on, dude. Yes. Hamas is doing it.
Right? That's also happening next door to a place that's sending thousands of rockets into Israel every single day.
That's
so is it right to be able to send thousands of rockets into Israel every single day? No. No, we pulled out of Gaza. The water system in Gaza was set up for the current population. Very big issues with that, okay, regardless. But I think that more people need to do actual research on the water situation before speaking about Israel shutting on or off. We shut off 10% of the water. There was already a water crisis in Gaza. Now the war has completely exacerbated.
One must ask the question, why was there already a water crisis in Gaza?
That crisis,
what about the fuel and the electricity?
And also not just that, but the water in Gaza is very heavily privatized. So people with money get access to water there. It's so f***ing sad. So the poor people are actually even worse out of luck, and they get charged more.
Oh my God, I can't do this. It's like, is literally just, I can't, so bad. Look at what Shani reposts. Instagram is insane. She's a literal Hosber owlet. Oh my gosh, she did a collaborative post.
Actually lives on stolen
land.
You do. Guess who actually lives on stolen land? You do. You do. You do. Me, Jew, you do. Me, Jew, you do. You live on stolen land.
He's so gross. It's awesome. He's so fucking disgusting. It's so cool. Dude, I think it's awesome. Let your freak flag fly, Brett Gelman. Let it fucking fly, dude. Because, like, the more you hit these fucking lines, the more people are like, oh, that's gross. Which friends of yours like the pose? It would show up here if I had any friends that like this pose.
Hey, fake woke Americans.
I'm actually shocked that I don't have any friends that like this pose because, brother, I live in Los Angeles. I don't know if you know this, but, you know, there's a lot of fucking ultra Zionists out here, especially in my neighborhood. I'm definitely in the minority. You feel me? There's only one ethnic cleansing happening in real time between those two. We can't stop the already colonized places. We can stop the current one taking place. Yeah. Damn, I like them in Stranger Things. I've never watched
for their water. It's a huge problem, and it's something that there are a ton of orgs that are actually working to try and fix that. But again, we need diplomatic solutions to this, and that means we need a government that we can have diplomatic relations with, which is not Hamas.
The goal of Israel in this war is to make sure that the Jewish state will stay alive. For me, as long as the Jewish state stay alive, Israel is always winning because the other side want to eliminate the Jewish state. That's their goal. That's the Hamas goal. I'm not saying it's your goal. I'm saying that's the Hamas goal, to eliminate Israel and the Jewish state. As long as they're not eliminating and they're not killing or wiping the Jewish state, I think the Jewish state always winning. And the goal of the Jewish state right now, it's to wipe off Hamas. Not the Palestinian people, Hamas only.
But have they succeeded in that?
Not yet. Not yet.
Have they killed more people disproportionately? Do you know the ratio of how many Hamas members to each civilian? It's the same argument. You said the goal is to eliminate Hamas.
It will get shifted to a different argument.
Tomer, you said the goal is to eliminate Hamas.
Yes.
Around, they said hundreds, maybe 100 or more Hamas members died. What did you say? How many thousand? How many thousand Palestinians?
No, we had way more than
18,000
No, we've killed
people died. The ratio is 1 to 100. 1 to 100. This is the most capable military in the world. You can't be more accurate. Your ratio can't be better than 1 to 100.
They're hiding inside hospitals.
So go on the ground.
They're hiding inside of hospitals. They're hiding inside of terror babies. Inside of every Palestinian baby is a Hamas terrorist.
So go on the ground, fight the
Why should we risk our lives? Why should we?
Yeah, that's what it is. Why should we risk our lives? It's like, first of all, none of you motherfuckers are risking your lives. You're on Jubilee. Okay, that's number one. Number two, yeah, no, you have a responsibility. That's so stupid. Like, that is, oh God, it's so dumb. You can't do that. You can't just literally be like, sorry, I'm too scared. I need to kill as many children as possible because I'm too scared. Okay, if you don't want to risk your life, there's a much better solution. Okay? There is a much better solution. It's called a political one. Okay? That's it. If you don't want to do it militarily, which you can't really deal with Hamas militarily, because Hamas is a mere extension of Palestinian emancipation. It's one version of it. Then you have to deal with it with a political solution, not a military one.
Why should you kill our innocent civilians?
Because they're attacking us and they're hiding behind your people.
Civilians didn't attack you.
It's a problem.
No, the Hamas didn't. They're hiding.
By the way, a lot of civilians from Gaza went in on October 7th because there was the pay. You got $10,000 plus an apartment. So actually, a lot of Gazan citizens went in. You saw them in plain clothing.
Bro, she's literally repeating. That's a $10,000. Yeah, dude. Hamas has 10 grand. No, that's literally from a fucking interrogation video God, this is like, these are such easily tricked adults, but I guess it's because they're very motivated to be tricked. It's like it plays along with their cognitive biases. No, she's just fucking repeating what she saw in those interrogation videos, which no self-respecting news outlet would ever undignify themselves by presenting as honest truth, because one, it's illegal to begin with, and two, none of that shit is accurate information. Everybody knows that the interrogation videos are done not to get like real actable intelligence, but instead to simply embarrass whoever their opponents are in this matter. It's to embarrass like Hamas. That's why they get him to say stuff like Hamas is just like ISIS, or yes, it's not like we hate Islam, like we are operating outside of the boundaries of Islam, like we're operating in a way that is not befitting of like the Islamic faith. They're done under coercive conditions. Propaganda, that's it. It's so stupid.
Going through the border and coming in and kidnapping people. That's why some of the hostages can't be found.
Yeah.
Again, you guys keep
most of the people that attacked in
you guys keep saying Hamas.
5,000 people.
It's like, think about it. You think Palestinians, do I think that there were criminal elements that fucking kidnap people? I do. For sure. I mean, look, Gaza is a place with 2 million people. There are fucking criminals. For sure. There are like people acting on their own self-interest, doing stuff like that. 100%. Like, 100%. The idea, however, that like Hamas was going to give $10,000 like in an apartment. What apartment? You think Palestinians don't know that like once October 7 happens, is fucking Jover? That you know, they're going to level Gaza? Of course they understand that. Do you think that Hamas and Palestinian militants in general were able to keep this information away from all of the Israeli authorities for the most part, while simultaneously delivering this info to like every Palestinian out there secretly, where they were like, hey guys, on October 7, we're going to do a military campaign, okay, into Israel proper. Please go there. We'll give you $10,000, which we definitely have, in an apartment which definitely will not be leveled in the counter after October 7. I'm like, no.
Hamas,
Only 1,500
which I have
Hamas
never heard about more in my life
innocent
except for the
civilians of
past
Gaza.
month and a half.
Okay?
I want to, because I'm going to be
Take
that
a look
person.
at the facts. That's what I'm going to
Well,
say.
we give you facts, and then
Exactly.
you guys
Fact
say,
is,
no, that didn't happen.
5,000 people invaded Israel that day. 1,500 of them were Hamas. The rest of them were civilians.
From my perspective, the reason why I did not...
Yeah, invaded, as in, this part is true. There was a shit ton... No, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. There was a shit ton of Palestinians that just, like, went through the fucking border wall that was broken down. Yeah, there was a shit ton. You know what they did? There were accounts of it. There were accounts of it. You know what their invasion consisted of? Going into like previously occupied, I don't know what the actual numbers are, but going into previously occupied houses, or not occupied as in like settlement wise, but like houses that have people in them, and like cooking food and watching Netflix. That's what they did. Like entering Israel proper for the first time in their entire lives. I'm sure that there were, in that circumstance. No, I'm not joking. That is real. Yes. Yeah, they changed the one family talked about how like there was a Palestinian family in their home as they were in the like in the safe room in their house, and they were watching Netflix. They turned their Netflix into Arabic, and they like cooked one of the meals. Some of them stole like electronic equipment and shit. And it's like, when you hear stuff like that, you have to think like, God damn, dude, these motherfuckers have nothing. You know what I mean? Like, that's an act of terror to you? Like, these dudes have nothing. Literally, they have nothing. Who reported this? I believe it was on Haaretz, as well as many outlets at the time. I remember because one of the Israeli Hasbara guys literally talked about, like, the second. Wait, what? Bad take, bro? Of course that's an act of terror. What do you mean? What? Stealing a fucking AC unit as you break through your fucking concentration camp boundaries? That's an act of terror? No, that's theft. There's a separate term for it. It's called theft. Okay? It's ironic because when you think about it, theft is kind of the inception of the nation state of Israel. Okay? Anyway, however, there are obviously like criminal elements that I'm sure broke through the border wall as well, broke through the boundary, did some fucked up shit. Oh. Anyway, I have a massive headache, dude, from this video. I'm tapping out. I'm tapping out, chat. I'm going to hit the last 3-minute ad break here. I can't finish this video. I give up. Video has owned me. Shawnee is also a crypto scammer. Love that. She's an NFT bro. Nice. No more Jubilee, not now, not ever. It really does break my will. President Jan getting ratioed? Yeah, he's saying some dumb shit. Well, I'll talk about that tomorrow. I don't want to talk about that today. I'm fucking tired, chat. Love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? I'll do my Twitch recap tomorrow. And we did a lot of variety news today. Not a lot of Palestine. At the end of the broadcast, it was a lot, but more than that, we did a lot of variety news. But not a lot of variety, which I will do. Okay? But that is for tomorrow. Love you all. Peace in the Middle East. Bye-bye.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these days